What's good, everyone joining the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Let's get the YouTube live and everything completely set up. I already let the Instagram know that we were going to be live like exactly at this time. So we're already good there, actually. Let me go over to the YouTube, completely set it up. What's up? What's up, Sophia? What's up, Courtney? What's up? How you doing? What's up, Luis? Always good to see everyone joining in. What's up, Iris? What's up, Jordy? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a quick second. What's up, Yo-Yo? What's up, Issa? How you doing? What's up, Little Bash? What's up, Jeff? How you doing? What's up, The Bod? What's up? What's up? What's up, Go Fish? How you doing? What's up, Mo? What's up, King? What's up, Catherine? How you doing? What's up, Jim? What's up, Elliot? How you doing? We're going to start getting some people up here for debates in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be listed here on the TikTok screen here in a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second. What's up, though, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Sofer, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's get everything going here real quick, everyone. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's get everything started and going right away, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Our first person up here for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Appreciate the hand art. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, that's the kid. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 3 blinkers in. Your turn, bro.
Not enough, dude. At least 12, okay? Okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his immigration policies. And
Okay.
I like how he's a strong leader.
All right, how is he strong, and what immigration policies do you like of his?
I like how he's just making America safer
By doing what?
by deportation.
Okay. And how are his deportation policies making things safer? I would argue that he's going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a lesser extent comparative to the Democrats were.
I feel like he's deporting a lot of the dangerous criminals. That's what I like.
Including himself?
I
mean, he's a
He's
dangerous criminal. He's a violent sex offender.
don't think that's true.
It is. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will. That's a violent sex offense. He's also a convicted criminal. He has 34 felonies.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him violent.
What? A violent sex offense makes him violent.
Well, other than that, I think he's a good president.
Well, you can't just say other than that. We're talking about like a violent sex offense. You're okay with a violent sex offender being president?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Would you ever vote for a violent sex offender?
Like for president?
Yeah.
Well,
Wow, the fact that this deliberation is taking a little bit long is kind of crazy. You know, I would have asked someone like fucking 10 years ago, would you vote for a violent sex offender for president? They would say no. How much you want to bet? Like, significantly more people would say no. But now, simply just because that you want to support Trump, and you have to consider this, you're willing to take it to this extent? Why don't you just say that you're not willing to vote for a violent sex offender across the board? Or violent sex offenders, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States.
Well, he's doing other good things that
Like
I
what?
think. He's bringing more jobs back to America.
We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. How's that going for him?
I don't know. I think we have more jobs here, actually.
You're just wrong if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics information.
Well, I just don't really agree with like the liberals and what they stand for.
What
And I
what
just think
what
that
what do liberals stand for that you disagree with?
um, you know what? I'll take what you said in consideration and rethink my vote next year.
Okay. What do you disagree with the liberals on though?
Um, I don't like how they're teaching all the transgender stuff in elementary school to kids.
What trans stuff are they teaching to kids that you disagree with? They left. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yes, we had our kindergarten classrooms that teach us to be transgender. Everyone remembers those. I remember those when I was a kid. They taught us to be transgender. The liberals really brought into those elementary school classes. I remember those. That was very common. It's everywhere around the country, right? I think everyone experienced that one. What's up, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 18. I'm from the UK.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on this TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you?
Howdy, Parker. I am 33.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I just feel like, like he was just doing things that we would not expect a president to do. Like, say, waging a war in Iran. That was not something I expected a president to do. I thought, I thought Kamala Harris would be the one to put us in Iran, but all of a sudden now here we are with Trump, and I honestly don't see any downsides to this war.
I don't think Kamala Harris would have gone to war with Iran, and I see plenty of downsides, such as the increase in gas prices, inflation, such as the destabilization of relationships with our allies all around the world, causing the global prices to go up, reducing the level of growth within our economy because we're getting rid of an economic stimulant such as oil.
Can you explain how the JCPOA would have done us better than what Trump has done?
Yeah, we had more political concessions under the JCPOA because we had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. The Strait of Hormuz was not closed. We had better negotiations that could carry on to the future. And the reason why that stopped happening is because Donald Trump pulled us out of that agreement. So I think that's the main issue that's caused our lack of ability to negotiate and develop something similar to a JCPOA.
Do you think that Trump just pulled us out a bit because of the fact that Obama's name was signed at the bottom of it?
I don't know if it was Obama's name was on it, but I mean, that's possible because he's put us in a worse position than we were under the JCPOA because it established unprecedented levels of surveillance over the nuclear enrichment facilities, and it capped their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.7%.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was worried about because I was trying to wonder about like if that kind of sort of thing is even feasible. You know what I mean? Like if that's going to be like a thing that we should even worry about. Did we have to pull out the JCPOA just so we can like have that sort of opportunity to do that, or were we just a little bit lost by trying to assume that Iran would hold up their end of the deal?
Well, the evidence indicated that they were upholding the deal, and we shouldn't have pulled out just because we think that it's possible they could have not done it or not upheld it in the long run. Well, we should wait to see that they don't uphold it, right?
Oh, for sure,
That's
for
kind of how
sure.
like an agreement works, and it's
That
better
was
that than
that was
go
the
to
part. That was
war,
the part
right?
that said they had 300 days of surveillance security, right?
They had levels of surveillance all around the year, and they capped it at 3.7%. And Trump even signed off on the fact that they were upholding it. His issue originally was the level of the fact that they didn't have sanctions on them, and they were able to fund quote unquote operations on the world, which I obviously think they were doing. But the point I was making is that I mean, you have to think about what you'd rather limit. Would you rather limit them funding those things around the world or limit their nuclear operations? Because otherwise, we have to go to war, and I don't think that that's a reasonable option. And we're obviously seeing the negative impacts of that right now. It does seem like you
Hey,
don't support Trump, though. Do you actually support Trump?
oh, Parker, I'm lying. I run my own
Okay.
debate panel where I talk.
Alrighty, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
What's up, dude?
Do you support Trump?
Yes,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Alrighty. I have like one person to think real quick, and then we can, or three people to think actually, and then we can go into our conversation. Mr. Dem, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning to you as well. Good morning to you. And hopefully you'll be okay. Hopefully you'll be okay today. Actually, I think I'm mostly caught up. Artie, why do you support Trump?
I'm just gonna be real with you, dude. It's like I just look at like conservatives and I look at the liberals and I'm just kind of like, who would I rather like hang out with? Who would I rather be friends with? And most of the time, it's just the Republicans, bro. They just seem more normal. Like it seems like a normal group of people. The liberals, I feel like hanging out. Like I don't know, dude. Liberals are just kind of weird. Like you guys are just kind of like, no offense, you're cool, Parker. If I put the whole liberal party in one room and the conservative party in one room, and almost I feel like as a white man, I benefit more from being a conservative, if I'm being honest.
Okay. So because you as a white man benefit from being conservative, even if it's at the disenfranchising of other groups, you're okay with that?
Elaborate.
Are you okay with benefiting as a white man at the negative impact of other groups or communities?
No.
Okay, so I guess that's not an argument that you were trying to provide there. At least broadly speaking, you don't just say, because these people I think are weirder or more socially in alignment with me, that means I think that their ideology is correct. Because nothing about the way that they're conducting themselves as a person is relevant towards their ideological beliefs and whether or not their ideological beliefs are true. You're simply making a category error here. You're trying to think that because you think that some people are more likable, that their ideological beliefs somehow are more true because they're more likable.
Well, I think I can agree with you there. Yeah, I think so. But I think that a lot of people are the exact same way that I am, but they just don't express it. They just don't
Sure.
say it.
Sure, but that doesn't mean it's justified to do so. Like, there's a lot of people that have thought a bunch of conspiratorial claims are true or believe in a bunch of random bullshit, but that doesn't justify you believing it because other people believe in the bullshit.
Well, I don't have to believe it to necessarily support something.
Well, you're saying that you are a conservative because you think that conservatives are more socially in alignment with you.
Let me think about that one. Give me a second.
So if I like
I'm
gave you a study that actually liberals are more socially in alignment with you, would you then be liberal?
probably not if it doesn't benefit me as much.
Okay, so what do you mean by benefit you? How does conservatism benefit you?
Um, I think I would just rather rub shoulders with those types of people than
Okay,
like the
what does that mean?
furries and like the transformers and stuff like that.
Okay, I think you're just trolling.
No, I'm genuinely not, dude. Like
Yeah,
it might sound like I am. It
yeah.
might sound like I am, but like the position that I'm in my life, like I don't know, dude. Being a liberal would be like it would limit me from so many things. Not even being funny.
Like
Like my
what?
friend groups, like the way certain people see me. Like genuinely, I think that like if your party wants to do better, they have to like make it more like acceptable to like it. I would have to want to be in that party, or I would want to identify as that. Like
If you have
I
to
feel
lie
like if I
about
went
your
to a,
political beliefs in order to be able to be friends with people, you probably just shouldn't be friends with those people. You should find new friends. It's not that
yeah, but it's
complicated. You can find
just
more
don't be
friends.
so weird. Y'all just don't be so weird. You know what I mean?
Wait, you're the one
If you
that's
guys
being
weren't,
weird and saying that you have to lie about your political beliefs just to fit in.
it's not necessarily lying about a political.
That is
belief.
literally lying about. You're saying I want to lie about my political beliefs, right? Even though I don't actually hold these views, I'm just going to hold these views no matter what, even if they're wrong, just because it's going to let me fit in a little bit more. That's it. That's literally
No,
all
I
you
never
just said.
I never said that I would lie about a political belief.
Well, okay, so then are you unwilling to change your mind? If you were liberal, you would change your mind.
No,
Yeah, that's going to impact you in terms of your life, in terms of your
I'm
relationships,
very
but so
open to
fucking
changing
what?
my mind, but it shouldn't be so much like identity politics.
Okay, what do
That's
you
the
mean by
problem.
identity politics?
So let's say that I can see from both sides in every regard, right? Let's say I can see the benefit from this side, I can see the benefit from that side on a lot of different things. I would still rather chill with the conservatives,
Okay,
bro.
so why? You're not like being specific at all.
You guys are weird, dude.
How? How are we
A
weird?
large portion of you are very weird.
I could say the same thing about conservatives. So can you tell me why?
Um, you just kind of have this like it's like a social like the pink hair, bro, the furries, like the
You think most liberals have pink hair and are furries?
yes.
Okay, so you want to bet?
Do I want to bet on the percentage of liberals that don't have pink hair and are furries?
Yeah, like you just said most people who are liberals have pink hair and are furries. Do you want to bet?
What do you want to bet?
How much money?
I'll do $5.
$1,000. Most people who are liberal do not have pink hair and are not furries.
Hey Parker, serious question for you though.
Come on, wait.
Do
Can
you
you
think
just
that you
engage?
sent? No, you're right. You're right. But
Yeah, all
hey,
right.
do you think that you sent Jordan Peterson into a narcissist collapse?
I don't know. I don't know if I would describe it that way, but I do think that I probably led to him leaving the internet for a while. Yeah.
Wow,
So do you
that's
actually
crazy,
support Trump?
bro. Yeah, I do.
Okay, but why?
Um,
Because people
I
have pink
like.
hair? It sounds like you're the snowflake, dude.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I'm not very educated on politics at all. These are just my
Okay, but I just want to let you
opinions.
know, when you say that you're not a liberal because people who are liberals have pink hair, it sounds like you're the snowflake. The way that someone's choosing to express themselves matters to you so much that you're in your own feelings that you won't even be on their own political you won't even agree with their political ideological beliefs because of that. Like that sounds like you're the
It's
snowflake.
just
That sounds like you're soft.
maybe I am soft. Maybe I am the snowflake.
So couldn't I just say that like you're weird because of that? Like why do you determine whether or not you agree ideologically with a view?
Why would you
Because
say that, bro?
because
Why would you
people
call
on
me
a certain
weird?
side have more likelihood of having pink hair. Like genuinely, why does that matter to you, bro?
I'm not weird, bro. Like,
That
why
is
would you
so
say that?
weird, bro. Like actually, bro, it's not like dude, like seriously, why does it matter to you that other people have pink hair? Like I actually can't even fathom why that would matter to you. Like it actually really doesn't make sense to me at all. I've never once in my brain, never even when I was a conservative, been like, oh
No,
my god,
let me break
this
it down for
person has
you.
pink or blue hair.
Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down
Like,
for
come
you.
on,
It's
dude.
not necessarily just because they have pink or blue hair. It is that group of people who are the pink-haired people at like the fucking feminist rallies or the different rallies. You guys all have like a
What's
very
wrong
like
with feminism?
similar. There's absolutely nothing wrong with feminism. I think you're putting words in my mouth here.
Okay, I just
I'm
wanted to
using it as a
clarify.
reference. I'm using the rally as a reference. Now, please let me
Yeah,
continue.
but
The
like I just
group,
don't know
that
what
type
these
of
random AI
person. I
videos
can
you've seen.
finish if you want me to.
Go
I
ahead.
can finish if you want me to.
Okay, go ahead.
That type of person like falls into a genre of human that I just don't really want to be around because they're all just very
You
That's
know
the only way to
what? I
describe
think
it.
that's purposeful. I'm not gonna lie. You know, a lot of women, right, specifically, right, and a lot of men will decide to do that to get people like you, genuinely not trolling you, to not be around them. And literally to do that. So I'm not gonna lie. Partially, sometimes people who do have that hair color do that to, like, say bye MAGA, leave me alone. Like it is like super repellent. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Do you think it benefits
MAGA.
them in the long run?
What's up?
Do you think it benefits them in the long run?
Probably. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. It probably does.
Oh, okay.
That's probably a pretty
So
good way of deterring MAGA.
Do tattoos on your face benefit you long term?
I mean, it depends on the person, depends on the situation. If someone wants to do that, that's up to them. I don't care. If someone wants to do that, that's their own personal decision about how they want their body to look. Like, dude, that is not my business.
Yeah.
Does that really concern you?
So, honest question for you. Someone with like a face tat.
Yeah, if someone wants to get a face tat, they can go do that.
Well, when you instantly see them, does your body react in a way of like, okay, let me watch out for this person here?
No.
Really?
No.
So even if, like, statistics of people with face tats in jails or prisons or whatever.
Statistics with men are that they commit over 90% of crimes. Violent crimes. Okay, so do you want to apply that to men? Do you think that we should view all men that way? Because men commit 90% of violent crime?
No, we should not.
Because that's a way higher likelihood of committing crime than anything you could attribute to any type of face tattoo.
So go look at people in the prison.
I'm just asking the question. Do you think that would be justified to view it that way?
Absolutely.
Because based upon your argument,
absolutely, dude. I'm way more terrified of men than I am women.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not denying that fact.
So you should be more weary of that. So you just think in all scenarios where there's a statistically higher likelihood, right, of there being a certain type of violence, you're going to think in every scenario, right, you're going to be hyper specific about it. Let me just be clear.
I mean, dude, if I'm walking through a dark alley and I see a guy with a face tat, or just a guy in general, I'm going to be more intimidated by them than I am.
See, I would genuinely not be intimidated. Like, what I'm genuinely confused. How, like, do you
So
live
if
in
you walk through a dark alley,
do you live in a big city? Why are you adding like the dark alley sort of thing? Like, there are plenty of like dark alleys with lights in them, right? And like just like you're really walking on the street in like LA, for example. Dude, I've been in LA. I live in LA. I've lived in LA for the past 10 years. Okay, I've walked at nighttime. I don't know why you're so terrified of people with tattoos. Like, I just genuinely don't understand.
It's very much so known that a lot of crimes happen in dark alleys, dude.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, then I think you should be more scared about the dark alley than you are with the person that has a tattoo. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
So, do guns kill people or do people kill people?
It's both.
Okay.
People use guns to kill people.
Should we eliminate all dark alleys then?
But that makes no fucking sense. I'm so confused what you're arguing. If it reduces the likelihood of crime, yes, we should have lights on if it reduces the likelihood of crime. That's cost effective.
Okay.
That's why we have lights on in
where
plenty
were
of
we
these
going
areas.
with this again? Back to the pink hair reference?
Yeah, you were just trying to make some sort of generalized reference that you don't associate with liberals just because you don't align with them socially speaking.
I associate with liberals. I actually really like liberals a lot.
Okay,
but if
so
there were two groups,
the liberals that you do like, why do you disagree with their views?
I would say probably, I don't necessarily disagree, dude. I can see both sides.
So what about what liberals say do you disagree with?
The only point that I'm sitting here making or trying to make with you is the fact that if I had a group of liberals in a room and a group of conservatives in a room, I would much rather.
I don't think I can have a conversation with that guy. I genuinely don't think there's a dialogue to have with him. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
MAGA hunting?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yo, what's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
March.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I just align with most of his views on everything in the world, or mostly in America.
They left. Okay. Mr. J, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Isla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do
Hey, what's up? I'm 23.
you support Trump?
I do, yes.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm a Christian, and he was influential in the overturning of Roe v. Wade. I'm also really passionate about the immigration issue, and he's just done the most out of anyone to secure the border.
Okay. I guess let's start with securing the border. What policies in terms of securing the border do you support of Trump?
Just his deportations of illegals, and I think that's just added to not just violent criminals being, detained, because we see such an increase of just crime and stuff with illegal immigrants, but then also self-deportations and just people not coming in. That was super helpful.
Did you know 5% of those detained by ICE have committed a violent criminal offense under the Trump administration, and it was 20% deported that have committed a violent criminal offense under the Obama administration? So it seems like proportionally speaking, Democrats were going after violent criminals to a greater extent comparative to the Republicans. Seems like they're going after people who have just come here for a better life to a greater extent, which you might say is still a good thing under your view, but isn't actually going after like the people who are a threat to the safety and security of our population to the greatest extent possible.
I'm not sure it means that he's not going after those people. I think just the Trump deportations are so much more that he, that's what that number is. I think it's also a good thing that generally people are being deported. I don't think immigration is good for our country, whether legal or illegal.
Oh, why not?
I think America is a people. I don't think you can assimilate tens of millions of people. I don't think that's possible. I think that's just evident by just the lack of culture that we have now compared to 40 years ago.
What do you mean lack of culture comparative to 40 years ago?
I think there were a lot more like societal standards. You didn't have people. You had just a lot more like respect of public places. You had a lot more common values. Some of the things that are acceptable to say or believe today. The LGBTQ stuff is. I'm not blaming that on immigration, but that's an example of more so the diversity of thought that has entered into our culture. That didn't used to be the case. Even people who weren't Christian 40 years ago were a lot more moral and just had a lot more common belief.
Okay, so when you say they were a lot more moral and a lot more common views, what common values are you referencing? And how were they more moral? And what more respect of public places existed? And are you saying that less respect of public places and less common values come from immigration?
Yes, I would say that. And I'd say the common values come from Christianity and Christian values. So things like, the LGBTQ stuff. I'd say things like even sex before marriage, abortion, just how common that has become.
By the way, that actually has nothing to do with immigration. Those trends existed outside of the context of the prevalence of immigration. I just want to be clear. And also, you have no argument in terms of there are less of respect of public places, given that there's more immigration. Can you give me any basis for that?
Yeah, have you been to Chicago before?
Yes.
Chicago in the 1980s was a lot nicer of a place than compared to now.
How old are you?
Same thing with this, especially if you
How
look
old are
on
you?
I'm 23.
How do you know it was better in the 80s?
Pictures and movies and
Pictures and movies? That doesn't sound like an actual way of analyzing whether or not it was better. That sounds like a glamorized version of it. If someone told you that they knew what a certain city was like because they looked at it on social media, do you think that's an accurate view of what that city looks like?
Probably to some
So the
degree,
pictures in the
but
movies are just like how we view social media now. These are the most glamorous aspects of it, not the entirety of what it was in reality at that particular time. What you're not understanding is the change in economic standards over time. What you're not understanding is that immigration has positively impacted us. Economically
sure.
speaking, culturally speaking, I think diversity in terms of culture is incredibly important. I think that's a great thing. I don't think that us having differences in some values is a bad thing. Obviously, difference in values we think is a great thing within certain respects. That's why we believe in freedom of speech, and we don't believe that people should be forced to have certain views. I'm also not a Christian. I don't think you should be enforcing your Christian views on everyone else. We live in a secular society, separation of church and state, and you thinking that you want to enforce your own Christian views on everyone else is antithetical to that very notion. I think that's not common values with what we hold to.
Okay. Let me ask you, where do you get your morality from if you're not a Christian? Or
Myself.
where do you think the founding fathers or people who make laws get the morality from?
I don't necessarily base my determinations on what the founding fathers believe. I make my determinations based on what I believe. Myself and my
Do you like
morality is
America?
determined by me. Do I like
Do
America?
do you like America, or do you think it's a
Yes,
good
but I think that
government or a good
America should be
country?
defined differently than it has historically speaking within all senses.
Okay, so you're not even necessarily partial towards the American ethos or anything.
I believe in a progressive aspect of American culture that we need to progress continually and that we still have yet to reach obviously our peaks, right? In terms of how great we can become.
Okay, then where do
We're
you
held back by
find
people, I would
where
say.
do you find what is good and what is moral, or what would you base if you were a lawmaker? What would you base
I already
the
told you I get it
morality of
based upon
law?
myself. You do the same
What
thing.
about yourself?
Your determination of what's going to be illegal and not is predicated off of your own personal values as well. Because you don't base it upon your religious view. Not every sin under your view is going to be illegal, right?
No, it is not. But
No,
the
okay, so then
Bible
your
does talk
argument
about the
for what
difference
should be
between
illegal and what should be legal is predicated off of your personal values, is it not?
it's predicated off of my personal values that are rooted in my faith.
Yeah, but like you're cherry picking what you think should be illegal and what you think shouldn't be illegal.
Not really.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
are.
the Bible is clear even within the
The Bible
church
does
on
not
what
say
we
what should be
we
illegal
should
and what shouldn't be illegal. Okay, you are
well,
going to determine that based upon your personal values. You might say that your general moral view from Christianity might influence it in certain circumstances, but that's not to say that it's directly from it, right? Now, I could also
well,
say, by the way, that what I learned from when I was a kid in Sunday school also informed the way that I view things now.
sure.
But that's not going to be the sole determining factor of whether or not I think it should be
But just
legal or
because it's a
illegal.
sole determinating factor doesn't
Thank
mean
you. I
that it's
appreciate the whale
not
diving.
incredibly influential in a way that you don't have. The atheist who pulls that, not saying that you're an atheist, I don't know what you believe, but who has no standard for belief is in an
You say I
infinitely
have no
different
standard.
place
Why not?
morally and ethically than someone who has a book that they base their life on.
Wait,
I mean,
what
just
makes
because
you
it's
think that
not
I have no
one to
standard
one.
for belief?
Yes, I do. Well, I don't know what do you believe? Are you an atheist? Are you a religious
I'm an
of any kind?
agnostic atheist. So when you say a
Okay,
standard for
yes, you don't
belief,
have a
I
standard.
still can have standards for beliefs. I still have beliefs as an atheist, right? That just means I don't believe that a God created the universe,
How do you know that murder is wrong?
but based on my own personal values. And murder, by definition, is
Where do you
wrong
get
because it's
those
an unjust termination of a human sentient life.
Okay, but why is that bad? What would you say to the person who thinks it's okay to murder someone even if they're sentient?
Well, actually, I just want you to know, by definition, murder is wrong. Like, when you define murder, it's unjustified termination of a human sentient life. Unjust means wrong. So
I mean, it's not
I would say,
necessarily.
logically
Depends
speaking,
on
by
your view of
definition, it
justice.
is.
Okay, but what would you say to someone who thinks murder is okay, or murder of certain people? What would you say if someone who said, "I believe that murdering
I would find what views they
women."
have and then show how they're being hypocritical with their own values.
So you think hypocrisy is
Internal
the means of
criticism
finding
of their
equality?
view can yield that they actually value a broader set of humans than they thought prior. Yeah,
Okay, why do you think
that's the way I would
pedophilia is
respond. But
wrong?
I mean, I don't think I would actually keep a person up there. Like that's argue. I mean, I guess actually there are Christians that do believe that. Like 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands the slaughter of all men, women, and children of Amalek.
So true. Yeah, and I think that's why it's so important to be a Christian, is because if you
Is
have
that
a
he calls
rooted
for the
faith,
genocide of people?
well, because if you have a faith in a God who is good and in control, then trusting his commands and trusting that there is a good God in control is
Would you
infinitely
slaughter
better
those
than
children if God commanded you?
if an all-knowing, all-powerful,
You said
all-good
yeah?
God commanded me. Yes,
You'd slaughter the children.
because that's what people in the Bible did. That's
So
what
I just
God
want to let you know, this is what I mean. You are fucking delusional. You take religion to such an extreme that you're willing to slaughter kids because of it. How do you know whether or not it's the devil or God? In that scenario, if I were in your perspective, wouldn't you think it's the devil that's telling you to slaughter kids, not God?
That's why the church and the interpretive nature of the Bible is important. I believe that the Bible is the only infallible rule of faith. But regardless, do you support abortion while we're talking about slaughtering kids?
I do think that abortion access should be illegal, of course. Now, I don't think it's murder because I don't think it's a person prior to sentience. Now, this isn't addressing my points at all. We're talking about sentient babies and children, right? Okay? God called for the slaughter of all of them, right? And then literally they went out and did this. I'm saying there should be legal access to do it, which, by the way, your God allows for sin. So you think is okay to do.
He allows for sin.
Yeah, he allows for murder to happen. Wait, so how is your God any different from me? God allows for abortions to occur?
Yeah, he allows for it.
Okay, so do I.
Yeah, but there's a complete if you
What's
read
the
Bible,
distinction?
you know there's a difference between the role of the civil government and the role of the church and an infinite God and what he's done and clearly, I mean, have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I have read plenty of aspects of the Bible. I haven't read the entire thing, but I probably know a lot more than you would think. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
What'd you say?
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, at least listed in my Bible.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. What about the Old Testament?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Go ahead.
But there's a passage in Romans chapter 13 that talks about the different jurisdictions of the government and how the government doesn't bear the sword in vain and how it is good that it creates laws and that we should pay our taxes
but it doesn't tell you what should be illegal and what should be legal.
Sure, I'm not making
in total sense. So you can't form a legal system from just the Bible alone. You have to invoke your own personal values. Along with the fact that, by the way, I don't want to move past this. You literally said you would slaughter children because God commanded you. Why wouldn't you think that that's the devil?
Well, I'm not saying that I communicate with God or that this is a common thing. I'm saying that
no, if you were Saul and his men, like, would you think that that's the devil commanding you to slaughter children, or would you think that's God commanding you to slaughter children?
I mean that's a good question. I've never seen God in that way, so I can't communicate that way. And in all honesty, like,
so then why would you do it?
I can't speak to that. If I know God told me, then that's not.
Well, how do you know? Is my question.
Well, I'm personally very skeptical. I know that God has given me his word through the Bible, and that is all I trust. I don't just hear things in the wind.
But if something came to you like that, how do you know whether it's the God or the devil in that scenario?
Well, Jesus promises that his sheep will know his voice, and so there is an element of trust.
So you'll just feel like it
as an atheist. No. I think there is an element of trusting in God that his.
Couldn't you misplace your trust and accidentally be trusting the devil then?
I don't think so. I mean, I believe that.
Yes, you can. You don't have the way of differentiating between whether or not you'd be trusting God or the devil in that scenario.
Well, sure, but and to be fair, I mean, we're talking about a complete hypothetical situation that neither of us have experienced. You as an atheist don't even believe that, so you're already assuming an unbelief in God and then just putting this, and I've never experienced talking to God, so this is completely in the clouds. But of course, if
no, I'm actually assuming your view is right, and I'm saying, assuming your view is right, how the hell could you make a determination of whether or not it's Jesus or the devil? Like, you literally can't from your own view. This is an internal criticism of your view. It's not an external criticism.
I think you're also misunderstanding what category God is in. Because if you're assuming that there is a good, all-powerful God, like described in the Bible, who talks to people and commands people to do good things, then there's also, it's not unfair to assume that people and God's people can understand that it is God and that God is in control of communicating with his people.
How do you understand, though? You're not making it. You're not giving a basis for that, because there is no way to differentiate.
But you don't even believe in God. I don't understand.
I don't have to believe in God to do an internal criticism of your view.
God talks to somebody.
Do I have to believe in God to do an internal criticism of your own view? That makes no sense.
Yeah,
Do you,
well,
do you know what
because you're
internal
making a
criticism is?
hypothetical situation where God talks to someone and you're describing.
This isn't
the
hypothetical. This
details
is
of
in
how
your
that
book.
works.
It's 1 Samuel 15:3. This isn't
Well,
hypothetical for
don't,
you.
You don't believe that God actually talks to people, correct?
Obviously, I don't believe this.
So you're saying if this was
It's an
to happen, God
internal
was to talk to
criticism of
me
your
to kill
view.
somebody.
Oh my God.
Sure, but you're making assumptions. You're talking about the devil.
What
and saying,
assumption am I
"Oh,
making?
that the devil is just as is that God's voice is easy to be confused with the devil. That is a theological point.
Wait. How can you? I'm asking. What is the differentiation? How do you make that distinction? That's all I'm asking.
It is because what God has revealed to us about His character in the Bible. He's
About
given
his
us Holy
character. So,
Spirit.
is his character in alignment with telling you to slaughter kids?
I mean, it can be like
so then there to me, how do you differentiate? Because it sounds like something the devil would do. To me, when I hear slaughter those kids, that's something like you would think the devil would do. Like when I grew up in Sunday school, that's what I would have thought the devil would tell me to do. Not
Sure.
what
And
the
I said
almighty,
over and over,
all-knowing,
that's why I don't
all-powerful,
believe-
all-loving God that died for me, right? Literally, that's not what I would expect that they would do in that scenario. So if
Sure,
you're
and
talking
that's why
about
I said
expectations
over and
about
over
what
that I
they're,
wouldn't
so
put my
please listen,
politics based
please
on what I
listen.
hear.
If you're talking about expectations in terms of what you would, what they're telling you to do, and that's how you differentiate, well then that would tell me that it's the devil and not God in that scenario. But that's not how you make that differentiation. You're willing to say that even things like the slaughtering of children is within the all good, all loving nature of God. Like what?
Sure.
And by the way, you're probably also pro-life.
Yes, I am pro-life. But you do you understand what I'm saying? That is bringing assumptions to a theological claim. That is bringing assumptions about the nature of the devil, the nature of God, and the nature of how God communicates with His people. Also, I wouldn't even. My primary means.
Yeah, they just got they have internal feeling that they know it's God, and they just know it.
I mean, we don't have to talk about you're the one who brought up hearing from God. I brought up that my politics are based on the Bible and a more concrete view of God and His character. I mean, you're the one who seems to care a lot about if God is going to talk to me.
Yeah, because this is a criticism of your view. Because I don't think you can make this differentiation, right? There is no way of making that differentiation. And that's why I think that if I were Christian, the way that I would interpret this is that this is not something that legitimately happened. And it's actually to get people to question whether or not what they're getting is from God or from the devil. And that actually this whole setup is actually so that you would realize that would be like the devil or not the fruits of God. Right. So if I were Christian, that's how I would interpret it, as like a parable to get you to question in the scenario whether or not it's God or Satan. And actually you're supposed to realize that would be Satan in that scenario that'd be commanding you, and you shouldn't do that.
Sure.
So like actually that's the way that I would interpret it as a Christian.
That's an interesting take, but I think it's beside the point. I mean I don't believe God is going to talk to me. I think Hebrews 1 talks about how in past times He talked to the prophets, but now He speaks to us through His Son, who Jesus is talked about as being the Word. So, I mean, I don't really care about God talking to me. In all honesty, like I told you, I am critical. I wouldn't believe things that I hear. All that. But you brought up Samuel and a defense, or Saul.
Yeah, I was like,
and
you said you would slaughter the kids. So I just want to let you know, like you would have chose to do that. So I think that's fucking insane. And I think that the fact that you say that, actually, if I were Christian, I would be like, that's a crazy thing. I would still criticize that.
I think it's more insane to choose.
You think that's all loving? It's all loving that God commands the slaughter of these children,
kids every year.
What's up?
More so than believing that is told to you by an all-knowing God.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it one more time?
I think it would be more insane to just voluntarily choose to kill millions of kids a year rather than believe that it's being told to you by a all-loving, all-powerful God, which is what it seems you believe, and it seems like Democrats believe.
Yeah, that it should be legal to get access to an abortion, and those aren't that's not the same. So do you understand that there's sentient babies versus non-sentient embryos?
Can you define sentience?
Yeah, subjective experience.
And at what point does a person gain a subjective experience?
22 to 24 weeks in the womb.
Okay, so is it all right to kill someone who's 22 weeks old in the womb?
Well, after that point, you would deem it to be murder if it's elective circumstances. But there shouldn't be any law restricting it because I don't think that
Why?
people are waiting to that point to do so. And I think it would just restrict people who need it in the exceptions. And after that,
Then
after
why
viability, it's just an induction of labor. So
why would it be okay to kill someone at 22 weeks, but not other people in other circumstances, like an adult person?
I just said it wasn't. I said after 22 weeks, it would be.
You said it'd be considered
murder.
murder, but that doesn't mean we should outlaw it, correct?
Yes.
So why would it be okay to kill a person there, but
That doesn't mean it's
you said
okay.
we wouldn't outlaw it?
That doesn't mean it's okay.
Well, I mean, civilly it would be okay if you're saying we shouldn't outlaw
So you're
it.
saying why should it be legal?
Yes.
In that because it's not going to, any law that would restrict it is not going to restrict it from happening in those circumstances to much of an extent, but it is going to restrict people specifically who do need to get abortions, right? In the situations in which it's like self-defense, right, of the pregnant individual, great other scenarios like that would be relevant where we think the exception should be applied. So at least as a basis for that's why I think it should be legal, is because it's not actually going to prevent the murder, right, of those particular circumstances, right, if we are going to make it illegal after that particular point.
So you think after 22 weeks, the circumstances that allow for it are like what?
Well, after
affecting the
viability, it's an
woman's-
induction of labor.
Sure. But so then you don't believe in abortion after 22 weeks. You believe in induced labor. I mean, I think it
After
would be helpful to
viability, there's an
differentiate.
induction of labor. You don't do lethal termination.
Okay. So you would believe that it would be wrong to kill a baby after 22 weeks.
I've already said
Morally.
this multiple times. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking.
In
to
elective
clarify.
circumstances.
It would be wrong to in elective circumstances.
Yes.
It would be wrong to.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, can you rephrase what exactly you're saying?
Without the exceptions in place.
What would those exceptions be?
I've already clarified. Do I need to do you know what typical exceptions for abortion are?
Is it like ectopic pregnancies endangered to
Like
the mother's
self-defense, endanger to the health of the pregnant person, right? Like rape, things like that. Those are exceptions where it's typically applied. So I'm saying in elective circumstances, which means not in those exceptions.
health? But then it would be okay in those exceptions.
Yes.
Okay. Then do you believe that there are people that are alive outside of the womb that aren't sentient
So I think that
for various medical reasons?
people,
For various, yes. Well,
like, do you mean like
humans?
like for example, like they're in a coma, they're not currently sentient,
Correct.
but they have past sentience and future sentience?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
but they still have my value because my values are past or present and future subjective experience. So if they have past and future, they still have that granted value.
What about someone who doesn't have a family or has memory loss or all those things? Where
Memory is
they're-
not the basis of sentience. That's not; those are different.
But you said you talked about past and present.
Yes, past
defining
experience, present experience, future experience.
So if they don't have the
Memory
have
does
the
not
past
change whether or not you experience something. I don't remember half the people I debated yesterday, yet I still experienced it.
sure, but I don't see how that affects the value of a person.
What? Whether or not they have an experience? Okay, do you
Yeah.
think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
It wouldn't be murder, no.
Okay, but they still have cellular life.
Sure, and I
So
think-
based
I think that's-
upon your understanding, you would say, "Oh, I don't understand how someone could value them any differently." Well, obviously you understand that because you clearly think that because their
But that's not
sentience
based
is
on
never going to come
experience.
back, that they're not going to be at the basis of personhood anymore.
Exactly, and I think that's what
So
underlines.
if they've
the
never
abortion
had
argument, because
subjective
a
experience
child has
before-
infinite potential.
Wait, so
and
watch.
Infinite.
Watch, if they never have experience ever again, they're not a person anymore. If they've never had experience
I wouldn't
before,
say they're not a person. Just because you're killing them doesn't mean they're not a person.
What?
I don't think that person who's brain dead was lost personhood. I just
Oh
think
my God, what?
you-
Okay, so personhood ends at the point in which sentience ends. That's what you'd expect. That's why you said it isn't murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, right?
I mean, they're still a person.
Okay, so then you think it's okay to murder a person under your view? That makes no sense.
You're also using the word murder for that.
Yeah, I'm using it's under your own view. I said under your own view. Oh my God, dude.
then
It's
no,
like I have to
I wouldn't
describe to you
murder
every
that
single
person.
time I say something like that I'm criticizing you based upon your own view, even though I said it. I
Then
said
no,
it
I
in the
wouldn't.
statement.
No, I wouldn't murder a person
No, okay,
who's
so
brain
do you
dead.
think it's murder?
But I wouldn't. But I'd pull up. No, it's not murder.
Are they a person?
They are a person.
So you think killing a person is not murder?
It doesn't have to be. No, I mean the Bible doesn't talk about it that way. There's a difference between killing and murder in the Bible.
Okay. So why is it killing in this scenario and not murder for you?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but I think the biggest one is that it's a medical intervention. It's the person is brain dead. The person, I mean, it's the same. It's very.
But what
similar
about
to,
their brain death causes you to say it's not murder?
I think it's similar to what you said. I think it's because the potential for life isn't there.
Potential for subjective experience, you mean?
For life, I mean, yeah, sure.
They have cellular life already. They're
consciousness,
still
for
cellularly alive.
whatever.
So it's the subject.
Sure.
It's the potential for subject. Okay, so
I
the
mean,
point I'm then
subjective
saying,
experience isn't the only thing
that is the only
is the
change with
difference.
brain death. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Please listen to me for a second, okay?
Subjective experience is
Yes.
the only difference between a brain dead person and an alive person.
Yes. What the fuck do you think brain dead means?
I mean, subjective experience is like is
Dude,
such
what
a-
does he think? What does he
that's what
think
you're
brain
referring
death
to as
is? What?
consciousness.
Dude, he thinks I'm crazy for saying that? What? Dude, come on.
Your brain is dead. There is so much more than your. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand, sir. Can I explain?
Explain what? Yeah, go for it.
The view, okay? So you think at the end of an experience, right? That's going to be when they don't have the capacity to come back in terms of an experience. That's going to be when the value of personhood ends, right? Or at least the value ends where you don't consider it to be murder. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay. So then if it, at the point in which their subjective experience is done, that's when you don't assign the same level of value. Well, then why wouldn't you assign more value once they do become sentient? Like if they've never become sentient before, why do you assign value?
Because they have like infinite potential for sentience.
Okay, so there's a potential that exists there. Okay, so if...
And not just potential, but like almost guaranteed.
Do you think condoms are bad? Do you think they're wrong
No.
to use? Okay, so
No.
like morally. Oh, but they prevent that active potential. Right?
Sure,
There's
that's what I was
potentially
trying
a
to
subjective
differentiate,
experience
just
that could exist from that.
But it's not just potential. It is like guaranteed potential. It is like if you don't, as long
It
as
is
you
not
don't,
guaranteed potential.
I'm not saying condoms are. I'm saying the just not pulling the plug on or not putting on a condom and the odds of that ending up in a pregnancy versus a fetus who is already developing and chemically has DNA and is a human continuing to develop and just choosing not to suction it out of the mother are completely different in their elements of potential.
So you're saying you value it differently based upon the level of potentiality?
I mean, I think that's definitely an element because, I mean, the same way a person walking down the street has more potential to be alive tomorrow than someone.
Yeah, if someone has a greater potential of being unalive tomorrow, are they less valuable as a person?
No, I mean, this ultimately.
Wait! You just
what you're
contradicted
talking
yourself. They have less potential, right? Under your view, right? Less
that's
probability
not
for potential in the future. So are they less valuable? You'd have to concede yes, based upon your argument.
I mean, I think it depends. I think this is where just the rationality of saying. I think that is one element. I would agree, but
you're not realizing the absurdity of this view. This is a crazy view.
No, I'm saying this is what I'm saying is that I don't think the rationality of like working these things out and saying that the line is at 22 weeks or the line is consciousness or the line is here. I don't think that works because you have to make all these concessions. I think you need to have it rooted in something like a moral framework that comes from scripture or that comes from
Scripture doesn't tell you when you value it. Like you can have my view and still be Christian. There's nothing about my view that is antithetical to Christian views.
I mean, it would contradict very important things in the Bible.
No, where?
I mean, if you don't believe that it's a human life before 22 weeks.
No, I think I believe it's life at conception. There's nothing in the Bible that says life at conception, by the way. But I don't believe it's valuable life until sentience. Now, you can have that view as a Christian because you can believe that's tied with ensoulment. And the same way that you
Well-
don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead is the same reason that you can think, even though there's cellular life, you don't think it's murder to get an abortion prior to sentience. So again, you can be Christian and you can hold that view. There's nothing about your Christian view that means that you have to hold the incredibly oppressive view that you hold.
What makes it oppressive?
Yeah, that you're restricting people's access to abortion, the fact that you're causing people to go through a significantly higher maternal mortality rate, you're putting pregnant individuals' lives at risk to a greater extent in terms of their medical health. The financial health of individuals is significantly negatively impacted as well, because it's extremely costly to go through the context of a pregnancy, not just psychologically speaking and physically speaking on your body, but also financially speaking on top of all of those things, because we don't have a universal healthcare system in this country because of the person that you voted for, again, that just had concepts of a plan for healthcare. So again, like,
Do you think financial reasons could be a reason for an abortion, like just finances?
absolutely.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Okay, cope.
I mean, our hospital system, you can't deny someone help if they can't pay for it. Also, we have the adoption system. If they don't want to raise a baby, there's
Yeah, but they
many
get an
parents
insanely
waiting for-
high level
no
of
newborn
debt,
babies
and that's
go into the foster
Wait, I just want
system.
to let you know, in the circumstances with emergency, that's not preventative healthcare. So it's going to be after there's chronic levels of conditions, and someone's going to be at a significantly higher likelihood of dying, and then also there's an insane level of debt that's going to build up. So people are unlikely to want to do that because of the expense.
Sure, I mean that's bad, but in my view that it's not worth murdering a person, and
Well,
and,
it's
and I
not
think
murder.
at this point we're just at a very fundamental worldview difference.
By the way, you said you would murder a baby because God commanded you, and you don't even
Okay,
know
that-
whether or not it be God or the devil. But then again, you have some big issue with abortion. Again, prior to sentience, by the way, right? Some big issue
mean,
with that. Even though,
also
right, you could
sentience-
argue from your own perspective that they haven't reached the point of ensoulment.
The idea of understanding that a baby is sentient, like at 22 weeks, that you can have a hard line like that, I think is insane. That one
I
one
said 20 through
day
24 weeks, but yeah.
Exactly. It's a movable line. How do you tell when something is sentient? The
Wait,
fact
this
that
is from a
the-
moral view. Like, this is not a legal restriction. This is a moral
Sure,
view.
but I'm saying that 1 minute you could be killing someone and it would be murder, and the next it wouldn't be, or vice versa. That with just a few
Yeah,
weeks
when they have
later,
sentience
that's
versus they
just
don't have
insane
sentience.
to me.
Yeah, like
That's-
once
but
someone
we
becomes
don't
brain
know
dead,
that.
it's
There's
not
no way
murder to pull the
quantify
plug.
that. There's no way to quantify that in a fetus. It's
There
like,
is
okay, week
subjective
20
experience. We
how
have
is it-
neuroscience studies in that.
Okay, how would you measure whether a fetus is sentient at 22 weeks?
Yeah, so take a look at the
Please explain that
bibliography in my
process.
bio. There are neuroscience papers that overlook this. It's particularly based off the prefrontal cortex, the thalamocortical connections. We know that those are the center of the mind and body integration of a subjective experience. We have very good data to substantiate that, right? This isn't something we don't understand at all.
I still think that's insane.
Okay, science. Science! Crazy, how could you believe that? Oh my
mean-
god.
I mean,
horrible, actually. Science, how could you believe that shit?
I have.
Can I ask you a question? You're so Christian, right?
yeah.
How do you feel about Trump committing blasphemy and representing himself as God?
Yeah, that was not cool. I did not like that.
But that's like an unforgivable sin under your own worldview.
I mean, it's not, but
It is.
it is.
Blasphemy is an unforgivable sin.
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, God is the
in
Holy
the
Spirit.
Book of Mark
Do you believe in the
talks about-
Trinity?
Oh my gosh, dude!
Do you
have
believe in
no
the Trinity?
biblical literacy. Okay, that is. Go ahead and. I mean, I could read you the story if you want.
Let me ask you the
There's a
question. Do
very
you
specific
believe in the
context.
Trinity?
I do believe in the Trinity. Yes,
Okay. So do you believe the Holy Spirit is God?
I do believe the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Is God.
So do you think Jesus is God?
I do believe.
So Jesus is the Holy Spirit.
No.
No? That's contradictory?
No. Jesus is not the
If
Holy
A,
Spirit.
wait, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you agree?
Okay, this is something I think that
Wait,
is-
can you
is really tough.
disagree with transcendental logic?
Help me explain. Just
If
give me
A
1
equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you agree?
No, not when you're talking about God.
What?
This is, my,
What?
this is what
What-
you're revealing about yourself. This was your issue when you
Not
brought
when
up
you're
God and the
talking
devil.
about
This is your
God.
issue
Are you just
now.
saying God is
Yes,
illogical?
God
Did
is
you
the
just
thing-
concede God is
God is the
illogical?
thing. God is outside. He is the transcends physics. He is what like
Transcends
by definition,
logic?
God. Is
No,
what
you
is
can't
outside of
transcend
that.
logic, my guy. That's illogical. That makes zero fucking sense.
There are things
You cannot
that
make sense of
transcend
transcending
There are
logic.
things we can't understand. There are
Yeah, so
things-
could you
I mean,
okay, so
that-
do you
by
think a squared
definition,
circle
God is
listen to
that
this.
which is
Do you think a
outside.
squared circle could exist?
A square?
Yeah, something with zero side or with zero corners and four corners at the same time.
No, I mean not in three-dimensional space.
Could God create a squared circle?
I think that is. I think that
If
is the
God
dumbest
transcends
question, and it
logic,
shows
could he
your
create a squared
philosophical
circle?
Understanding. I think the fact that you're resorting to the argument. Of a
He
squared
can't answer the
circle
question.
shows you don't
Could God
understand.
create a squared circle?
I mean, yeah, I think so. But this is all.
No way,
insane.
dude!
Like, you
Stop!
clearly
Stop!
don't understand.
I don't understand. Okay, stop. As a Christian, you don't have to say this. You don't have to say this. This is nuts. Okay. As a Christian, what God can do is within logic. You can't transcend logic. That's incoherent gibberish. Okay. The fact that you said God can create a squared circle shows you have no fucking philosophical understanding of your own view. Because when someone is saying that God is all powerful, they're not claiming that God could lift a boulder that is heavier, or sorry, could make a boulder that's so heavy that he couldn't lift it, right? Because that's impossible. Because he couldn't lift it if it was so heavy that he couldn't lift it, because that's the goal of the task. But then also he's supposed to be able to still pick it up because he's all powerful. That would be incoherent. That's gibberish. Okay? So how do you get around this? By saying God can do all possible things. Okay? So God is still bound by logic. God does not transcend logic. Nothing can transcend logic. Logic is a fact of reality. Okay? You cannot get around it. Okay? If A equals B, and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you agree with that statement?
Oh.
Sorry, I accidentally muted you because I tried to unmute you. You gotta click the microphone to unmute in the bottom right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
And that was the point I was trying to make when you were first talking about the square circle. Is that is an incoherent argument. I'm just not willing to make the assertion that an infinite, all-powerful God who can experience reality more than us. I'm not going to put the limitation that a square circle is impossible for him.
You
But
have
what
to,
you said,
because that's incoherent if you say that he can create a squared circle. Because it's
I mean,
impossible for it to have four
in our
corners
current
and
under-
zero
in
corners
our current
simultaneously. That's
experience-
literally impossible.
in our three-dimensional current experience of the world.
Dude, a square and a circle are relative to those experiences. That's like saying A
Sure.
doesn't equal A, dude. Can
Sure.
God make A not equal to A? Can God make 2 + 2 not equal 4?
I mean, I think it's
In
like
the
you
same
said,
sense of the
gibberish.
term
It
that
makes
we
no
mean when we
sense.
say 2 + 2 = 4?
It makes no. I think this is all like.
Dude, you're not making sense. This is incoherent gibberish, okay? You just acknowledge
okay.
that this is ridiculous.
Well,
and we can move past this.
Outside of your square circle, like yes, God cannot create a rock too heavy for him. to
Yes, there you go. God can't do contradictions. God does not
And that's
transcend
what-
logic. Okay, so
what I'm
then
trying
answer
to
this
say.
question. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Do you agree?
Oh my gosh. But sure, yes.
Okay,
you
there we
said,
go. So
in our
so then
current
I watch this. Watch this.
experience, in our
Watch
current-
this. Jesus is
Is the
God.
Father, is the Son,
Watch.
and our God,
Watch.
and the Spirit is God.
That's what you're gonna
Listen,
say, right?
yeah, Jesus is God. The Holy Spirit is God. Therefore, Jesus is the Holy Spirit. Very easy.
No, literally not the case. If Tom Holland is Spider-Man and Andrew Garfield is Spider-Man, is Tom Holland Andrew Garfield?
They're different depictions of Spider-Man. We're not saying that they're Spider-Man in the same movie.
Sure, but if A equals B, if B equals C, like it doesn't have to work that way. If you're talking
Yes,
about a
it does.
transcendent God, if your God
What
can
transcend
fit inside,
does not mean above logic.
it can.
No, it doesn't.
In our experience of
No, it
logic,
doesn't. You're
you as
incoherent.
an individual
This
parsers.
is you are willing to take religion so far. You're just delusional, dude.
Yeah, I
Like
am.
straight up
Yeah,
delusional.
I care that much.
Wait, dude. You know what? If this
For
delusion
anyone listening, you should care that much.
okay. If you want to
Find
believe your
something to care
delusion,
about.
go for it. I don't care. The point that I want to make is to stop forcing it on other people.
I mean, I think that's what inherently morality is forcing a belief system on other people.
Yeah, but
I'm
yours
glad
is
that people are
literally
forcing
based on
murder
delusion.
other
Like
people.
actually based on delusion. So like
I mean, that's
dude, you literally
like,
think God can do logically
Holland.
impossible things.
Yeah, I believe God is.
Yeah, that's
beyond logic.
incoherent. Most Christians will agree that's incoherent. Okay?
I mean, but you also think that the Trinity is logically impossible. So of course, most Christians would believe that God.
I do
is
think the
beyond
Trinity is
that.
logically impossible.
So what you're saying isn't accurate.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying if you believe in the Trinity, then you believe in this.
But if you're holding that logic is necessarily A equals B equals C, then no, most Christians believe God is outside that, because most Christians believe in the Trinity.
Well, most Christians don't believe that God can create logically impossible things. Do you agree?
Sure, maybe.
So I would say that inevitably speaking, they would
I'm not
they
even
would
sure
be.
most Christians would say that.
I think if
a
you're
lot of
consistent with
Christians-
your view, I think it's just an inconsistent view that Christians tend to hold. If you're consistent with your view, you'll be a partialist or like a modalist or something that is actually typically deemed to be heresy.
No, actually, if I'm consistent with my view and saying that God doesn't have to fit in a box and God doesn't have to be completely rational and fit down to an equation, no, I'll trust what the Bible says.
Wait, do you agree the Trinity is illogical?
I'm by your definition of logic that you're saying that A has to
What
equal B,
definition
B
of
equals
logic
C.
I'm using? What definition of logic am I using that you don't use?
I mean, you're saying if A equals B equals C means that
That's
if
just that's
Jesus
just
is
transcendental
God
logic.
and the Spirit is God, then Jesus is God. I'm saying that doesn't. Those two things aren't the same. I'm saying Jesus.
Okay, how about this? Is
God,
Jesus
Holy Spirit
100% God?
Yes, he is.
Okay, is the Holy Spirit 100% God?
Yes, he is.
Okay, is 100% God 100% God?
Yes, it is.
So Jesus is the Holy Spirit.
See, there's something here you just
that destroys the entire point. He has nothing to say. You got nothing to say now.
I mean, you can think that
you said 100% God is 100% God. Jesus is 100% God. The Holy Spirit's 100% God. But Jesus is not the Holy Spirit. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Do you even know what you're saying?
And then that's why I'm not willing to concede that God is not outside logic, because I'm willing to believe
hold
in a
up.
God that is greater than whatever like trash you're spitting.
What do you mean trash? I'm spitting, dude. You just said that Jesus is 100% God. The Holy Spirit's 100% God. 100% God is 100% God, but Jesus is not the Holy Spirit. Any reasonable person can realize that that's a contradiction.
I would encourage you to
I'm serious. The only reason you believe this is straight up cognitive dissonance. Okay?
It is not.
So,
No,
yes, it is. It totally is. It 100% is. You believe this only because it's societally acceptable to do so. Like, I'm totally serious. It is cognitive dissonance to the highest fucking extent possible, okay? You literally believe the most incoherent possible ideological belief ever. By the way, you can be Christian. You don't have to say this. You can be Christian. You don't have to say this. This is ridiculous, okay? Now, again, stop using this as a basis to say that we should be forced to go through a fucking pregnancy. While, by the way, you think that you would fucking slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek if God commanded you. I don't want to hear it. Like, it's ridiculous. You are not pro-life.
I mean, I think the if you want to formally talk about specifically the Samuel case and the Saul case, I would like to talk to you about that at some point. There's a lot more. There's some. All the kids, there are some scholars who believe that is a, to put them all to death is an ancient Near Eastern aphorism for just completely defeating them. Whatever, we could get into that.
Shut up,
I don't
dude.
really care about
my god, fucking hell, man. Just put them all to death means that doesn't mean put them all to death.
That's a thing that pops up in ancient Near Eastern literature. I'm not even saying I believe that. I'm just saying if we want to talk about that, we could sit down and talk about that. I haven't looked into. I'm just saying that I believe in a God, and I believe that morality is necessary.
Okay.
Like, if you believe that forcing your religion on someone is wrong, I believe morality is.
Wait, do you think adultery should be illegal?
I think that's a very interesting question, but no.
No. So you don't think all sin should be illegal?
There's more credence to that than just saying no, but no.
Okay, so you don't think all sin should be illegal?
No.
Okay. If not all sin should be illegal, then can we agree that just saying that abortion is sinful is not a reason to say it should be illegal?
Sure. Yeah. Just because it's doesn't mean no. There's other reasons.
Okay, what are the other reasons?
I think that God values human life, and that every time human life is brought up in the Bible, that is an extremely important thing. And I think that that the civil servant, like it talks about in Romans 13, has the authority to do justice, and there's a high level of justice when you're attacking human life, and so I think that needs to be taken into account.
That's still just based on God's values. So it's still like when we're acknowledging what's a sin versus what's not a sin, that's a predicate off of God's values, right?
Well, no. I mean, there are things outlined in the Bible that straight up say what's a sin and what's not a sin. It's not just this value judgment of who I believe God to be.
It literally is. It's literally God's prescription of morality.
In the Bible,
like what is sinful, what is not, is God's prescription of morality. The fact that he disputes these things is crazy, dude. These are like typical things that have been accepted by Christians for thousands of years.
It's not just a value judgment on God's character.
Yes, it is. It is a value judgment from God.
Written down in the Bible.
Okay, I can't do this anymore, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah,
you don't think that what is sinful is a value judgment from God? What? What the fuck is a value judgment?
I'm saying it's more than that. I'm saying it is. Well, yes, it's a value judgment from God, but I'm saying I would.
Okay, the fact that it took you that long to do this, how do you think God would feel about you saying that he shouldn't be able to immigrate here because he's not white?
God shouldn't immigrate here?
Yeah.
Because he's not white.
Yeah.
I never said that.
Well, I mean, that's actually what you were kind of arguing earlier. I'm going to be totally honest.
I'm saying immigration isn't a good thing for our country.
Yeah, because you think it's because our culture has changed and we had more culture in the past. And what you said was more culture was that we had more respect of public places, but you provided no argument for that.
True story.
Okay, so do you think that it's an issue if a majority of the population isn't white?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think that's a problem?
Not necessarily, not just that. I think there are things that come along with that. If you have a lot of people from the Middle East, from South America coming, I mean, things that come along with a less white population tend to bring these other cultures.
So I have a question. Would you prefer Christian Africans to European atheists coming to our country and immigrating here?
I think it's a really hard question.
How is that a hard question? Based on your view, don't you want more Christians in the country?
I don't know. Those are people I don't know. But
so
I think if you're talking about the values of
Christian Africans or atheist Europeans,
then I tend to rather have the values of Europeans in my country. I mean, just because they're I'm not going to legislate immigration based on religion.
Do you realize this guy's so bigoted that he literally says he would take where he says that the atheist Europeans would be more in alignment with his values than the African Christians.
Not
You're Christian, bro. You're literally Christian.
I'm saying that European.
Dude, this guy, man. You think an atheist is more in alignment with your ideological views and your values than a Christian?
I'm saying that. Well, also a lot of African Christianity has a lot of just wild stuff in it, and talk about
hold up, pause
and stuff.
I'm not going to let you do this. You know that damn well they're not closer to you in terms of values. You just exposed yourself as a racist. You know that, right? That was totally just exposing your racism.
European cultures and European political systems and European values are something I would rather.
Wait, what values? What values do you care more? Wait, tell me what values you care more about than your literal religious views.
I mean, the democracy that exists in the West.
You care more about democracy while you voted for the guy that tried to undermine our democracy? Wow, you did a great job.
That's literally not true. But
not true? Really? He didn't deny the 2020 election results after 60+ courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
Dog, if you still believe that the 2020 election results were legit when there's like more voters than ever.
This guy is so delusional. Wait, hold up. You think the election was rigged? What evidence? Okay, I have a question. What evidence do you have? Okay, actually, no, I'll ask you this question. How come they could rig it in 2020 but they couldn't rig it in 2024?
There's people like Charlie Kirk. There was people like
Charlie Kirk existed in 2020.
No, I'm saying, bro, let me finish. Charlie Kirk made a huge effort in the 2024 election to ensure secure elections.
He tried to do that in 2020 too. He said it was rigged.
There wasn't a COVID and a mass amount of mail-in ballots that
Trump also signed. Trump voted by mail. You know that, right?
Sure. Yeah, but I'm saying that's a less secure election.
How did you vote?
In a non-pandemic.
How did you vote?
I didn't vote in 2020, but I voted in person in 2024.
Okay. So you think anyone who voted by mail, they voted fraudulently?
No, dude, that is putting words in my mouth. I'm saying an election that exists during a pandemic where there's a ton of mail-in ballots is less secure than one that isn't.
Do you have any evidence that proportionally speaking, mail-in ballots are less secure?
No, not that I have.
So, by the way, not only do you not have evidence that they're less secure, but also you have no reason to believe that that could change the results of the election. So, answer this question. So, you said it was just because Kirk had a push. Kirk had a push in 2020 to try to figure out what happened with the 2020 election. Trump did. It was the most overlooked. It was the most overlooked election in U.S. history. Okay.
What was
the 2020 election?
Overlooked by what?
By our processes, our audits, our independent counting, our court processes. We had 60 plus courts. We did not even have that for 2024. So the idea that they could rig it in 2020, but they couldn't rig it in 2024, when, by the way, Trump was in office in 2020 and they were in office in 2024, is insane. It's batshit crazy.
I'm saying there's factors in the 2020 election that haven't existed in any other election, and they're massive factors that easily could play a role.
Pandemic does not mean election was rigged.
I'm not saying that is the direct reason it means. I'm saying looking at the registered number of voters, the mass amount of just extra votes that happened in 2020. I mean, the fact that Joe Biden is the most voted for politician in American history is...
You want me to explain why? More people were at home. More people were watching TV. More people were on the internet and on social media. Meaning more people were seeing what's going on with the election. We're seeing the politics because they were at home rather than going out. That's a very easy explanation. I don't think that's very complicated.
You think people care less about politics in 2024?
I think that less people were involved with politics in 2024 than they were in 2020 because of the pandemic in 2020. Yes.
Sure.
It pushed more people online. It's just a fact.
I mean, that's possible.
It's not possible. It's a fact. Like, we all know this because, like, think about how many more people were on the internet. That's just reason. It's very reasonable that would be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that necessarily that accounts for just people being on the...
You got a civic and election integrity violation. Bye-bye.
Slay, dude.
That guy was so delusional. Like, actually so crazy. Janet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much on PayPal. Sydney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, right? He doesn't believe in that at all. Mary, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's absolutely horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Of course. I'm glad to hear that we can provide some support here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's ridiculous, and probably they would advocate to like literally investigate people in those circumstances. Casey, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it is really brutal. Kiera, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're doing great. Kayla, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Rebel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Mary, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much. Give me some W's from Mary in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mary. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, like, yeah, kind of.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think that we can move on to our conversation. By the way, Mary, I would say it depends on the industry. I wouldn't know depending on the industry and depending on the area. It could be effective, but it also obviously would probably be safer to do so when like the economy is more secure. I would say that for sure. But yeah, either way, I think that, I mean, obviously if you have like a working idea, like it will probably work and be fine. To be honest with you. But now let me make sure to catch up with YouTube, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. For the 2,700 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It helps push it out to more people. Zach, thank you for the $40. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's a law of non-contradiction. You absolute potato, literally. An abortion is the termination of pregnancy. If the child is viable, it's just birth. This person is being intentionally dense. True. Kenneth as well. Thank you for the €5. Thank you very much. I'm a European atheist, and I do not have the same values as this guy. I would never vote for a liable abuser. And I'm also pro-choice. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Goat. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Zach. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all true. Seriously. And he would totally defend all of that. Feisty, thank you for the $10 for the pink hair. Thank you. Mr. Dem, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. And Shadow Lord, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I have one more person to thank. Oh, it's not loading. Autumn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I'm pretty sure he did at this point. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I'll be honest. I don't debate at all. I'm probably punching way above my league here. But I mean, it's not even like if I support Donald Trump. I mean, I was just kind of always like I grew up in a split household. But I'll be honest, like, dude, what's going on? Like, it's kind of bullshit. Like, I'm not in favor of like anything that's going on right now. Like, my life has not gotten better with Trump in office, and it's just annoying.
Okay, so then why do you support him?
I feel like he's just probably more of like, I'm out of here.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm kind of on the side because I'm a huge Trump supporter, but he's just not been doing the good things recently, like putting us into the war with Iran. But I'm just kind of on the edge. Is there any way you can change my mind?
Yeah, of course I could. Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Maybe still Trump.
Okay, so why would you still support Trump?
Because I'm kind of on the edge because is the whole thing with like the Kamala putting people in jail for the marijuana, is that all true?
Oh, well, that's TikTok TOS. There was 45 people that specifically violated probation that she just upheld the law specifically in those scenarios, but those are for violations of other crimes on top of this, not just for people having it. Plus, she's advocated to legalize it for a very long time. And even so, she could have done that in the past and then changed her mind, even if that were true, which it's not. The idea that she just put people who just had simple possession in prison. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
28 years old.
Do you support Trump?
100%.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
100% Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I actually came back from a foreign country 2 days ago, and I saw how the people there lived and operated. And then I came back, and I really thought to myself, man, I'm grateful to be, because of Trump being able to lead a democracy like ours, I'm just grateful and blessed to be able to live in the United States, man.
Okay.
And Donald Trump is part of the reason why we have all the freedoms we have. We're able to go out to the grocery store and buy food. Yeah, it may not be the cheapest, but we're still able to do that, man. So.
Okay, so how is Donald Trump upholding freedom? I would say he's undermined our freedom. He's undermined our democracy. If we look at the Democracy Freedom Index, we've actually become worse off in terms of our democracy, historically, or not historically, comparative to other countries around the world in terms of their freedom and democracies since Trump's got in office.
I just don't understand. So the democracy you're saying has deteriorated and went less democratic. What are we do not have the freedom that we have that we don't have today that we had in the past?
No, it's the undermining of our democracy. Like, for example, when Donald Trump gets 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence, and he ensures a lack of trust within the context of our democratic processes, that limits how legitimate and fair our systems are. Plus, when Republicans constantly want to gerrymander and have significantly more gerrymandering than Democrats do, right, that also doesn't make things fair. So, and it limits the conditions of democracy. So there are countless things that we can bring up. Trump also has tried to undermine our Constitution by saying he wants to federalize the elections, which by the Constitution it says it's up to the states. So That all of this is
you're
like
kind of saying. So your first point was basically him calling out that the government is kind of being manipulated or something. He's calling that out, and you're saying that him calling that out is affecting our freedoms and democracy. I think it woke people up, actually.
wait. So
I
you think
it's
the election
actually,
was rigged in 2020?
it was a little fishy, man. I'm not going to come up to that specific conclusion, but I think there was some hands within the cookie jar, if you want to call it that, and
Nope, there was
did
no
some
evidence of
things.
that. There were 60 plus court cases indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There were audits in every single swing state indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. There were recounts in all the swing states, independent over reviews. All of them indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So what makes you think that?
Well, I just kind of connected some dots. COVID, mail-in balloting. Okay, we get that. Mail-in balloting can be rigged pretty easily. Okay, we get that.
No evidence of that.
No evidence. Again, and then that leads me to my very initial point would be these big businesses, these that own pretty much every single thing. I mean, wouldn't they have some sort of agenda? Like, hey, here's the evidence. There's no evidence. Do you
Not the
think they could
billionaire
get
president
corrupted and
making billions
manipulate the
from the
99%?
presidency. Not the billionaire president that's making billions from the presidency. He's not the one that's self-interested. It must be some other business that's completely irrelevant, which, by the way, the Harris administration would increase their taxes on and regulate to a greater extent.
Yeah, that's what she said that she was going to do. But we don't know that.
We do
don't
know that based
No,
upon
we
how the
don't.
Biden administration acted comparative to the Republican administrations.
No, so you can't 100% know that. I mean, that's you're saying a theory that, hey, if that's true, if she did this in her older presidency, it doesn't
No,
necessarily mean that she's
you
going
mean
to do
under
it in
the
her
last
presidency.
administration that just happened?
Yeah, you can't call that's going to be a fact.
Yeah, it is, because I'm just telling you the exact same sort of policy that existed under the Biden administration, that she was advocating to continue these policies, and that these policies would have continued if Trump didn't get rid of them.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, election happened today. I think if Camilla was president,
Kamala.
could you not interrupt me, man?
You called her Camilla, bro. I'm just
I
telling
think
you it's Kamala.
if,
That's all I'm saying. It's okay.
okay, well, whatever, you feel good about. I'm just saying, man, I think, have you ever been outside the country? Are you able to witness what's actually really going on in the world today?
Yeah, I have been outside of the country.
Okay. And every time you come back to the United States, are you feeling some sort of, man, this country is something special?
Nope.
You don't have any feeling towards that. You actually despise the United States. Is that what you're telling me?
I despise who's running the United States right now. I love this country. I want this
Okay, so
country to
you're
be
putting
amazing and
100%
great,
blame.
but I think that Trump right now is undermining this country.
And you think Donald Trump is the sole man running the country right now, huh? He's
Not the only
one-
person, but he's one
he's
of the
the
main
one.
people, and he's the leader
Well,
of
why don't you
of the
guys
people
ever
doing
dig
this.
down? Why don't you guys ever dig deep into it and start going a little bit more deeper instead of being so surface level?
A
with
little
Donald
bit
Trump?
more deeper instead of being so surface level.
Right,
You just
right.
got a misinformation flag. Great. Now I got to hit a restart on the stream. All right, everyone. I got to hit a restart here on TikTok. That's the second misinformation flag that I've got. So if I get another one, I'll lose my account access. So we got to do a quick restart, everybody. I'll be right back. Literally, it'll take 10 seconds. Just click the profile picture at the top left and click on my account again. Click the profile picture again. Refresh. I'll be back in literally 10 seconds. Or you can just come join me over on YouTube. Parker get a job, and you won't even have to deal with that in the very first place. Alrighty, everybody. I'll be right back. Alrighty. To that quick restart. Alrighty. Louis, by the way, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo, by the way. Thank you. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second, everyone, for people to join back, everyone. I apologize for TikTok here. It's been like this recently. Misinformation rate is crazy. Diabolical. Misinformed MAGA causing there to be TOS violations. It's a bit brutal. We're going to get some people up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everyone. We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We're just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how you doing? I'm 24.
Do you support Trump? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Your girlfriend sucked my cock, bitch ass nigga. Fuck.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Kinda.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Just support being alive right now. There's no telling the geopolitical state that the world would be in if Kamala was in office currently.
You think that you wouldn't be alive?
Probably not. You know,
What makes you think that?
Last time we had Blue in office, we went to war. You know, we said
Trump caused us to go to war with Iran.
Trump caused us to go to war with Iran, but who caused us to send money to Ukraine and defend Ukraine when they're not?
Trump is doing the same thing.
But he
said he
didn't.
was wrong on that.
He didn't do it.
He actually is. He's currently sending money to Ukraine to defend them.
I mean, he stopped it. Like, he stopped, he paused, and now he's doing it now.
And then he brought it back because he said he was wrong.
He said he was wrong?
Yeah.
So I guess either way, we're kind of screwed. So, yeah, I guess.
Okay, but like that was defensive because we have an agreement with Ukraine to defend them against Russia invading. But specifically in the context of Trump invading Iran, we had no basis to do that. That's an offensive conflict that we started.
We had no basis. Aren't they developing nuclear weapons?
You understand that the strike we did about a year ago, Midnight Hammer, prevented that, and they haven't been developing their nuclear program since then.
But they still have the enrichment. They still have 61% enrichment of uranium.
But that's because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. And also, you have to acknowledge that they're not under an imminent nuclear threat because we destroyed their nuclear enrichment facilities about a year ago, again, due to Midnight Hammer.
Yeah, the ones that we know about, but who's to say that they aren't hiding even more that we don't know, you know?
Okay, well, we have no intelligence to be able to indicate that, so we can't base so that we're going to start a war based upon no intelligence. That's ridiculous. And also,
because our
if there's such a threat of this happening, then it's even worse that Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But he who hesitates loses. If we allowed them to get a weapon, what would happen to Europe? Like, do you care about Europe at all?
Yeah, I think that Trump has destroyed our relationships with Europe.
He's destroyed our relationships with Europe, but they decided to fit the bill now because of Trump.
It's not just because of Trump. It's because of the scenarios that were happening, whether it be the Russia invasion of Ukraine, whether it be the threats that exist in the context of the Middle East. And you could say it's because of Trump not being a good ally. Yeah, I guess. But that's because of a destabilization of relationships.
Okay, but do you think that Kamala would have made Europe fit the bill of 5% of their GDP on defense?
5% was established by NATO, not by Trump.
It wasn't okay. It was established by NATO, but they weren't paying at 5%. But now they're.
I think 5% is too much. I think 5% is ridiculous. Honestly,
why do you think 5% is too much? Do you know how a conventional war would happen? Like what happens, what goes on, what is necessary to defend yourself from that?
Yeah, I don't think that we need 5% of our GDP to defend ourselves. I think that we have mutually assured destruction with the context of nukes. And I think that if we keep a generally relatively good-sized military...
You don't have to use nukes to win a war, to fight and win a war. You don't need nukes.
I just want to clarify. I'm telling you what exists in terms of their arsenal that will prevent a war. Because we're talking about NATO.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about NATO. But who's to say that one day somebody won't press that button? And just because someone sends a nuke doesn't mean it's going to be.
That doesn't mean we need 5%, though. We shouldn't do 5% because potentially in the future this could happen. 2% makes sense, right? We were already there, mostly.
Why would 2%? How does that make any sense when we don't even have free healthcare over here?
What?
Like everyone in Europe has free healthcare because they're paying 2%. We
Well, then
we
let's
pay
pay
the most.
less. So let's pay less.
Let's pay less.
Yeah. Yeah, let's
You
cut
know
our
what? Yeah,
military
let's
budget.
pay less. Let's cut the budget.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's.
Yeah. There is
Yeah,
no
we don't
threats
need
out
we don't
there.
need as large of a military budget as we have. Yeah.
Why not? Our soldiers got to get paid.
Yeah, we can pay our soldiers and then still cut the military budget because we are spending
So
unnecessarily on the military
by
budget.
cutting their pay too, cut the soldiers' pay.
I explicitly just said not to do that, and then if you want to keep branding it that way, you can, but it's dishonest for you to do that.
Okay, yeah, you're right, but like I don't see why we would cut that. Like we don't know what these people are thinking. Maybe they are trying to kill us. You never know that, you know.
Okay, but we have the ability to defend our country without spending $1 trillion a year on the military. It's ridiculous.
How do you know that? Like why do you know that?
Because we spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We could cut our military budget in half and still have the largest military budget in the world by over $100 billion a year. Obviously, I think that we're going to be fine if we cut our military budget. It's going to be okay. It's not a big deal, and that'll actually be good for our country because then we'll be able to bring money back here at home.
That sounds good on paper, but then if we cut our budget, who defends Europe? Because they sure can't defend themselves right now.
We'll still be able to defend Europe even with that budget.
Not if we cut the budget. If we cut
Yes,
the budget,
we will,
by how
dude. You're
much?
being ridiculous, dude.
How am I
You're
being
acting
ridiculous?
he's acting like with $500 billion a year, by the way, which is more than $1 billion a day, which is nearly almost, it's getting close to $2 billion a day. We're not going to be able to fucking defend our country. You're being ridiculous,
How much?
dude.
How
You're
much?
being
Does,
so ridiculous,
you know
man.
how much
Stop it.
this equipment costs, dude? Like 500 billion is nothing. That's nothing.
500 billion is a lot per year. That's $5 trillion over 10 years. And by the way, if we can't do it with that much money, then there's a big issue. Where's that money going?
Oh, I did. Don't get conspiracy on me, but like 500 billion is essentially just not enough to fight a conventional war on two fronts, which we are supposed to be able to do.
Okay, but you understand that we're not supposed to be able to do that at any point in time. We don't need to do that. That's for wartime, not for where we are.
Wait. If something happened, if Russia decided to, let's say, turn Kyiv into a sandbox, and we had to defend Europe, and China just decided to take Taiwan, we would have to fight on two fronts. So why is the budget not necessary for that?
You can increase the budget in that circumstance if needed.
In that circumstance, why not have it already, which is what we do? Why
Because I
not
think
have
that's
that
ridiculous.
insurance already?
Because I think it's ridiculous to do that. I think it doesn't make sense monetarily speaking, and I think it limits us from being able to grow our economy, which is necessary to be able to fund these programs in the first place. If we want to maintain a strong enough economy to be able to fund these programs in the first place, we need to actually put money into our economy outside of just fucking defense contractors. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. We should be investing in our education. We should be investing in healthcare access. We should be investing in childcare access, investing in families. We should not be investing in wars all around the world, not for the benefit of us, but for oil companies, defense contractors, and Trump's billionaire buddies. I'm sick of it. I am done fucking spending trillions of dollars on this fucking bullshit. This is not for the defense of our country. It's not for the defense of our interests. It's for the defense of their fucking wallets, okay? And let's stop doing this bullshit because it's taking away from our future. It's taking away from your future. It's taking away from our children's future. And it's not good for this country.
Damn, I think you just flipped me blue. Thank you, Parker.
Okay, I feel like you're trolling. All right,
No, I'm
let's go.
not trolling, dude. Thank you.
You serious?
Yeah, dead ass.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Alrighty, well, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump,
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2008,
Okay, and what month?
January 19.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, one of the reasons, and I don't want to debate this part, but is because he has stricter abortion laws. He has also stricter immigration laws, even though he's doing a shit job. I know the war is kind of controversial, but I like Israel. I'm Christian, and I know the current state of Israel. The people that are running it are like they're not the real Jews. They're what's the word? This synagogue of Satan. Yeah, they're like the fake Jews. Literally, they're
Okay,
Zionists.
I don't know. I don't think the way to criticize the state of Israel is by saying that they're not fake Jewish. I think that's ridiculous to say.
No, like
Like that makes literally no fucking sense. I'm
Benjamin
sorry, that's just not an
Netanyahu.
argument. You can say you disagree with Zionist ideology, but it doesn't make sense to say that they're fake Jews. Like that's just stupid and anti-Semitic.
No, I'm
Okay.
Jewish, but Benjamin
Okay, you
Netanyahu
can
is a
still
fake
perpetuate
Jew.
anti-Semitism. Okay,
Is
how are they?
Benjamin Netanyahu a real Jew?
Okay, like ethnically, or are you saying religiously?
Obviously, he's not religiously, but like
Like ethnically?
I mean, yeah, ethnically he does have
Yeah.
Jewish heritage, but like,
So then, yeah, he is. He's not fake. Like, you
I
again,
mean,
you can
there's many Jews. What,
you can
who do you think the
criticize,
original Jews of
him
Israel
in
is?
so many ways. This is not the way to criticize him.
Who
Now,
do you think the original Jews of Israel is?
what?
The Black Hebrew Israelites. Like what?
I think
They're at least.
Are you trolling me?
Are you? Do you not know? Like, no? Do you not know that?
I feel like you're trolling.
Have you never heard of like? Do you know what the Black Hebrew Israelites are?
Yes, I actually do. Now, are you trolling? So I can just move on to the next person?
No, I'm not trolling. Have you never heard that argument?
No, I feel like I feel like you're trolling.
I didn't even want to debate the Israel part. I was just giving reasons. Like,
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the next person. I do feel like they're trolling. I'm just gonna trust my gut there. Kenya, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much, and Camille. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I just think you're really hot. Like, do you ever?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
We are Charlie.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for debates, everybody. You got some how old are you?
Hey, before I go into it, are you
support
allowed to
Trump?
talk? Yes, on certain policies.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Him.
Okay. And
but
what's your birth year?
91.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Certain policies. Before I say the policy, am I allowed to talk about Snoop Dogg's favorite hobby?
No.
No? Okay, never mind.
You can't. You can't say the specific term. You can say M drug, and you can say
Okay.
refer to it. There's no issue if you do that. Just be careful
Gotcha.
because I'll have to kick you if you say any specific term.
Okay, all like other names of it are not allowed.
Yeah, just say M drug.
Okay. So I wasn't a supporter until he actually turned out to be good for M drug. I work in the industry, and somehow he actually ended up being beneficial for the industry, and want to see your take on that.
So the Democrats would have legalized it.
That would have needed to
federal legalization.
Yeah, but that would have need to pass through the House and Senate, which is controlled by the Republicans.
But it's not just that; it needs to be signed into law. And if it is passed through Congress, Trump wouldn't sign it into law, but Harris would.
Oh, well, she put a lot of people in jail for it.
No, she didn't. You're talking about probation, people violating probation, so it's other crimes they committed, and then this is a violation of probation, not just for simple possession. And then she's advocated for the legalization for a very long time. Plus, when she was district attorney, that's when Donald Trump actually gave her money for her campaign.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, that's really,
You don't actually support Trump. You just wanted to talk about that. I'm assuming.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I don't know why you
All
do
right.
that. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
March 7th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Let me reverse that on you real quick. Why don't you support Trump?
Oh, well, it's a long list. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out. So there were 4 girls and he was 15 years old in these changing rooms. He was credibly accused by a minor in the files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. I mean,
Do you have any proof?
Yeah,
Allegedly.
do you believe it to be true, the accusations that victims of Epstein made against Epstein who got settlements with the Epstein estate?
Do they have proof?
They got settlements with the Epstein estate. So yes. Now let me answer. Can you answer the question now?
What was the question?
Do you believe victims of Epstein that made accusations against Epstein, right? That got settlements with the Epstein estate? Do you believe their accusations to be true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So an accusation that Jane Doe 4 made against Epstein, who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, is that Epstein trafficked her to Trump. That accusation against Epstein you believe to be true, and it implicates Trump. Based upon the information, we then believe it to be true about Trump, that he was involved in that behavior. So if he's involved in the trafficking of children, then why would you support him?
Because his other policies are amazing and they're helping America.
So you'd support a child trafficker for president?
That's all allegedly. He hasn't been convicted.
Wait, you just admitted that you do believe it to be true based upon that argument, and you had no argument against that.
Can we debate border policies and crime rates?
So you don't want to address this?
Of course not. It's not true. It's alleged.
But you understand that you just accepted it to be true based upon your argument. You provided no argument against it.
Incorrect.
What was your argument against it?
Incorrect. I said nothing.
What was the argument against it?
There wasn't an argument against it.
Do you have any argument against it?
Yeah, there's no proof and it's all alleged.
Okay, so do you believe the accusations to be true that victims of Epstein made against Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate?
Sure.
Okay, then you do believe the accusation that Epstein trafficked her to Trump.
You know what? Yeah.
Okay, that implicates Trump. Therefore, you believe it to be true about Trump. If you believe that to be true about Trump, why do you support him over Harris?
Because his other policies are amazing for America.
Okay, so is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Like, not really.
No.
Like, maybe if he
so you sound
went
like
around starting to kill Americans, then yeah, maybe I wouldn't support him then.
Okay, you know he supported the killing of Americans, right?
When?
Alex Preddy, Renee Good.
Alleged.
Okay, I think you're trolling.
No.
Let's go to this next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 16, but I have a question.
We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24, brother.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Obviously Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I would say just his overall policies, and I know you're going to want me to focus on immigration. I wouldn't say it's only immigration. I would say it's the tax cuts. I would say it's a more conservative-led policy just in general for me.
Okay, so like what about the tax cuts? Can you name any provision within the tax policy that you like?
I mean, just the corporate rate going down, which he passed in his first term and then solidified in his second.
Yeah, but why do you think that's good?
Just for the economy. It doesn't have to directly affect me.
Okay, so you think it's good for the economy?
Can I elaborate further on that you asked me?
For sure.
I think it's good. I think it's good because can we agree this government is full of waste and abuse, and feeding it more and more and more money is not the answer?
I do think that we need tax revenue to run our systems, and I would prefer that tax revenue to come from the most profitable corporations than to come from the average working person.
1,000%.
Okay, and that's
But
all
how is
we're
that-
really trying to do here. So,
1,000%. But how do you realistically do that then?
I'll tell you. So these particular tax policies that the Harris administration supports only would increase taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. She wanted to maintain all the aspects of the tax policy in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. Sorry, it just ran my throat.
Sure,
So she wanted to
yeah.
reduce tax on income earners under $400,000 a year by expanding the child tax credit and only increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
Okay.
So that's what.
Can I
that's
ask
what her
you?
policy
Can I
was.
ask you a question back?
Go ahead.
In all perfect honesty,
Tina, thank you, Lily.
like we could both admit, like Obama was a good man. I liked Obama, very suave man, more center than the Democrats have been leaning towards now. Harris is not a competent person. Like, you know, your side could have brought forward a way better person. Can we agree on that?
She is incredibly competent. Incredibly competent, not incredibly incompetent. That's what I meant to say.
So you would pick her
competent.
again as your
over
your
Vance
ticket?
or Rubio? Absolutely. But
No, I mean, like, just
obviously,
over
I
other
ideologically agree with progressives more within the party, like AOC, Ro Khanna, etc. But I would definitely pick her over
I love
the
Ro Khanna,
Republicans.
by the way.
I would definitely pick her over the Republicans, and I definitely think she's competent. I disagree with her ideologically, but I don't think she's incompetent.
Okay. I would say that she is incompetent, and she's been handed many of the things in her life based on her race and based on her father.
That's
But
ridiculous.
that's my opinion.
No argument to say that she's been handed things because of her race. I would argue that it's been
Come
harder
on,
for
let's
her.
be for
I would
real.
argue
Why
that
did
it's
Biden
been
pick her
harder
as the
for her to
VP?
get into those positions because of her race and because of her gender. Because of
So
misogynoir
Biden
and because
didn't
of
pick her
racism
to
and,
have
and
a-
misogyny that exists in our society, it was harder for her to get in the position that she got into because of that, not easier.
She didn't come from the bottom, though. You're acting like she came from like the bottom of America. Her parents are rich. Their grandparents are rich. She didn't work her way up from the bottom, fighting all
She
these.
grew up in
struggles
a
you're
middle
saying she
class
fought.
family. I don't know what you mean by like rich.
No, she did not grow up in the middle. What do you determine as middle class?
Well, obviously, it'd be relative to that particular time. I'd have to look at the particular income levels. It's within a certain level of
So
income.
you don't
but
actually have
what we-
facts. You don't
sure,
have facts
sure.
to back
What
it up,
we
you
would
just say it.
designate as middle class now is gonna be different than what we designated as middle class then. She was
Okay,
definitely
well
not
then
rich.
just what do you designate as middle class then? Clarify. You made the
I would have
statement.
to look at
clarify.
the years, and I would have to compare based
So
on
you
the level
actually
of
don't know.
inflation.
You just said it.
Yeah, I don't have the specific number off the top of my head. I would have to make that comparison, adjusting for inflation rates over time.
Okay. Is there anything Kamala could do that you would not support her? Anything?
Yes, like if she was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, if she denied the election results and got 70% of her party to believe the election is stolen with no evidence, if she incited
I
violent
can actually
insurrection.
send you clips of her damn near denying the election results.
Okay,
so that's
go
funny
ahead.
you say that.
Go ahead.
I will. I mean,
I'll
I'm
wait.
not sure how I'll get them to you, but I will. I mean, she has said things. Do we really believe that all these people came out and voted for Trump? She has said many things along those lines.
She has not said that. So I would.
Well,
I
she
would,
has,
I
but-
would. I would love to see the clip. You can tell me the title.
I will.
I'd look it up right
dude,
now
I
and
don't
play
know.
it. I'll look it up right now and play it. Tell me the title.
Okay. Well, let me do that, but let's further on. I'm gonna be typing that in as we talk. But you go. I think what you do is you ambush people, and you say, "Well, what is your favorite policy about Trump?" And then you try to hone in and be like, "Well, if you don't know exactly the policy number, and exactly the vote, the bill being passed, then you don't know what you're talking about, and you're not allowed to support Trump." It's always just a gotcha. And I've watched your live streams. I'm not saying you're a terrible person, but you are also a part of this divide and conquer that you hate Trump so bad for.
I ask what the policy is and a provision within the policy that they like. Not the policy number. Nothing specific like that. I'm asking like a provision in the policy and the policy.
So you don't feel
That's
like
it.
you ambush people. You don't feel that.
No, because you get to come up on my platform.
Okay, but I
you
just
go in
asked
the
you
box.
to, like-
I'm not like
Okay.
going up to random people in the street ambushing them.
No, 1,000%,
You decided to send a
1,000%.
guest request on my stream.
1,000%. I'm just saying I asked you to clarify what you meant when she said you go middle class and you couldn't. But it's the statement you made without being able to clarify it.
Yeah, because I have to be able to adjust for inflation rates. I'm saying this based upon what she said about her own family growing up.
So If she says it, then that's the truth. Then, so if Trump says
It's
something,
very
that's all we
likely true.
need.
If someone tells me they grew up in a middle class family, I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't believe that to be true. I'm typically going to believe that unless I have evidence to indicate otherwise, because people typically don't lie
Do
about
you
those
use that
things.
same logic with Trump?
Yes, people typically don't lie about these things, right?
Do you
Until I
use
have
that
reason to
same
believe,
logic with Trump, where you just believe him off face value and off of his words?
until I have reason to believe that their character would demonstrate that they're like a pathological liar, for example. If Donald Trump's
You're
the
gonna
pathological,
come
listen,
on, man. I just feel like it would be more genuine and like,
genuine.
because I liked Obama. Like, I'm more of a center person. You're not gonna tell me that you would pick Kamala again to lead the Democrat Party. There's just zero chance. I don't believe that.
I told you I would rather someone like AOC or a progressive within the party. But what you're not understanding is that that still isn't saying that I wouldn't pick her over the Republicans, and it's still not saying that she's incompetent.
I didn't ask you to say she's incompetent. That's what I brought up earlier as my point. That's not what I
Yeah,
just
I understand.
asked.
I'm responding to that.
Okay. So what is your next question about why do I support Trump? Or do I need to tell you?
So hold up. Let me finish my point. The average American's middle class. People typically don't lie about the fact that they're middle class.
Many
So I'm going to
politicians
believe
lie
it.
on both
Please
sides.
let me
Yes,
finish.
yeah.
Please let me finish.
Okay.
So
I will.
I'm going to believe it until I have reason to believe otherwise. And also, because the level of scrutiny that she was under, if it were false, there would have been so many different articles that came out indicating she wasn't a middle class. She obviously was. There's no argument to indicate otherwise. It's ridiculous that people try to claim that when obviously there's so much reason to believe that she was, right?
Okay. Can I go now?
Go ahead.
You say she was under so much scrutiny. I want to say that there's maybe one or two news companies that are leaning right.
What?
We're going to talk about
You're
like
delusional.
there's major journalistic
Yes, there is.
digging into the Democrat Party, huh?
Yes. Yes.
On a fair level, right?
Yes. Very much so.
Wow.
Dude, do you not know how the people on social media? You think there's like two companies? You're ridiculous. I'm
No,
you
not
know,
talking
each
about people on
person
social
that
media. I'm
has
talking
like a
about the main
content
media
creator.
companies of the country.
Please let me finish. I want you to like
You
listen.
didn't
to
let me finish.
Okay, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
That's what I mean. You have to be fair.
I thought
You
I
know what
was.
I mean?
I thought you would. I thought you had finished. That's my bad.
Okay, and I apologize too. All I'm saying and getting at is, again, if you truly believe that the mega corporations of this company, especially media-wise, lean right, that's a bold-faced lie. You know that. Now, you could say there's people on the internet that go above and beyond. Yes, I would agree with that. But every media company, I would even say above 70%, leans left. And you know this.
Well, you have to take into account social media within the overall view of media. You can't just say I view media only from a what are the mainstream media sources. Like that's not how media is consumed today. You have to acknowledge that media exists, like social media wise as well. And there's significantly a shift to the right when it comes to social media, and it comes
Because that's
to
where people are at.
You see what I mean? Every time. So that's where people are, and that means that's where they're getting their information from. So when you see that there are a bunch of right-wing individuals that are on the social media that are influencing things, you have to categorize that. So I don't know the proportions exactly within the context of the media, but yes, some historical media outlets are typically to the left. Now, I don't see how that's supposed to mean anything. We're literally on an app right now owned by one of Trump's buddies.
First of all, I don't like the owner of this app just because it's Trump. But I don't have to support everything Trump does just because I support Trump. Just the same way you don't have to support every single action Kamala does just because you would rather Kamala in the office. Am I correct on that?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
I said I do not like the owner of this app at all. I don't agree with any part of the Israel movement going on right now in the Republican Party. But the same way as you don't have to support 100% of the things Kamala says or does to rather her over Trump, I don't have to do that with Trump either. Was that more clear?
Of course, I understand that. I don't know what your point from that is trying to be.
But then, okay, further my point is, and let me finish this one, and I am not trying to interrupt you, brother, but I think it's funny that you're able to point out that on social media, there's like a way overwhelming right-wing, whatever you would say, like,
yeah.
Well, I don't even know the word I would like to put there, but you would say that it's right-wing leaning on social media, and that's where the massive public is.
No, so it's where a lot of the influencers
if all these elections are 50-50, why is that?
It's where the influencers are. It's where the people who are creating content, where they are, not necessarily where the people are. Now, there are a lot of people who are right-wing. Of course there is. Of course there's going to be a platform for that. No one's disputing that. But I'm talking about the media landscape.
I know. I'm saying, are you done?
Obviously.
Okay, well, hey, come on now. Not so obvious. We've both stumbled on each other a couple times now. But I would say to that then, for there to be a presence in these media influencers, whatever you want to call it, there would need to be a hunger for it, and there are people driving their pages up. So if you're saying that social media, which I would say is the only fair media that we have, leans right, what does that tell you? That means the massive public leans right. Because you just said we can't go off of mainstream media and legacy media. You're saying that social medias have been under so much scrutiny of Kamala Harris, and I agree with you on that part, social medias, and I think that answers your own question of where the country's at. That doesn't mean they like every single action of Trump.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I understand. Because you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I never said the mass of the people there. I said that the influencers. Right? The
Okay,
people who are
but for an
making the
influencer
content.
to have the power or the people behind them, there has to be a hunger for that type of content.
Not necessarily, right? Because they could have had a hunger for some of their content, and then the creator happens to have that type of view.
You know what I'd like to ask you, though? Because, I mean, I can't stand here too much longer anyway, but what is your stance on Israel?
Well, I don't think we should be funding them. I think they're committing a genocide in Gaza.
Well, right there we agree, brother.
There's countless things I can say. So.
No, I 1,000% agree with you on that. And I only got a couple more minutes, but I tell you what, that's where we need to find the middle ground as Americans. And that's one huge way Trump is failing me right now, along with the Epstein files. But do I believe the Democrats would be doing any different? No, I don't. They had 4 years and didn't do anything with it either. So I hate both parties.
I do think that they would do different. I think the
But they
idea.
didn't.
I think it's a little bit too reductive to say that it's the exact same. No, there's definitely been a distinction, right? When it
Has
comes
there
to like for example, like I don't think that Kamala Harris would be going to war with Iran right now, on behalf of the state of Israel.
I mean, I will give you that. Obama said Bibi Netanyahu came and gave him the same speech, and Obama didn't go to war for him.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing with Biden.
But also Biden continued all the weapons sales to them, enabling them in every way. So did Obama. The Oslo Accords, when Clinton was in there, Democrat. Are you aware of the Oslo Accords?
Mm-hmm.
And that you are aware that Clinton sabotaged those?
Like in what way would you say that he sabotaged?
By saying that the Israelis were giving the Palestinians a fair deal and they didn't take it, so they deserve what's coming to them. And I am paraphrasing. So, I mean, do you support that?
I don't support the actions of undermining a peace negotiation. Yeah.
Well, then I'm saying both sides do that on a very high level.
You're saying both the left. Of course, I agree that both the left and the right are Zionist, right?
And isn't that crazy?
Politics,
so why are we
that's
so
bad.
mad at each other? Why don't we focus more on that? Like,
Well, so here's what you need to do. You need to support people who are on the right in the Republican Party if you're going to still be Republican, who don't hold those values.
Massey.
Who don't hold those values. I mean, the Democratic Party is doing it to a greater extent, but we have a lot of work still to do.
I will
the
say that
Republican
they
Party
are.
has more work to do. And a lot
I
of
will
your
say,
side...
you know what, I will give you that. And
I'm going to be honest,
sorry,
a lot of your side is more anti-Semitism when it comes to the criticism
but it's
of
such a
Israel,
blurry
not
line
just
of
an
when-
anti-Zionist approach. But there is
I can see that.
There is an anti-Zionist approach that exists on the right that isn't anti-Semitic, but it's a lot more anti-Semitic than the anti-Zionist approach on the left.
I kind of would agree with you because I'm not even gonna lie. There's more white racist bigotry on the right. Same way as there's more, like, in my opinion, crazy mental health problems on the left. So I will give you that there is racist people on my side that I do not agree with in any way. But you have to give me that there is people, what shall I say? I mean, gaslighting or gassing it up, this mental health crisis when we come to these transgender and all the other problems. So there's problems on both sides that you could point out and be like, you know what, I don't fully agree with that.
Hey, for the people on YouTube, just can you tell people to refresh in the comment section? Here, let me do that real quick. Sorry, there's like this glitch on YouTube that happens where it like cuts off the sound, so people just need to refresh.
Hey,
So,
but can
let me
I
tell you?
Okay.
And it works. Refresh. There we go.
But I only got about 60 seconds. I have to go run, do a couple things. But on my last point, I would like to make to you, man, we are
Can I
not
ask you
that
one
far
question
apart.
before we go? Is there one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting Trump?
In all honesty, of course.
Okay,
Like, I don't
so
support
what
anybody
specifically?
that much, and nobody should.
What specifically?
I mean, he's eroding the way I freaking feel about him now with the Epstein files. So I mean that in itself, and if I don't see
So you don't support Trump
action
anymore.
on that, and if I don't see the appropriate action on that,
No, they
yes,
said
then
they
he
said
will
they're
lose my
done.
support.
They said they're done
And
releasing
I know.
him.
And you know what? You know what? I was the most staunch Trump supporter for 10 years, and I still, because to meet the requirements of your thing, I still would rather this over a Democrat-led thing. But am I going to sit here and lie to you that I didn't feel like I was kicked in the nuts when he said, "Are we still talking about this Epstein things?" No, I'm not going to say that.
But are you at the point where you're going to say you're not going to support him anymore, though?
If no action is taken before he leaves office, or even before this midterm, then yes. Then that's where I would be at.
There is
honestly.
going to be none. They said that they're done.
I know, but we can't say that. Like, there's no way me and you could say that with full confidence.
Well, okay. So, I mean, before you're not
Oh,
really
one last question
mentioning,
for me,
but before you go, I would just like to ask: did you find the video?
I can find that for you for sure. And if you follow me, I will send you. And I'm not saying
Wait, I thought you said you were going to be looking for while we were speaking.
We're having a conversation. That's not fair to me. Well, why should I have to sit here and dig up things? You're not digging up the inflation-adjusted middle class thing you said.
That's a lot more specific than finding a clip. You said you were going to look it up while we were doing this. I never said I was going to do that while we were doing this.
Well, you kept pushing me. If I kept pushing you and asked you to do that for me to clarify your point, it would be the same thing. But I want to ask you one more simple question.
Okay.
And it's kind of back to the Israel thing. 'Cause that's where I feel like America can come together. And you say the anti-Semite thing. I'm not saying that's not a problem as well, because you cannot group all Jewish people because of a government. That's sick. That's disgusting. But what I will say is, like, Bernie goes way too far to the left, right? But he's also one of the only people that stands up to Israel. So I will say your party does have that, and my party needs more of that. But I just what I would leave you with, because I do have to leave now. What I would leave you with is, man, you have to lose some of your hate towards Trump and everybody that supports him. A lot of people ain't that far off from you. Yes, maybe they have ideological differences, but everybody that supports Trump isn't some racist bigot. Like, it's a silly way to think, and that's a silly way to go through life.
Then they're incredibly misinformed and or have no clue what.
No, that's
he
also not
supports.
true. I mean, Biden was a terrible
if you know
president.
what he supports and you still defend it, I mean, yeah, you're defending bigotry and racism.
Okay, and Biden sniffs kids, and he's very weird around children. Does that mean you support pedophiles?
That's not pedophilia. What? Secondly, also in terms of this, like that's actually the worst you could provide. And Kamala Harris was the last candidate. So really, like,
so why was Kamala Harris the last candidate? Wasn't Biden in
called
office?
him a pedophile because he sniffed his own kid, his grandkid.
No, he sniffed multiple kids.
And
there's compilations of this. Come on.
The other person you're referencing is when he was talking to a friend.
Okay, so you're going to say that there isn't a compilation of Biden being creepy around kids. That's the claim you're going to make?
I think the compilation is heavily overblown.
Okay, then why didn't he investigate Jeffrey Epstein? If he's not a pedophile and he's not in bed with him.
He's not the head of the DOJ. He doesn't do the investigations. That would be the DOJ.
Okay, then why is it on Trump that
DOJ
he's
was
not
independent
investigating
under the Biden administration.
It was independent?
Yes, and the court
Really?
cases, the court was sealed, or the files were sealed through 2024, and they were
That
only
is so
unsealed by a
funny,
grand
man.
jury in 2024.
And honestly, I don't think you're a stupid guy, but you are very, very biased to the point of where you're never going to be able to find the full truth. And maybe I won't either, because I have my own biases. But
by
you
the
are
way,
so
think,
far leaning left.
By the way, you think it's bias or leaning left for me to just acknowledge reality? Think of the galaxy.
What do you mean? What is
like
reality?
literally everything
What are
I
you
said there
talking
was
about?
factual. There's nothing I said there that was bias or crazy or insane.
They
Everything I
went
said there
after
was
Trump
just
to try to
literally
avoid
adding
having to go into election
connotation
with
that
him.
was relevant.
Okay,
In context,
so
that was
they
relevant.
didn't wait until election year to try to put Trump in jail to avoid having to have a fair election with him.
He's not the one that is putting someone in jail. He's not doing that.
He appoints the people.
No, he didn't. He didn't appoint the person that did that. What are you talking about? That he was going to be convicted for felonies, and that's completely like a state case. That's not even a federal case.
So it just randomly came up in the election year, just randomly.
Because he decided to commit the crime in 2016. So it came after.
But they waited until election
after he
year.
was done with president, after done with being president, and then they
not
followed
just done with president. 4 years
and then
after
they
he's done with
followed through the
president.
investigation once he gets out, and then they filed the charges, and he was convicted.
Buddy, be for real with yourself and not even just me. They didn't coincidentally wait until the election year to give him 47
He
felonies.
was not
and a
arrested
mug
in
shot.
the election year. You're just trolling, right?
Oh my gosh,
Look
it's
at when
6
was
months
Trump
before.
arrested?
6 months before. I'm sorry.
Way more than 6 months before.
He wasn't on the election campaign when he was arrested? That's the claim you're making?
He was it was what, 2023? August 2023 when he was arrested.
1 year before. What did I say?
What? That's like way before.
Or
dude.
actually, it was even less than what I said. I said 6 months before the actual election year. That's in that time frame.
What?
And he was on the campaign trail. So that's what I would call an election, is when a man's out on the campaign trail.
Okay, well, that's when he was arrested because it takes time to go through the context of the case, right? And the investigation. So it's not just because they want to do it before. It's literally just because that's how long it takes for the grand
I
jury
know.
to do that.
It was just Lady Law just happened to come in right then. But they did weaponize the Department of Justice, and you know that in your heart. But that's fine. I mean,
There
you don't have
was
to
no
admit it to me.
If there was a weaponization of the Department of Justice, all the stuff relating to the Epstein files would have been released.
What do you mean? It's
Yeah.
are you going to say it's not mainly Democrats in there?
Yeah, I don't see mainly Democrats. If you look at it, you see both people from the Democratic and Republican side.
That's mainly Democrats.
No, it's not.
And that's not just a Trump talking point, because Trump used to be a Democrat himself.
Trump is in there a lot more than Clinton is.
And Trump was a Democrat back then, a registered Democrat. Registered.
And what is he now?
What was he when he was on Epstein's Island?
You think he was on Epstein's Island?
I'm saying, what was he? Whenever you're saying he was in the files, what was he? What was he registered as?
You think Trump was on Epstein's Island?
See, look at that. That's the bait and switch you like to do.
I'm not doing any script. You literally just said you think
Okay,
he was
answer
on the
my question that I asked you first, and then I will answer.
He unironically just owned himself without realizing. You think Trump was on the island?
In what way? I'm giving you your question back to you, and you cannot answer it. Instead, you bait and switch.
Well, I never said that he was on. Hey, dude, I never said he was on the island. I never I can't.
You said Trump is in the
cannot
files more than anyone else.
Prove that.
You said Trump is in the files more than anybody else.
Yes.
What is the files about?
Yeah, there are files and interviews in the files specifically with
What
allegations.
are the files about? It's
Can
about
I please
the rape
finish
of
it?
children
Are you
on
going to
an
shut
island.
up?
You didn't answer my question.
I'm trying to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the context of the files, there are allegations that they tried to scrub, right, in interviews targeted towards Donald Trump, right, from someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Okay. And what was he registered as during the time frame of those allegations?
Are you saying a Democrat?
I am promising you a Democrat.
Okay, and so are you trying to say because at the time he was registered as a Democrat, which, by the way, now he's a Republican, you're saying that then means you're going to say he's Democrat, even though he's in the files. That's what you're going to say?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If that makes you feel better, can we still hold them accountable?
You're completely misinterpreting
Wait, so
what
then
I'm
how about
saying.
this? Hold all Democrats accountable who are in the Epstein files.
And all Republicans.
Yeah, okay, so then why don't you want to hold Trump accountable? Why are you okay with them not releasing all the files?
I said that way earlier, that's going to be the thing that causes me to fall away from him. You're the one.
Well, then why haven't you
followed
away? Why have you not fell away prior? Because Marjorie Taylor Greene is now called a traitor because she just wanted to release the files.
And I disagree with that. But your question is, would I rather Trump or Kamala Harris today?
Yes.
That is your question.
Yes. Why would you rather
Correct?
Trump? Yes. Why would you rather Trump? Yes.
Because the Democrats are doing zero different. Even in the Congress right now, they have votes in the Congress. Even if it's a meaningless vote, they could take the vote up to show solidarity that they are completely against what's happening with the Epstein files. Are they doing that?
All Democrats voted in favor of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
And so did Republicans.
Well, I mean, you understand that Trump is the one that tried to prevent the release of that, right?
Okay, but furthermore, can you please answer my question?
Wait, the guy you support tried to prevent the release of it. All Democrats supported the release of it. How can you say that the Democrats were against this?
All Democrats supported the release of it, huh?
Yeah.
So why have they never mentioned it before now?
They did.
When? Show me a massive Democrat leader speaking of it before Trump said on the campaign trail he was going to release it. Show me.
Ro Khanna? Would you consider Ro Khanna a larger person in the party?
I would say that he just now started coming out and speaking on it, and I support Ro Khanna.
It's not just now that he started speaking. He's been speaking on this
pretty
for a while.
recently.
Wait, you should watch.
Would you say he said anything during the Biden administration?
Yeah, he did. You should watch the Jubilee he was just on, where he debated people, and he talked about how he was. Yeah, he was just on that, and he talked about how he has been talking about it since then. And like there should have been, he said that there should have been more of a push from people overall to release it, but like he obviously did talk about it, and he obviously could say that he should have talked about it more as well. Like there's obviously a point to say that as well about any person who's in Congress, but that's still not to say that he didn't talk about it at all, or that there weren't people talking about it at all. And also, by the way, we want to hold people accountable regardless. Even if people didn't do so in the past, we still want to make sure that people are held accountable now.
1000%. So lastly, let me leave you with this, man. You know as well as I know, both sides are bought and paid for by the people that controlled Epstein. 98% of our Congress.
I think this is incredibly simplistic, stupid, and just I think that this is just not a good analysis. I don't think that
AIPAC doesn't own 98% of our Congress.
Okay, now you're pivoting to two things. Now you're saying, are you saying AIPAC is controlled by people that are trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files? Like that's not a criticism.
1000%.
Okay, well, I mean, actually, I don't even think that you could necessarily apply that as a criticism.
What?
Wait, I don't like AIPAC. I think they need to register as a foreign entity, but like you're not providing a legitimate
Wait.
criticism.
What did you just say?
Listen, what did I say? Tell me.
You're telling me that Israel is not in any way connected to Jeffrey Epstein, and that the biggest Israel lobby does not control our whole Congress, and there's no correlation between the two in your mind. Seriously.
I mean, do you have evidence that... I mean, I don't like AIPAC, but do you have evidence that they try to prevent the release of the Epstein files?
Obviously. Who funded Trump's campaign? You're saying Trump is...
I would love to see, like, what's your evidence?
Okay, I'm going to give it to you right now. You're saying Trump is hiding the Epstein files, correct?
Yeah.
Who funded his campaign? I know, it takes a lot of thinking.
I understand that there are Zionists that funded his campaign.
No, not just a Zionist. His whole campaign, $300 million.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying that Israel has no influence in this. I don't think that you have a strong argument here. I think that like you're trying to put something together.
Is what you told me.
Yeah, you're trying to put something together when it's not necessarily there. Like I would have a
so she gave him $300 million.
I should put a tinfoil hat on at this point. Like, dude, like seriously.
Oh my lord.
You can criticize.
Hey, chat. Is that? Am I in any way?
It's like you can't fucking listen to me. Shut the fuck up and listen. Holy shit,
dude.
Dude.
Mad. Wow.
Yeah, I am mad because genuinely at this point, I've been trying to talk to you and you just don't fucking listen to me. And then you just misrepresent what I'm saying. And you act like what I'm saying is fucking crazy. It's not. Nothing I'm saying is crazy. I'm actually asking you for evidence and good criticism. And I'm saying I do. Shut the fuck up. I'm saying I do criticize them. And I'm saying I'm very strong in my criticisms of them. Just what evidence do you have for this? You're trying to act like I'm fucking crazy for questioning that. Holy shit.
Can I give you the evidence?
Yes. But how about you stop fucking cutting me off every 2 fucking seconds? Thank you.
Can I give you the evidence?
Go ahead.
Okay. Did you not just tell me earlier Trump is the main person behind trying to get the Epstein files behind us?
Trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files. Yes, he is.
Yes. Okay. Who funded Trump's campaign?
Okay, I actually don't think it follows that just because someone supported Trump, they wanted Trump to do this.
Not supported. Who funded? What? Do you think people give $300 million and then just don't call back? Just go do whatever you want?
Can I give an example? Marjorie Taylor Greene supported Trump like very vehemently, but she still wanted the release of the files.
She didn't fund his campaign. You're saying I'm cutting you off, but you're not. You're misinterpreting or misrepresenting what I'm saying.
How am I misrepresenting?
Because I didn't say supporter. I said funded. That's all I said. I never once said supporter. I said funded. Who funded his campaign?
I'm not disputing that Miriam Adelson and Adelson and Elon Musk and all those people have funded his campaign. I'm confused with the relevance.
Can I finish?
I don't know what the fucking relevance is. What's the point?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
The point is nobody gives $300 million and then just doesn't tell you what to do once you get into office. That's unrealistic. That's childish way of thinking. So then, once we know that, and we know
that's going to cause him to be more of a Zionist.
Okay, you just cut me off. The same thing you just called me a child and an ignorant for, you just did it. I couldn't talk for 20 seconds without you cutting me off. I didn't even stop speaking. How could you know what?
Because you had stopped at that point and you were going to carry on a next thought that you were thinking.
No, it's not a next thought. It's one. How can I give you evidence of something of such a major deal in 2 sentences? Like, how does that even make sense to your head? Of course, you're going to have to allow me more than 20 seconds to elaborate on a major thing. And honestly, the fact that you're getting mad, you know that you're wrong in this, at least in this particular situation. Like, people don't get mad when they're winning an argument. And that's just history. Look it up. Go watch a Jubilee. When somebody's losing, they get quite mad. But anyway, let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. Nobody gives $300 million and then says, just go do whatever you want. No. And then when that person that gave $300 million comes from AIPAC, also a heavy supporter of Israel, what was Epstein connected to? Israel. So do you think the major supporter from Israel, and now that Trump was on the campaign trail saying he was going to release him and did a complete 180, you're going to tell me that the hugest donator, AIPAC, didn't have anything to do with that when Epstein comes from Israel? And you're going to say that with a straight face to your chat. That's what you're going to say.
Yeah, I don't think that that means that AIPAC pushed for that necessarily, which, by the way, I disagree with AIPAC. I think it needs to register as a foreign entity. I don't think it should be involved in foreign or U.S. politics. I don't think we should be funding Israel. I think Israel's committing a genocide. But I still don't see the argument here that you're saying that AIPAC was pushing for them to not release the Epstein files. I don't think their interest was to support Israel. Okay, and if you're saying it was within Israel's interest specifically to do that, and that was made clear to AIPAC, or that was something that was clear to AIPAC, maybe you could say that was evident. But Trump ran on releasing the Epstein files. So, I mean, it's very likely that that just had nothing to do with the analysis at all from AIPAC, and the AIPAC was just trying to get them to support Israel. And that, you know, even if Israel was doing this on the back end, that it wasn't something that directly AIPAC was pushing for or knew about, because that was not in the public eye. AIPAC is like an entity that's pro-Israel in the public eye. And if you're saying that this is some sort of like secret sort of thing that the state of Israel was doing in order to be able to have control over U.S. politicians, for example, through the context of blackmail, say you're making that argument, that's underground, not through the public eye. So you have to understand the distinction. So it might be in support of the state of Israel, but you wouldn't necessarily have argument to say that like AIPAC pushed that or something. Like, I don't know what the whole point of this argument was. What's the point of this argument?
Then I'm going to say it in one sentence, and if we don't find common ground there, then okay. You're saying, what is AIPAC's main mission? To support Israel and fund American support for Israel, correct?
Yeah.
Would you say the release of a pedophile that blackmails politicians coming from Israel would hurt the support of Israel in America?
Do I think what?
Do you think if the American public and everything was released and it shows Israel was using this to blackmail our politicians, do you think that would help or hurt support for Israel?
That could hurt support for Israel.
So you're telling me you don't believe AIPAC would go and say, do not release that. You're telling me that with a straight face.
Okay, well, I don't think that that information was public for them to be able to make that determination prior to the election. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know where I'm losing.
That makes zero sense. Like, are you saying that
AIPAC's main mission is to garner support for Israel? If something comes out proving that
that's
Epstein
all
was tied
within
to
the
Israel,
context of the public eye. This would all be underground. Okay, if this was true, this is not something that was known by the public eye. Therefore,
who is the public eye that
couldn't make a determination based upon that.
Eye.
Dude,
AIPAC is not the public eye.
Why do you have? This is so annoying because you're trying to almost make me defend this. Just because you're fucking stupid and you're saying something ridiculous. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
You're the one. Look how much gifts I'm getting right now after I made this point.
You're not getting any gifts, dude. You have 199 coins. That's like
and I had 25
cents.
Before I brought up this point. And I had
That's
25.
2 cents. That is literally 2 cents, dude.
I don't care about the money value of it. I'm just saying, like,
you just said, look how many gifts I'm getting. You're not getting gifts.
Oh, look at them bumping that thing up now. Up 400.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude.
I understand that's nothing. I'm just saying I had 0 before I made that point. That's my point, buddy. And I don't understand where I'm losing you, that you're saying AIPAC wouldn't have a vested reason to keep the fact that Epstein's connected to Israel hidden. Like, I don't know how I'm losing you there. And you're saying, well, it wasn't in the public eye. The powers at be are not in the public eye. The people behind AIPAC are not in the public eye. They're not me and you. They know what's going on. You think Miriam Adelson doesn't know what's going on? You think you and Miriam Adelson are on the same level of knowing what's going on in the deep state? Truthfully.
Push the galaxy. I mean, I don't know if there's evidence to substantiate it for those individual circumstances, but could have there been an invested interest in Israel if they're involved in this, preventing that? Of course. But I think you're just connecting dots that you don't have evidence to connect. That's all I'm saying.
I would say it's common sense. Like, if something is going to hurt the support for
you can say whatever you want and say it's common sense. You need actual evidence. That's all I'm asking you for.
AIPAC would be against something that's going to hurt the support for Israel.
Why are we even talking about this? What the fuck is the point of this?
Why can't you just admit that AIPAC would be against this release of the Epstein files? Of course they would. Of course they would.
Now you might say that, right? If there's evidence of this, but you're
At
talking
any
about prior.
time,
Wait, so if Trump said he was going to release the Epstein files and they wanted to be against that, they would have been against Trump under your view then, right?
they funded Kamala Harris the same amount of money almost. Dude, what are you talking about?
Okay, so then here's my question. So then they supported both sides under your view then?
That not under my view, under the facts. This is you can go look up a website called Track APAC under the facts.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not, dude. What you're not understanding though is that then doesn't establish that point to be true. Then that they were trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files.
I have to have super evidence that the fucking main pack for Israel wouldn't want the release of something saying Israel's been blackmailing America. I need
Kamala
super
Harris
evidence
would
for
release
that.
the Epstein files. Do you agree?
She never said that one time.
But do you think that she would follow the law? Like, given that there's the law that forces them to
No,
release
I
the
think
files.
if she wanted to, she would be speaking about it.
Yeah, she would release the files. She would abide by the law, and she has talked about that. So
But that's
she
a
would,
guess you're making.
Well, I know that the administration did follow the law. You have no examples of them not trying to follow the law.
What do you mean? They let in 10
Can
million
you
people
give me-
illegally at the border. That's breaking the law.
That's not them breaking the law. They tried to enforce the law for deportations. You're making
So they
an
didn't. So
argument
they
that's
didn't
ridiculous.
defund. They didn't systematically defund the border.
No,
Really?
no. Name one policy they passed to do that.
Oh my gosh! I don't have a policy number in my back pocket.
I
It
didn't
just
ask
I've
you a
seen it
policy
with
number.
my
I
own
was asking
eyes.
what
I've
policy
seen
did
it
they
with
do
my
that
own
did that?
eyes. I don't need a policy when I seen it with my own eyes.
Okay, well that didn't happen. So you just made it up.
I
True
know.
thing
I
of
know.
galaxy.
Just my small town just happened to get 10-15% more immigrant under that 4 years, but I need to find a policy that says
Yeah,
that.
because you
Come
can make
on.
that analysis. I don't think you're very good with math. I don't think you'd be able to make an analysis that 10 to 15% of the population is now undocumented immigrants. Like what? How do you know that
I
they're
would say it's common
undocumented?
sense. I would say it's common
It's just
sense.
common. So everything when you don't have a justification is just it's just common sense. That's not a
No,
justification.
not at all. I'm saying
That's
you could
just
go
what you
look
say
around.
when you have
Are
nothing
you
to
saying
actually
that
argue.
there wasn't a huge influx of illegal immigration under Biden? Are you saying that?
There was more undocumented immigration, but that's because of the fact that there was global inflation that perpetuated conditions where more people came to our country. But the whole argument you're making that they weren't enforcing the law is ridiculous. They still were enforcing the law.
They would literally make speeches. Okay, you could say they're enforcing the law, but it's almost like saying, hey, yeah, if you come here, we might get you, but we might not.
What? I mean,
You know what I mean? Like,
that's what the
like,
law
what
is
are you
in
talking
general.
about?
But what?
So you're saying the Democrats don't more support people coming across the border?
Through legal ways, yeah, they want to increase the legal pathways for people to come, but they still want to criminalize undocumented entry.
So they tried to crack. What did they do to crack down when they seen the major
A
influx of
bipartisan
people coming
border
across the
bill,
border?
the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine, then said blame it on me if the border bill fails because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border.
But I thought you were against the deportation of illegals.
I think that undocumented immigrants who haven't committed violent crimes or serious crimes shouldn't be deported, which
But
is
that's what
obviously.
Biden was pushing.
Yeah, I disagree with the Democratic Party's position on this. I think they're just more in alignment with my position because they're trying to make the legal process go quicker, and they prioritize and going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent. Now, that does not mean I 100% agree with the Democratic position on immigration.
I mean, you have undermined yourself multiple times in this conversation.
How?
But what? I could tell you how by telling me I need direct evidence to say that the biggest funder for Israeli support wouldn't want an Israeli intelligence collector and the fucking evidence to prove that going out to the public. And you're saying, well, if you don't have evidence of that, then that's not true.
You do need evidence, but I don't know why you even brought that up in the first place. What was the point of making that argument?
Because that you are just as much demented as the other side that you claim is so wrong. You are so one-sided and so biased that you cannot see the truth. It's impossible for you
I
to
need
see the truth.
evidence.
You hate,
Yeah, I need
you
evidence.
hate Trump so bad.
I need evidence, yeah.
You never need evidence with the Democrats, though.
I do.
I've watched your page for a long time. I've never seen you look at the Democrats with the same scope you look at Republicans. And I
Give me
think
an
anybody
example.
here knows that.
Give me one specific example.
How could I give you a specific example of that? What are you talking about?
Because you're making a general claim about me, but then you have no actual
Your
justifiable
whole
evidence for
page
saying
is
so.
scrutinizing Republicans. Your whole page.
Yeah, it is. What's wrong
Okay.
with that? I also criticize Democrats like I just did.
So that's my example. The majority of your page is criticizing Republicans. You are not
What's
an
the
unbiased
criticism?
person.
Wait, just because the majority of my page is going after Republicans does not mean that I am like inherently biased in terms of not relying on evidence. Every person is biased to some extent. That's just human beings. But I try to reduce that bias in the views that I have by relying on evidence.
You're relying on evidence. But then again, you told me earlier that her skin color had nothing to do with her becoming vice president at all.
Yeah, there was no evidence of that.
And her gender, not just her skin. Oh, yes. No reason at all.
Biden did say that he was going to pick a woman, but he had already had the person picked. So he's just describing a characteristic of the person he picked. And he never mentioned that he was going to pick a black woman for specifically vice president.
So, hey, I have a question for you. What about the numerous, like, backhanded racist statements Biden makes? Like those, like, old Uncle Tom statements he makes. You're cool with those?
I think Biden has made racist statements historically speaking, and I think that he's acknowledged those. He's tried to do better, and he actively will apologize for these, which is something
He
that
tried
we
to
don't
do better for being racist.
Yeah, yes, of course. Which is something that we don't see in terms of Donald Trump's behavior. He's never acknowledged these things. He's never apologized for them. He's never tried to do better, and he's never advocated against those things. What we've seen
So a
with Biden,
racist can do
plus
better.
yes, if someone's done racism in the past, they can stop being racist and do better. Yeah. Is
So
that complicated?
they change at 70, right? A view they held for most of their adult life, they change at 70, right?
Yeah, someone can do things that are racist and then change. Yes.
But it's not because he's on the presidential campaign trail and needs support, right?
I mean, I think he on the presidential campaign trail was still making these types of determinations, or still making these types of statements, right? And he was going to
Exactly. So when did
apologize
he
for
change?
unintentionally doing so.
But that's what I'm saying. So, like, if he's doing this to the public and then having to come and apologize, what is he saying in private? That doesn't just slip out if you never talk about it. That slips out when that's your personality.
Wait, what
and then when
slipped
you're on
out?
stage,
Wait, what slipped out that you're referencing?
I'm saying what you just said. You said he made multiple things on the
Yeah,
campaign trail.
I'm
He had to
referencing
apologize.
like where he said, "If you don't vote for me, you're not black." Like that's a statement
Exactly.
that I
That's what
consider
I'm
racist.
referring.
And he's obviously like he's not trying to be fucked up here. He's unintentionally doing something fucked up, which again we take into consideration the effect more than we take into consideration his intent. And he can acknowledge, "Oh shit, I think that's fucked up. I shouldn't have done that. That was
But that's
bad."
you giving
And you can
him an
apologize and you
excuse.
can do better from that. And I think that that's
That's
better.
you giving him an
approach.
excuse.
Hey,
That's
shut
you
the
giving
fuck
him
up
an
and listen
excuse.
for a second. I think that's better of an approach than what we see with Donald Trump. Now, is that the most preferable condition? Obviously not, but it is a preferable condition than what we see with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has never acknowledged his behavior to be bad when he's engaged in racism. He never apologizes for it. He never tries to do better, right? And also, you reached back to Biden, who wasn't even the last candidate. The last candidate was Harris. If you actually gave a shit about racism, you wouldn't vote for the guy that didn't rent to black people in the 1970s over Kamala Harris. If you actually give a shit about racism.
Well, I would say this: who brought Kamala Harris onto the stage? Who stepped aside for
Can
her
you
to
answer
be
that
the
question?
candidate?
Wait. Do you think people can
That's
go
okay,
from
I
being...
will. Actually, I will.
Wait, I
Actually,
want
I
you to
will.
answer this question.
1970, right?
Do you think people can go from being and doing racist things to not being racist?
Well, you just taught me they can.
Wait, so do you think yes?
You just taught me they can.
No, wait, but did you think that prior?
No, you just taught me they can. So that means
Okay,
Trump's not
so
racist.
prior you would have said that Trump is still racist because Trump has not rented to black people in the 1970s.
Okay, and in the 1970s, what was Biden saying about the mixing of schools?
Can I get an answer to my question without you saying what about Biden? And by the
Because
way,
he
he was
did the same thing.
And by the
What
way, I
is
just
your
want you to know,
answer to that?
Biden right then was advocating for integration. He was advocating for racial integration. He was advocating for housing integration, and
Wow.
the clip that you're referencing is him arguing against busing because he think it didn't go far enough in integration. And then the criticism that Kamala Harris brought up is that you can advocate for housing integration and busing at the same time as a transitionary state, right? And that's the preferable condition comparative to being against busing because you think inevitably that would lead to more integration in terms of housing in the long run. So that's just a criticism of the view, but inevitably Biden's goal was racial integration.
You know, you apologize more for Biden's racist things than he did for himself.
No, you just fucking lie. You're just an
No, you
idiot that
just
lies.
went harder for his like. If you don't vote for
No,
me,
I
you're not
told you the
black.
fucking context.
If you don't vote for me, you're not black.
That's not even what I'm referencing right now. And I said that was racist. And I told you that's something that he's acknowledged,
But he
apologized for,
apologized,
and
and
he's
he did
advocated
better.
against and tried to do better.
How do you? He's 80 years old. Do you believe somebody makes a whole
Wait, how do you feel
lifestyle
about
change at 80?
wait, listen. How do you feel about Trump literally posting a picture posting a video depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes?
I would feel the same way of them posting pictures of him as an orange and always being like
Wait,
assassinating his character based on
do you
looks.
see what I fucking mean? You literally don't
What do
give
you
a shit about
mean?
racism.
What do you mean?
You say what about Biden to deflect away from racism because you don't give a fuck about racism.
You just said what about Trump when I brought up Biden?
No, I didn't. I've been talking about this in the first place. We were talking about a comparison of the last candidate, Trump versus Harris, and then you try to bring up Biden because I'm trying to talk about the fact that you don't apply the same standard that you're applying to Biden onto Trump.
But how is that fair when that was my main point when I said I have to get off here? I said that you need to start applying it to Democrats. I said that you only criticize Republicans. How do you get to
I criticize both Democrats and Republicans. I've done that on this live stream, and you just are acting like I don't, because you're a dishonest piece of shit that genuinely cannot actually engage in an actual
Why
good
would you
conversation.
talk to a person like
Because you're a fucking piece of shit that will not engage in a direct conversation with me. You will not represent my views correctly. You sit up here, you lie about me, you lie about other people constantly. You're a dishonest piece of shit.
What was the lie?
And you
What was the lie?
You fucking lied. You literally just said that Joe Biden's.
Name the lie. Name the lie.
You just said that I defended that. What do you think I was just saying? You just said I was defending, right, Joe Biden engaging in racism. You said I was defending
I
and
never
acting like it was
once said
okay.
that. Roll the clip.
Yeah, I fucking will. You dishonest piece
Roll
of
the
shit.
clip. Hey, chat, did I say that he was
Yes.
defending Biden saying that?
Yes, you literally just said that.
Orange and always being like
Wait,
assassinating
what?
his character based on
Do you see what I fucking mean?
No,
you
show
literally
me,
don't
show
give a
me.
shit about race, but Trump literally posting a picture, posting a video depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes.
I would feel the same way of them posting pictures of him as an orange and always being like
Wait,
assassinating his character based on
Do you
looks.
see what I fucking mean? You literally don't
What do
give
you
a shit about
mean?
racism.
What do you mean?
No,
You just
say
lied.
what about
So you just lied
Biden
on
to
me.
deflect away from racism because you don't give a fuck about racism.
You just said what about Trump when I brought up Biden?
No, I didn't. I've been talking about this in the first place. We were talking about a comparison of the last candidate, Trump versus Harris, and then you try to bring up Biden because I'm trying to talk about the fact that you don't apply the same standard that you're applying to Biden onto Trump.
It's not there. But how is that fair when that was my main point when I said I have to get off here? I said that you need to start applying it to Democrats. I said that you only criticize Republicans. How do you get to just
I
switch
criticize
it?
both Democrats and Republicans. I've done that on this live stream, and you just are acting like I don't because you're a dishonest piece of shit that genuinely cannot actually engage in an actual good. That's something that he's acknowledged,
But he
apologized for. Yes.
You just taught me they can.
No, wait, but did you think that prior?
No, you just taught me they can. So that means
Okay,
Trump's not
so
racist.
prior you would have said that Trump is still racist because Trump has not rented to
You
black
still
people in
can't
the
find the lie.
1970s.
Okay, and in the 1970s, what was Biden saying about the mixing of schools?
Can I get an answer to my question without you saying what about Biden? And by the
Because
way,
he
was
did the same thing.
and by the
What
way, I
is
just
your
want you to
answer
know
to that?
Biden right then was advocating for integration. He was advocating for racial integration. He was advocating for housing integration.
So you just told me a
And
piece
he
of
was-
shit for a
he-
lot. Wow.
The clip that you're
Are you
referencing
gonna
is him arguing
apologize?
against busing because he think it didn't go far enough in integration. And then the criticism that Kamala Harris brought up is that you can advocate for housing integration and busing at the same time as a transitionary state,
there.
right? And that's the preferable condition comparative to being against busing because you think inevitably that would lead to more integration in terms of housing in the long run. So that's just a criticism of the view, but inevitably Biden's goal was racial integration.
You know, you apologize more for Biden's racist things than he did for himself.
No, you just fucking lie. You're just
What you said
Huh.
I did. How is that what you said I did? You
Hmm?
said I said you defended Biden.
Oh, is that not what you just said? You said I apologize
No,
for
I
Biden's.
said no. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
that's
be realistic
that's what
here.
you're trying to argue. You're trying to say I'm
Let's be
engaging
realistic.
in
What did I say?
apologetics for Biden's
What did I say in
racism.
context? What did I say in context of that?
Yeah, you're trying to say that I'm engaging in apologetics for Biden's racism.
No, I just said
Like-
that you simply said more in defense of the if you don't vote for me, you're not black than
There you
Biden
go.
did, and that's
He-
just a fact.
He accidentally
That's a
disproved
fact.
my
You
point.
did.
He
How is that
accidentally
wrong?
disproved
That's
my
a
point
fact.
without realizing.
That is a fact.
W's
That
in the
is a
chat for
fact.
me. W's in the chat for me. He just proved my point without
You're a
realizing.
child. You're a child.
You just got cooked and you didn't
W.
even realize
Aaron,
it.
thank you.
You
Thank
just got cooked and you didn't even realize it. That was for me. Thank you so much for the fire pit.
W. Aaron.
You know that was to me, right?
It said W. Aaron.
Okay, and why are you saying
W.
that?
Aaron. I'm seeing pretty 50-50 right now.
Oh, your name is Aaron. Sorry.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I think
But
there's a
anyway-
lot more W
anyway,
Parkers.
No, wait, can I say
there's a
one-
lot
can I
more
say
W
something?
Parkers.
You
I
haven't
just
let
want to
me
let you know
speak in
that.
10 minutes. You haven't let me speak in 10 minutes. I mean,
Wait,
so who's
Can
really?
you admit that you just lied? Because you said
I can explain to you how I didn't.
I just
lie.
played the clip of how you just said that that I was defending Biden's racism, which I was not. I was not defending his racism.
That is not what I said. Roll the clip again. What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm not gonna you just
I said
literally
you
said
apologize more for his statement than he did. That's all I said.
that. And then you said I was defending it right after. You literally just said that in explanation of it. So when
I
you were
said
trying
you
to explain it, you
apologized
accidentally
more
ran
for
yourself
him
into my
saying,
point.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black than he did.
Yeah, and I
That's just
said
a fact. I'm
and I
sorry
said-
if that hurts your feelings,
By
but
the
that
way,
is a fact.
I said that was racist, and I said that that's not a good thing, and I said that that's something that he's apologized for, he's gone against, and he said that you shouldn't do, and he's advocated
and
against,
he's working
told
better
people
on
not
it.
to
How do you know that?
And I think that because came out and apologized for it multiple times. And I
When?
think that people can,
Where was he when he apologized?
where
Can you
was
show me the
he?
video? Can you
Yes,
show me the video of him apologizing multiple
yeah,
times?
you can go and look up the video right after
No,
this.
but can you show me? Can you
want me to-
show me the video of him apologizing
you
multiple
can go
times?
look at it later. I thought you had to go like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
For the
Look
galaxy.
at that. That is so funny, man. Like, do you see how it doesn't hold up when somebody with just a little bit of common sense puts it back to you? Like, and then you have to start yelling and talking over and acting like a child. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Like, that's what my 5-year-old son would talk like.
Hey, I'm not 5 years old.
I know you're not as bad as he is, but it's all right.
You said that with your 5-year-old kid there is crazy, bro.
What
That's
did I
actually, like,
cuss?
a
Did I
nuts thing.
curse? What are you talking about? Do not dare try to bring up somebody's child. What are you What did I say in front of my child?
Well, you like were trying to compare him to me as like an insult.
No, he said I'm not 5. He
You
jumped
said-
in the conversation. Please do
Yeah,
not
yeah,
ever
you-
bring up somebody's child in a political debate. Please
You
never
just
do
did,
that.
You just did that.
I was talking to my son. That
were
gives you zero
on
right
the
to talk
stream.
about my son. So me talking to my son gives you zero right to talk to my
Okay,
son.
stay triggered, bro. Stay mad.
You stay triggered.
You're so mad, bro.
I'm not mad, buddy.
You are
You are mad. It's
clearly are
obvious
mad.
that you're mad.
All I did was say that's ridiculous that you said it in front of him, and then you're like,
What
"How
did I
dare
say
you
that was
speak about my kid?" What?
What did I say that was ridiculous? What did I say that was ridiculous?
Well, you just tried to compare him.
Saying
to
that
me.
he's more mature than
said,
you? That's
Yeah, you
ridiculous
said
to
that
say
I
to
was
my son?
engaging in behavior like him, right, as an insult, right, in front of him. So I'm just saying you insulted him in front
Because
of him.
he's a
and then-
5-year-old. And you're acting like a 5-year-old. That's not an insult to him. That's an insult to you. He's 5.
Well, you were saying it was an insult to be compared to him. I just want to clarify.
Zero. What do you roll the clip?
Right in front of him. That's all I was
Roll
saying.
the clip. I said it's
Dude,
an insult for.
This guy is so insufferable. Poor
You're a
child.
grown man
Honestly,
acting like a 5-year-old.
dude. Can you stop acting like a kid? You're the one acting like a kid on the stream.
You literally just said that I insulted
Aaron,
my kid.
Aaron, can you thank Michael for the $25?
Hey, Michael, thank you for the $25.
Can you thank Allison for the $1?
Well, I mean, I make $100,000 a year. I don't want anybody sending me their money. I don't need the money. That would be
Allison,
a
I
waste
don't
of
dispute
money.
that, by the way. I never once disputed that. I don't know why so many
Hey,
people
I don't want
misinterpret that.
anybody to send me money. Please do not. I make more than enough. I do not need it. Thank you. but
Aaron, can you thank Grace for the $10?
I don't want anybody sending me money
No, can you thank Grace for the $10?
that she sent to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grace.
Can you thank JC
I
for the
don't.
$1?
I don't think you should be sending a person online your hard-earned money. But
Can you thank JC for the $1?
JC, please stop sending this man your hard-earned money.
Can you thank Colton for the $5?
Colton, please quit sending this man your hard-earned
Can
money.
you thank Jennifer for the $10?
You're a grifter, man. You make money on the division
Lindsay,
of America.
Can you thank
You
Lindsay
make
for the
money on the
$5?
division of America.
Can you thank
You are
Lindsay for
so
the $5?
You're so cool for making money on the division of America.
Can you thank Lindsay for the $5?
You can't respond to that because there is no response.
Hey, dude, I'm grift maxing. What can I say? Thank you for the hand heart.
I know
Thank
you
for the
are.
hand
At least you can admit it. At least you can admit
W
it.
grifting. Can we get some W's for the grifting in the comment section? Now, can you define grifting for me, please?
Can you divine this dick in your ass, boy?
Nice argument. Can you define grifting?
I know.
Heather,
I'm
thank you for the
just
$6.66. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the hard-earned money. Thank you. Normie, thank you for the hand art and the hat mustache.
Are you making fun of their hard-earned money?
Can you define grifting?
Are you making fun of their hard-earned money? Why did you say that in such a sarcastic way? It actually is hard-earned. Like, I'm sure they work a job for it, unlike you.
I read off their statement. Can you define? Can you define what grifting is?
I'm saying, can you define why you are making money off of the division of America?
I don't think I'm dividing America. I think I'm informing people. I think I'm getting them involved in politics. I think I'm getting people to critically think, unlike yourself. Brandy, thank you so much for the sage. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you come back into the app and tell me what grifting is? Apparently, you can't answer this question.
I'm saying you called me a piece of shit because of what?
I
A
already
political
answered
dispute?
that. I already answered that question. Ian, thank you so much for the 20 euros. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's because you lied. Leslie,
then
thank you so much for the Galaxy.
all I have
Thank you
to
very
say
much.
is,
I really appreciate it.
yes,
Thank you.
APAC has no interest in not releasing the Epstein files. Obviously, I
Hey,
mean,
by the
yeah,
way,
that's
I'm
obvious.
not disputing that there is a potential leak. What I'm saying though is that you just needed evidence to substantiate that, and the whole argument you were trying to use that for was like to say that like Kamala
Well, if
Harris
I don't
was.
have recorded
Your whole
conversations
argument
of
there was trying to say that
billionaires behind the
Kamala
scenes.
Harris was trying to prevent the release of the files. Like that's just a ridiculous argument.
I would say
Inevitably.
Kamala Harris never spoke up for it when she was in a position of power. Never.
she actively speaking couldn't release the files because of the fact that it was sealed through 2024.
She
right?
never
And she did
even
speak.
mentioned releasing
She
them
did
after
speak
that.
about releasing it. They needed a congressional bill to release it. The congressional bill existed under the Trump administration, so they were able to fully release it then. If Harris were in office, she would have followed the law.
They could have
Unlike
wrote a
Trump.
congressional bill
Unlike Trump.
under Biden.
Now, can you answer this question? What is a grifter? Tell me.
Buddy, you've not answered any of my questions. I feel
I have
zero
answered
need
every
to-
single one
Can
of
you-
your questions. Tell me, what is a grifter?
What? I
Tell
asked
me,
you
what
to
is a
show me the
grifter?
videos of Biden apologizing. Do that first. I asked you that 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I told you can look that up. I'm not going to play the video
And I'm
of him
going to tell you,
apologizing.
you could look it up on your own time.
Yeah, I'm asking you what you mean by a grifter. That's not me. If we want me to provide my own definition of a grifter, I can. I can tell you what the definition of a
ahead.
grifter is. So
Like,
is
I
this,
don't know what you're getting
do you
at
know what a
with this.
grifter
Like,
is? What is a grifter?
Do you know what a racist Biden is?
Can you
Do you
answer my
realize that
question?
you apologize more
What
for
about
racist
Biden?
shit
What
than
about
you
Biden,
apologize
everybody?
for?
What about
That's
Biden,
your whole
actually?
life is what
What
about
about
Trump. Your
Biden,
whole
actually?
life is
Okay.
what about Trump.
Hey, can
Your
you
whole
tell me what a
life is what
grifter is?
about Trump.
What about Biden, actually? Okay, I'm gonna bring up
Your
Biden
whole
one more
life
time,
is what about
actually.
Trump.
Samantha, thank you so much for the $5 for the grift money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me what the grift what grifting is, because I'm dealing up with you being a man child.
I'm the one being a man child.
Yeah,
You're
that's what
sitting
they
there
said.
trying to force another man to give you a definition out of a dictionary, and you're holding up a whole debate
I can
over it.
I can
I'm the
tell
man
you
child.
the definition.
I'm
I'm
the
just
man
asking you how
child.
you're using the term.
I'm the man child.
Dude,
Right?
I can give you a definition.
Then
I'm just
give the
asking you
definition.
how
If
you
you're
use the
so
term.
worried about it, I'm not worried about giving you the definition. If you are that worried about it, you're the man child.
Okay,
Give
I'll
it.
tell you.
And
So
move on.
grifting means you dishonestly hold a certain perspective in order to make money, get attention from something,
Yeah,
right? Something like that,
yeah.
which is not
That's
true.
exactly what you do.
How am I? What dishonest view am I holding to?
Almost every one of them.
Name one. Name one view that's dishonest.
Saying that a person would need evidence other than common sense that the biggest funder for Israel support wouldn't want something coming out that would hurt Israel support. You do not need evidence for that. If you need
You do
evidence
need
for
evidence.
that,
You need evidence for beliefs. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that makes me a grifter because I need evidence for beliefs. Wow.
No,
he really just tried to
absolutely
call me a
not.
grifter because I need evidence. Chat. Crazy.
oh my God. No, I would say you're just an idiot if you need evidence for that. I would say you're an idiot.
That's ridiculous. Everyone needs evidence for beliefs. Now, you can say that you believe
What
in
is the
that
PAC
and you think
form
that there's
for?
evidence
What is
for
the
it.
PAC form for? What is the PAC form for?
It's for the support for the state of Israel.
There's
No
your
one's disputing
fucking
that.
evidence.
I don't think that's sufficient evidence to ground that. Now, again, I'm not saying that there is no link between Epstein and Israel. No one's ever claimed that. No one fucking once has ever
So
said
why
that on the
wouldn't
stream.
AIPAC want to hide that?
Well,
Why
I'm not-
wouldn't they? Give me a reason why they wouldn't want to hide that. Give me one reason.
No,
One reason.
I'm just telling you, you don't have sufficient.
Just one.
I'm just telling you, you don't have sufficient evidence to claim that that information was known by AIPAC prior to the election in order to be able to make said determination based upon that. And also, it wouldn't
So
make
the
any sense
biggest funder for
considering
Israel
it wouldn't
support
make
didn't
any
know.
sense considering they supported both sides of the political aisle, right? And if both sides wouldn't have done the exact same thing, it just doesn't make sense that it would have been specifically for that reason.
Both sides
Right?
would have done the same thing.
The reason is to push the support for the state of Israel. Now, you might say that this might be able to diminish the support in the long term. They might try to prevent this. That's if that information was known to the individual at the time. And I'm just saying I don't necessarily have evidence to say that. Now, again, I dislike AIPAC. I think AIPAC is horrible. I think it should have to register as a foreign entity. But
doesn't
none of that
sound like it.
means that this is just true because of that. Because of that. Like, this is no
It
evidence.
kind of does. It kind of because you said
No, it
both
doesn't.
sides wouldn't. Both sides
No, it
wouldn't do the
doesn't.
same
Okay,
thing,
so
but
and
they
also,
funded both sides.
also, buddy, this doesn't make me a grifter for saying I need evidence to believe in something. You're just being ridiculous.
No, you're being ridiculous. You're asking me to have recorded conversations of billionaires saying they know about Epstein when they are the elite of the elite in Israel. They go and dine with Bibi Netanyahu every other day. So if in fact this man was blackmailing, then of course AIPAC would know about it. Of course. These people dine with Bibi Netanyahu every day. Members of the Knesset, I just murdered that word, government over there in Israel, every day. So if this man, and you just said, very possibly
I
has
don't.
ties
I don't
to
think it
Israel.
necessarily means that they knew this. Like that's like saying an American PAC overall would understand everything that the American government was doing from
How-
CIA,
how is that what I said?
CIA
How is that what I
level,
said?
from a governmental perspective, right, or from some underground perspective. I don't think that the PAC, an understanding about the government or in support of that government, would know everything about how it's operating.
Well, I can give you a million examples of where you're wrong. Lyndon B. Johnson, Bill Clinton, Oslo Accords, many things where you would say, well, where's your evidence? AIPAC influenced that. I would say it's common sense.
Wait,
Because it's not in the benefit of Americans. It's not in the benefit of Americans. It only benefits Israel.
You can give those are examples where you can give legitimate evidence to substantiate. Okay, so by the way, asking for evidence to substantiate something is just basic. That's normal. We need evidence to substantiate things in all scenarios. But there are plenty of examples where you would say there is evidence. By the way, what you are claiming is you're claiming that the relationship that exists with Netanyahu and whatnot is evidence. Don't say you don't need evidence. Claim that it is evidence. That's a better argument.
But brother, I guess, and honestly, I don't hate you
Does that
because
make
I'm
sense?
not ever gonna call you a piece of shit like you did me.
Can you respond to what I just said?
I'm
Did
the
you
one
even
who
listen?
gave that thing
Did
you
you even
just
listen?
used.
Actually,
Yes.
repeat to me what I just said.
You just said you could have used that as evidence that they go and dine with Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, so say it's evidence rather than just saying it's saying that you don't need evidence.
But that's
in the
not
first place.
evidence either. That's not full evidence.
Well, it's not full evidence, but evidence just means.
But it's better.
Evidence just means increases the probability of a particular.
But I thought you knew that. Okay, I'm sorry if that's where we were losing each other. I kind of figured that was just an understanding that the leaders of AIPAC are deeply embedded with the leaders of the government of Israel. I kind of just thought that was an understanding we were both coming in here with.
So, but that doesn't even so, like they're trying to support them, right? But that doesn't mean that they know all of the knowings of like what the Mossad is doing or what secret intelligence agencies are doing. Like that's like saying like a pro-America.
But if you're spending $1 billion, you don't.
Oh my
support
God!
them blindly.
Please listen. Please just please.
Oh my God! You not listen to me once.
I did. I promise you, I've listened to you this whole time. Okay. So just because someone's pro-America ideologically speaking does not mean, right, that they would be knowing about everything the CIA is doing or the government's doing from an intelligence standpoint, right? That
Correct.
information is not specifically given to everyone, even though there is a relation, even though there is people who are understanding. Not all of them are going to have that specific information. Now, that's totally reasonable to think.
Correct. You're 1,000% correct. But then you again brought it to just your everyday supporter. I'm not talking about your everyday supporter. I'm talking about somebody that's sinking $600 million total into a presidential campaign on both sides. Somebody doesn't do that blindly. These people dine with Netanyahu every day. You don't go spend $1 billion blindly. You think that that's what they did?
No, I don't.
This was the most funded presidential campaign of all time.
Sir, no one's disputing this. I don't know why you're acting like I'm disputing this. Like, dude.
You've disputed it for 20 minutes now.
No, I didn't. I never disputed that there's a connection between the state of Israel and the funding of AIPAC and trying to be in support of the state of Israel's actions. What I said is that not every single intelligence operation that the state of Israel engages in is known by AIPAC. Okay? That's
But
incoherent.
I would say the biggest one on the ticket
You
is...
actually legitimately think that AIPAC understands every intelligence operation that the state of Israel is engaging in? That's fucking delusional. I'm sorry. You're not making an actual good argument.
Said that. And no, I don't. And
That's the argument you have to make.
What are you talking... So I have to make that argument if I'm saying the biggest thing on the ticket that could hurt Israel, I would say they weren't going in
No one knew
blindly
this information would end up fully coming out and all of that information would be able to impact people in that sort of extent. They didn't know that because they thought Trump was going to be able to take care of it. You understand that, right?
I mean, everything you just said was false. I don't understand that. No, I don't.
Okay, so I just want to be clear here. And when it comes to AIPAC, we have so much evidence to indicate that they've done things that are horrible. Okay?
So why would we need more for a common sense point?
Okay.
Why would we need more?
You know what? I don't think I can have a conversation with you. I don't think you're a reasonable person.
I agree with you. I don't think I can have a conversation with you.
I'm genuinely trying to have a dialogue with you, and you won't do it. You like scream
What
at
do you
me
mean,
like,
how
halfway between.
You've called me a piece of shit. I've never called you a piece of shit.
Because you are a piece of shit. You've acted like that
Based
the whole
on what?
conversation. Based upon the way
Based
you've
on
acted
what?
in this conversation. Based upon the
A
way that you've
political
treated me in this
debate makes me
conversation.
a piece
Based
of
on the way
shit?
that you're unwilling to engage in dialogue. Given the basis of the fact that you've lied about me repeatedly. Given the fact that you tried to constantly act dishonestly and act like I'm a horrible person or try to say that I'm grifting, right? Or things like that, right? It's actually
So dishonesty
fucking
makes me a
dishonest.
piece of shit?
Yes.
Dishonesty makes me a piece of shit?
Yes, that does make you a piece of shit.
But Biden saying if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, that don't make him a piece of shit?
Yes, it would. If he obviously isn't going to take accountability. If you can take accountability for your behavior, I wouldn't continue to call you a piece of shit, buddy.
But I've never heard you call Biden a piece of shit in general.
I have. I've countless times. There's countless things that I would
Show
say that
me
are
one
piece of
time.
shit things.
You said countless, so surely you could show one thing if you call him a piece of shit. Not criticizing him, calling him a piece of shit, attacking his moral character down to the fiber of his being, calling him a piece of shit.
Yeah, for
Show
any of
me.
these individual actions, I would say that until someone
But you
obviously addresses
didn't.
that behavior.
But you didn't.
I have.
Show me.
I don't have a clip off the top of my head, or
Well,
I can
exactly,
find
but
right
that's what you
away
keep
that's going to
putting to
show
me.
that.
That's what you keep putting to me. Oh, if I can't find a certain clip off the top of my
But
head.
do you realize I'd have to scroll back through hours of footage every single day?
I
Like
would
that,
say
that,
if
that like
you
that's just
called
like
him a piece of
impossible to
shit,
find.
it would be rare and you would know where it's at because you ain't doing it a bunch.
Okay. Well, I'm not having a direct conversation with him. Okay. I'm having a direct conversation with you, and we're treating each other in certain ways.
But
So
he
obviously, I'm
is
more
a much
likely.
bigger deal than me.
Obviously, I'm more likely in a conversation with you to call you a piece of shit based on the way that you're treating me than someone I'm not having a conversation with. That the conversation's not even about. Biden's not even the candidate. The last candidate was Harris.
Okay, so what is your one major point for calling me a piece of shit? That's what I want to know. What was
I
the,
already
what
have
was the
responded to you
deciding
multiple
factor?
times based on the way that
What
you
was it?
treated me in this conversation. You called me a
What did I
grifter.
treat you? Name
called-
example.
I'm doing it right now, and you're cutting me off right now. You're actually proving
Okay.
my point. Case in point.
Yeah. You've cut me off the same amount, dude. What are you talking about?
I am not cutting you off like that.
You haven't cut me off multiple times.
Not in the way that you are cutting me off repeatedly, consistently, over and over again. And I have acknowledged it, and I've also apologized for it after, by the way. You won't even ever acknowledge your behavior. You'll continue to keep doing
I
it,
have
and then you'll act
multiple
like it's my
times, and I've
fault
apologized.
every single time, and you'll try to scapegoat me for the fucking problem every single time you do
No,
it.
I apologize multiple times for cutting you off.
Okay, then. Now, can you acknowledge that I'm not a grifter? Can you acknowledge that, right? Like I was not defending racism?
How is me saying you apologize more for it saying that you defended racism, brother? I'm saying you gave, okay, no, wait, let me put it into different words, actually. You gave more of an explanation for if you don't vote for me, you ain't black, than Biden did. That is just a factual point. He never talked about it as much as the 30-second long tangent you just went on.
He talked
How
about
can
it
we
longer
debate
than that.
that?
He talked about
How
it
can-
longer than that. That's just a lie. Also,
So
Biden.
Biden-
So his whole point here is to lie about Biden and to not acknowledge what I'm saying and to act
What
like
did I
what
lie?
I was
He didn't say
saying
if
was.
you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
See how you constantly cut me off after I let you
Because
speak?
you called me a liar and you're lying about it. That's grifting.
I described how you
Name
lied.
the lie, or do
I
not
did.
call me a liar.
I did describe the lie.
What was the lie? I never said you defended racism. That's a lie.
You did. And also, after I said it the first time and I played back the clip, you then, in explanation of the clip, said that I was defending Biden's actions. So
that was the first time I said it?
No,
You went for the whole search and couldn't find it, but then apparently I said it after that, after you went for the whole search and couldn't find it?
I played the clip. I was making the argument.
What did it say in the clip?
Yeah, can you not cut me off?
I said
please?
you
Why
explained
are
it
you
more
throwing
than
a temper-
Biden. That's it.
Why are you throwing a temper tantrum?
Because you're acting like a child.
I'm not acting like a child right now. You're the one screaming at me and yelling at me and cutting me off constantly. You're the one acting like
Well,
a
maybe
child
because
right
you
now
can't
without
understand a
realizing
simple
it.
point. All I'm saying was you explained that comment more than Biden did. If you
No,
take
I
that as
didn't.
you are defending racism, then
That's a
I don't.
lie. And also, by the way, no, you explicitly said I was defending Biden's actions, right, after explaining it. Because I was explaining specifically that you were saying that I was apologizing for Biden's actions and whatnot, which,
Making
by the way,
excuses for
is
them.
making the argument that I'm engaging in apologetics for Biden's behavior, which is defending it, which is the implication that the statement made, which is the point that I was making. And then you actually defended it by explaining that it was. Actually
But you,
defending.
so you didn't do that.
You
You
thought I
didn't
was
just tell
defending.
me that a racist can heal as long as he's on your side, and he apologizes to the
That's
public
not
eye.
defending racism. That's saying that people specifically who are racist can stop being racist and can acknowledge
That's
their
70.
behavior, can apologize for it, can change over time. Yes, people can change.
Okay, but then when he also made racist comments on the campaign trail, no, it doesn't seem like he's changed.
Blue Barbie, thank you so much for the galaxy. Well, I think
Does
he
it
has
seem like
changed.
he's changed when he said,
Well, I think
if
he
you don't
has
vote for me, you
changed.
ain't black?
I think he has
He changed since then?
I think even so, and I think that he's acknowledged his behavior. Right? Yeah, obviously we progress over time. It takes over the past few years, people progress. Well, even when you're older, you progress in your understanding of these things. So I
Not
don't know.
very often.
So okay, so you don't think that you can change in terms of this behavior? Then you don't think that Trump could change?
I
So
would say
Trump-
Trump's not
so
going to
can I-
change
can I-
any,
can I- can I
any
finish?
deep-rooted belief Trump has. He's not going to change at this point, no.
Okay. So Trump specifically depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as apes, right? He specifically called Hakeem Jeffries a low IQ thug, right? He specifically recently has said that Kamala Harris turned black. He perpetuated lies about the Haitian community, saying that they're eating cats and dogs, and there's no evidence of that. And the only thing he saw was a video of a black American from Canton, Ohio, not even from Springfield, that specifically was having a mental breakdown. So not even a Haitian immigrant, right? And he assumed that they're a Haitian immigrant just because of the fact that they're black. He popularized
Can I
the birther
respond?
movements. No, he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya to undermine him being president of the United States when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States, right? He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, right? There were countless things that
Yeah.
you mentioned. The Central Park Five, he denied, or he said that they were murderers, even, and they were guilty, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence.
May I respond?
Yeah.
So you said he said Kamala Harris just turned black. Are you going to debate that she does not use different voice dialogues in front of different crowds and just voice? She doesn't change her demeanor for different crowds. You're going to say that. You're going to contend that.
Code switching does not mean you turn black. Like what?
So when you talk like a honky in front of white people, and then you go up to Chicago and you get that little slang, and yet that's not playing those type of games.
That's called code switching, and people do that so that they don't experience racism from people like you.
See, how are you able to give so many excuses for it that you don't know for sure? Where's your evidence that that's the reason she was doing it?
Well, because I know people who are black who code switch, and
Oh my God! Whoa! That's like one of the worst generalizations to ever make.
I'm
ever.
still finishing my statement, and you cut me off constantly. I know people who
Because
are black.
knowing people that black doesn't mean you know Kamala Harris.
Yeah. How about you shut the fuck up and listen? Okay, genuinely, it's like you can't listen. I know people who are black that code switch. I'm familiar with the concept. We know the particular precursors to it. We know exactly, right, specifically that she's talked about doing similar things to this historically in the past, and we know that it's a prevalent thing amongst people who are black. Okay. It is very common for people who are black to code switch.
I would say I don't just know black people. My sister's a mixed race person. My nephews and nieces are mixed race people. But that's whenever a person starts a sentence like that to claim what they know about black ideology is I know black people. Oh, and he invited a black man up. Oh my God, that made it 10 times worse, man. Like
It didn't. Shut up. I just want to say mixed race people is absolutely a horrendous term. So you sitting here trying to virtue signal while doing all the same shit that you actually claim is bad is the worst possible thing. Also, code switching is a very prevalent thing within the black community. Shut up. Code switching is very prevalent within the black community.
He brought his black
because
card.
it's a survival tool. You literally
He brought
just
his
tried
black
to say
card,
that
guy.
you have it. You said you have a
He
quote
brought his
unquote
black card.
mixed races. You're crashing.
Here's my
Parker,
black-
he's crashing. You're literally
Here's my black
crashing.
Here's my
Holy
black friend.
smokes, he's crashing
Here's my
out.
black friend. I'm not racist.
Hey, so
Here's
by the
my
way,
black friend. I'm not
actually,
racist.
let me explain this real quick. So,
It's not racist.
Aaron, that's not what I'm claiming right now. That's actually not what I'm
Here's
doing.
my black friend. I'm not racist.
Aaron, can you please stop?
Crashing out.
Santana, I'm going to mute you real quick just because there's a bit of background noise real quick, because I just want to make this point real quick. So, Aaron, I want you to listen to this real quick, okay? So, Santana asked to join up after he heard us having a conversation about code switching because he was going to come up and explain from his perspective what it's like as a black American to code switch. Please let him explain. That's him asking me to join up. He actually added him up because I saw him.
I'm having a debate with you.
I added him up because I saw him in the box asking to be brought up.
I don't need to explain code.
Asking to be brought up. So you're going to listen to
Never-
him right
I
now.
never asked.
Hey, you're going to be quiet. You're going to put on your listening ears, and you're going to listen to Santana speak real quick. Please,
I'm definitely not listening to you.
Please be respectful. Put on your
I'm
listening
not gonna
ears.
listen to your black. Your
So do you
black
see?
card.
Oh,
Black card. I don't.
so Aaron, this is your racism. This
You are
this is
racist.
literally racism.
You
Aaron.
are beyond racist.
You literally can't listen to him.
You are beyond racist.
How
for
am
what
I
you just
racist?
did. Is that not what every racist person does when a position of black things get brought up?
You
I know
literally
black
just tried to
people.
do that.
I know
you
black
did
people.
that. Aaron,
What do
I
you
requested
mean?
up. I requested up because you're crashing out and being disingenuous. I came
In
up
what
because
way?
you were talking about code switching as if it wasn't a fucking thing.
I never mentioned code switching, buddy.
You said that it was an excuse, and you said you always have an excuse. You were talking about, well, if she's in the South and she's talking country, and then she goes up to the North or Chicago and she has that accent. You brought that shit up.
That's called two-faced. You can call it code switching, I guess. It's called two-faced.
It's code switching. It's literally a thing that black people do as a survival tactic because of racism, because we're not accepted if we speak AABE. It's literally a thing.
I guess it's a thing for two-faced people that need to portray different images of themselves to get different people to support them. Yes, I guess.
Just because you don't understand the thing doesn't mean that it's not a thing.
What do you mean? I grew up in a house with a white mother with a black child. You think
What
I've
does that
never
have to do?
experienced
Wait, so
racism?
not you. You're literally tokenizing your family member.
But
Like
that's
you're
not my
you're
friend. Like
you're
Santana,
literally tokenizing him.
he just literally did the thing he tried to say I was doing. Because by the way, I wasn't saying
Right.
I'm not racist. I have a black friend. That's not what I was doing. Right? I was saying, right, this is something that allows me to understand, right, the idea that it can impact people and that code switching can be effective. Right? That
But
I
me
have
living in the same
understood from
house-
people in my life that have told me about this. That's all I was explaining. I wasn't saying I'm not racist because of this. That would be exactly what you were trying to criticize me of doing, which is, by the way, what Aaron just did.
Whoa. Now, can I have 10 seconds to explain? 10
Yes.
seconds.
Yeah, no, I won't speak at all, I promise.
Okay. Then this is all I want to say, and then I'll hear Santana out. How is it a fair, valid point that you're able to say, I got this understanding by knowing these people, but I'm not allowed to say I would have a better understanding as living with a white mother to black children? You don't feel there's racism towards that in America, Central America? You don't think my mother's ever experienced racism for having a curly-haired black daughter?
No, your mother who's white has never experienced the racism. That's not how
What?
racism works. It's not how it works. Sorry.
So when people are telling her about her, I'm not even going to say the word baby. That's not her experiencing racism when she loves that baby with her whole heart. How does that make sense? Is that what you support,
Sure,
Parker?
sure,
Parker,
sure.
is that
I'll
what you
tell
support?
you. Would you like to know, Aaron? What is race?
I'm not going to go into like silliness at this point, because if you're going to tell me my mom didn't experience racism when she was raising a black
It's
child,
fine. Your siblings experienced it. Your siblings are the
my
one that
sister was a
experienced it.
baby. She didn't experience anything.
Holy smoke!
Wait,
Okay,
so
ra-
like if he
go ahead.
thinks if I'm around someone who's black and someone is racist towards the person who's black and I'm with them, did I experience racism?
No, you did not. But if it was your child,
Okay.
then yes, you did. If it was
What?
your child, then yes. It's your child. You have to defend. What are you
What
laughing
does that even
about? None of
mean?
that's funny. My sister was called racist.
Santana, go ahead. I wanted to clarify that real quick because I knew he was gonna say some stupid shit. Like,
That was stupid.
Yes, it was. Yes,
So
it
a
was.
white woman has never been harmed or harassed for having children with black people.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she experienced racism as a white woman.
So what would you call that? What would you call that? The harassment that's coming towards her based on her having a black child. What is that then?
Just as you described it. like
No,
like,
what's the name for it? What is
yeah,
the name for it?
Yeah, she experienced someone being racist to her son.
So she experienced racism.
No, she experienced someone being racist to her son. That's not her
And it's my
experiencing
sister.
racism.
If you would pay attention, please.
That's her experiencing a scenario where someone was racist to her son.
It's almost like you can't even explain it without sounding silly. It's her experiencing racism when she's carrying a tiny baby. The baby didn't.
That's like saying because you're with someone who's black, that someone was racist towards the person who's black,
Not
that
with
you
someone.
experienced racism because you experienced someone else being racist to someone who's black in front of you. Like that just makes no sense.
Okay, can I make it clear then?
Try to.
And
yeah.
without saying the word, I'll tell you exactly what my mother has experienced. N-word lover, N-word baby. These aren't racist things that are coming towards her. What would you call that? That's not normal hate. Somebody ain't just hating on her for being a whore. They were not calling her a whore.
Question: Is your mother black that she would actually be someone that is targeted specifically by the N-word?
Did you not hear my sentence, or are you just being disingenuous?
Can you answer the question? Is your mother black and someone that would specifically be targeted by using the word N-word?
Can you answer my question, please? Because I asked it 10 times first.
I'm answering your question. You just don't understand it. The point that I'm trying to get across
Santana, how
is
about I
them
ask it
saying
directly
the.
to you? Can I ask it
Answering
directly to
your
you,
question,
Santana?
bub. Sure.
Please don't demean me. Okay, then just give me what should I call it then? When people are coming up to her calling her an N-word lover, she has an N-word baby. They're not saying it to my sister, and they're not calling her a whore. They're using race to be hateful to her. What do you call that?
This is the issue that I have with having this conversation with you, because you are working under the pretense that racism is about hate. That's like tertiary. It's not the main thing. It's not the secondary thing. So you just basing it off of hate is not an actual thing. And then the issue that I have is understanding that when that word is being used, the reason why people say N-word is because not only the actual history of it, but literally when people were using that word, Black people were getting killed. So your white mother, while people might say N-word lover, they're not talking about her in a sense of the N-word that has the power. Sure, they're connecting her with that proximity to Blackness, but it's not your mother who's Black. There's a huge difference.
I never once claimed my mother was Black. I said she received hate from racist people, but I guess we wouldn't call that
Yes,
racism.
and it's hate. Exactly.
I'm sorry.
It's hate, not racism.
Yeah. So
if people aren't dying over the N-word anymore, it's not racism?
Aaron, if you're with your friend who's Black, and someone
We're not talking about a friend.
and someone goes up to you and says that exact same statement to you, right? Would you think that you experienced racism?
1000% not, because it's not my baby infant child that I have connected to for life.
I don't understand how that.
Where am I
how being
losing
your
you?
child
Where
is
am I
going to-
losing you?
That I don't understand that right there. Like,
Because a
that's the
friend
point.
is not the same thing as your child that you chose to
It's
make
a different
and create.
person. It's a different person. Is the point we're making. Like you're not the one that the racism is targeted towards, right? They're harassing you for your proximity
they were
to a
harassing
person
her.
of that race.
They weren't harassing the
They're
baby.
being racist to the person, right? That you're in proximity to.
And can I say this, Aaron, for someone who has a biracial sibling, for me to come up and for you to immediately start crashing out saying, oh, that's his token Black, that's his token Black. That, like, you don't think that's super fucked up of you?
You just did the same thing back to me by saying me bringing up my sister was that. So is that the
No,
same
I
thing
said
to
there's
you?
no, I said that's tokenization, not calling someone a token Black. Those are two different things.
I would just say I called out what anybody should
calling
call
someone
out.
no calling someone a token Black means that I'm the Black savior, the Black hero that people trot out whenever there's a
Don't
quote
tell
unquote
me
Black
what
issue.
I
That's
meant.
not it. You said it. You called me a token
Okay, look
Black.
up token in the dictionary, buddy, because you're adding a whole bunch of things to it that aren't dictionarily there.
Then maybe stop saying words you don't understand what they mean.
No, look up token.
I know what token means.
Because it has nothing to do with what you just said. You are lying. You just, I'm just saying, he gave so many different examples.
What was the
that have
lie?
nothing to do
Let's
with
look
that.
it up.
Hey, Aaron,
Let's
what was
look
the
it up.
what was the lie, Aaron?
His whole definition of token, because I wanted to read the
That's
definition
not a
of
lie.
token.
That's not a lie.
So read the definition of token to the live.
I don't think you know what a lie is.
Read the definition of token to the live, and then have him repeat
By
his definition.
the way, did you ever provide the definition of grifting?
Oh, so look at this.
Hey, well, you know what? We'll provide you the definition once you provide the definition of grifting.
Oh, see, look, because you know it ain't gonna stand up, buddy.
Aaron,
But I just don't
Aaron,
understand
answer the
how that's
question.
not called race.
Answer the question, Aaron. What is it? What is grifting? Tell me. I will
Somebody
let you
that makes money on lies and spreading division.
makes money on lies and what lies have I engaged in?
Oh, so now I have to explain.
Yes,
So now
you
I
do.
don't have to give the
You said
definition.
that I
have
engaged
to-
in lies. So what lies did I engage in?
I'd like to know how that racism was depicted to my sister as she's an infant. Nobody was talking to her.
Okay, so tell
Nobody.
me what lies did I engage in?
You got the token definition up there, buddy?
What are the lies
Yes.
that I engaged in? Hold on, I want him to answer this
Okay,
question
read
first. Now answer the question first. What lies did I engage in?
You sit there and said that you didn't defend Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black more than he did.
Wait, so now I'm defending. So you admitted now that you think I was defending it.
Buddy, did you not hear my exact sentence?
So did you just acknowledge that he just literally ran into the point that he was saying that I was defending it, by the way, after claiming for so long
No, I'm
that
saying
he
you went on
wasn't
for
saying
30
that I
minutes,
was
so that's how you're taking it, so that's how I'll give it
Yeah,
to you.
okay,
You
wait. That's actually
You went
really
on
funny.
for 30 minutes about how that's how you're taking it, so why would I not? What are you talking about, dude?
You just ran right into the point that you were saying you weren't making.
No, I'm sitting. Oh my God. Oh Lord.
Yeah, how does it feel to like own yourself?
No, I mean, just Lord have mercy, man. Like,
We'll
I
keep
hope I
addressing
never
it.
get to this
Go ahead,
point where I'm
Santana.
this biased.
Aaron, I was just gonna say, I think you're saying a lot that you don't understand, and I think this is where the issue is coming in. Just FYI, there's no actual quote unquote standard definition of token Black person, but there are some
I
great
didn't say
studies
token
that
Black.
were
I said
completed.
token.
You call me a token Black person. You said his token black. You said his token black. You literally were yelling token black.
You did not say that 5 minutes ago. You started giving me the definition for token.
Yes, for a token black and then tokenization.
Okay, that's the word you really use, tokenization. So that's the word I wanted the definition for, and you can't give it because it has nothing to do with what you're saying and implying.
Oh my God, you're having a tracking issue. I said that you called me a token black, and I said that you tokenized your sibling. Those are two different things.
Yes, I would say if I'm having a conversation about black ideology and he feels the need to bring up a black man immediately, that's a little bit weird.
Yes, you were calling
that's
me.
a little bit. Hey, I have black
You were
friends.
calling me a token black, Aaron. You said that. Those were your words.
Because that's what he did.
Hey,
No,
hey,
he
Aaron,
didn't.
Aaron, what I did was my friend asked me if he to be able to join the live because he heard something he wanted to talk about, and I brought him up.
I literally came up here to clarify the whole thing with code switching because that's a real thing.
Call it two-faced.
No, it's not two-faced. Just because you don't have to do it doesn't mean that it's not a real thing.
She does not have. She's the vice president of the United States. Nobody is going to hurt her. She does not have to do that.
Wait, it's not about being hurt. How do you think that she was able to get into the position?
It is about being hurt. You just said the N-word only mattered when people were getting killed, so that's why it didn't matter to my mother.
Aaron, you're crashing out and you're not listening. That's why you don't understand what's happening.
Have you listened to one thing I've said?
I've been listening this whole time. That's why I requested up.
Well, it does not seem like you've listened to even one thing because I'm repeating. Can I repeat what you told me? Your words?
Sure.
You said that the reason it doesn't matter that my mom experienced the N-word is because
what does that have to do with code switching?
Can I finish?
No.
You're doing
What does that have to do with code
switching?
switching?
You're doing exactly what you're calling me a piece of shit for.
Can you please speak to code switching? Because now you're conflating things.
I just asked you if I can repeat what you just said about my mother.
Yeah.
You said I could, and then you started interrupting me.
Okay, but then tell me what the N-word has to do with code switching. Go.
I'll tell you what, it has nothing to do with it, and you should have never brought it up.
You brought up code switching and the N-word. You brought
I never
up both
once
of those
said code
things.
switching. I call it two-faced because she's a vice president. She is nowhere near in danger for her race. Nobody
Just
is coming up
because
to her on
you
a
don't
daily
know
basis.
what the actual word is, Aaron, doesn't mean you didn't bring it up. You said it. You just don't know what the word means.
I never once said code switching. That's your
because you didn't know the
definition of it.
term.
That's an opinion you have. That is not a fact.
Holy fuck. Yes, code switching is a factual thing. There's multiple studies behind code switching.
It's impossible to be a factual thing. It's impossible to be a factual thing.
Okay.
Don't you understand anything?
So, Aaron, yes, I understand way more than you do, but don't worry about it. How about I give you a study about code switching? Would you be interested in that?
You know what a study is? Do you know what a study is?
Oh, God.
Do you know what a study is?
Sure. Yeah, again, Aaron, I know a lot more than you.
It's
like,
opinion.
I'm not even
it's
joking.
opinion based, and it goes out into communities like studies.
Studies are opinion. What?
Yes,
studies
for
are
sure.
opinion based.
For sure.
Are you talking about a poll?
You didn't say a theory. You didn't say or all these things. You said a study.
Wait, do you understand? Do you understand
Send
what
me
the
the
difference
study.
between?
Send me the study.
Wait,
Stop laughing.
no,
Instead of
Aaron.
laughing,
Do
send
you
me the study,
do
and
you
I'll show you how
understand
it's
what the difference
opinion-based.
is between a poll and a study?
Send me the study, and I'll show you how it's opinion based. Right now, send it to me.
Holy fuck!
Right now,
Okay.
send me the
All right,
study.
wait. I got you.
Send me the study.
I got you. The name of the study is. Hold up. Wait, did I get rid of the title?
There was a good one that was done by PubMed. The actual title of the study is does exposure to code switching interfere? Does the exposure to code switching influence language performing in bilingual children? And
So
they
you
talked
just
about
answered
the actual.
my question, and you sat 10 minutes laughing at me.
What you wanted?
What?
He wanted a study specifically.
The name of your study is literally a maybe question. Does it?
That's the question it's answering.
That's the
Oh my
title.
god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Holy
Oh my
fuck,
god.
I'm stupid.
Wow, I'm really Wow.
That's
What
the
are we
question
doing
the study
here?
is answering, my guy. Bro, this
Wow.
guy, dude.
Honestly,
today,
wow.
like recently, I've been talking to some of the most ridiculous Real genius Trump supporters,
So,
like
so
really,
that study
like,
can come to
the
a final
smartest
conclusion.
Trump supporters ever in the world.
So,
Like,
so that study can come
I don't
to
think
a
I've
final
ever
definite
talked to
conclusion.
smarter people. Like, really,
So that study can come to a final scientific definite conclusion, is what you're telling me.
a study comes
That
to a
passes
conclusion
the
within a certain
scientific
confidence
test.
interval. A study will come to a conclusion within a certain confidence interval.
Exactly, and that's what I said, and you sat there crying, laughing about it.
No, that's not what you said. You said
I
it's
said
an
it can never be
opinion.
fact. It can never
No,
be
you
fact.
said
Literally
you said
never.
studies are
Studies
opinions.
can-
You said
yeah.
studies are opinions. That's
What
what
are they
you said.
studying? What are they studying? Who are they
Studies
talking
can
to?
demonstrate facts within the context of a certain confidence interval.
Okay, who are they studying? Who are they talking to?
It depends on the study.
And so, no, follow me on this because it seems hard for you guys. If they're doing a
No,
study,
it seems hard for you.
and they're going to ask black people why they code switch, they're asking black people for their opinions on why they code switch.
No, that's a poll, bub. That's not a study.
That's your study.
You haven't even looked at it.
But it's an impossibility to be a fact, is what you don't understand.
No, that's because you don't understand things and that's what you believe. Like the fact that you're making these definitive statements without any information, you're ultra crepidarian. That's
You have
literally
made
what
the
you
most
are.
definitive statements of all, but
What definitive?
I would say a definitive statement is saying that code switching is something that is proven scientifically beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's not just being
Who
two-faced.
said that?
You did multiple times.
No, what I told you is that what Kamala Harris was doing was code switching. You said she doesn't need to do code switching. She's not in danger of her life. I didn't say anything about
Did
being in
Kamala Harris
danger of
ever
her
tell
life.
you she was doing that?
Can I finish?
Did
Can I
Kamala
finish?
Harris ever tell you
Can
she
I
was doing
finish?
that?
Can I finish? Can I
Did
finish?
she ever tell you she was doing that, or are you just making that up for her?
No, Aaron, the reason why I came up to talk to you is because when Parker was telling you about code switching, you said, "How do you know?" And so then Parker told you, yes, he has black friends, black people that have told him about code switching. He's also read studies about code switching. And that's why I came up to not only give anecdotal evidence to be at best, but also to talk about the necessity and
Very
why black
anecdotal.
people code. You
Very
don't know.
anecdotal.
What does anecdotal mean, Aaron?
See, look at this. What is all this demeaning? Like,
What
that's
does
your guys'
anecdotal
only
mean?
response. That's the only, and
No,
that should show
serious
enough
question.
in itself.
Serious question,
That should-
Aaron. What does
okay,
anecdotal mean?
Tell me. Just because there's a study on something doesn't make it a fact.
What does anecdotal mean?
Because there's a study on something doesn't make it a fact.
Aaron, I'm
Studies are the
sitting
best
here.
at
Because there's a
determining
study
what the
on
facts
something.
are.
Fuck.
Hey, dude.
I'm
Do
sitting.
you
Aaron,
realize racist?
Aaron, studies are the best at determining the facts. That it's increasing the probability that certain thing is true. Aaron, genuinely, like your
Do you realize how
brain
many
does
studies
not
there were
function
about keeping black
like
people
in a critical thought
unintegrated?
process.
How many studies were done about keeping blacks unintegrated?
Black people,
Blacks, black people, you donut.
I don't care about using your perfect language. I'm not in any way
You
racist.
have
perfect
biracial
language.
siblings. You have biracial
And she would never
siblings,
be
and you don't
offended
know
by that because
anything.
she's not trying to virtue signal online.
Oh my god, we're not virtue signaling by saying that you should say more respectable terms.
Hey, can I invite my sister up here and you tell her how she's racist for talking this way as well?
Who said anything about being racist? You donut.
You just implied that I'm fucking racist.
We
No,
said
hit
here's the
dog or
better way to
holler. We
refer
didn't
to it.
say that exactly. No
Like
one
literally,
called you racist.
all we did
So,
was
so,
say.
so if my sister
Dude,
refers to it the same way, would you tell her the same
listen.
thing?
All we did was
Yes.
say yes. All we would say is just say black people. That's literally all we did. He's like, oh my god, they're being so ridiculous with me.
I do the same thing when I'm talking to white people and they say whites. I say no, not whites, white people.
I wouldn't.
It doesn't matter what you would. You humanize people. It's not Jews. It's
No,
not
I don't
whites.
think
It's
somebody.
not
I don't think
blacks.
somebody's dehumanizing me, calling me whites. I'm white. So how is that a dehumanization to call a fact? I'm telling you, there used to be studies that would claim it would be a bad idea to integrate schools. Does a study constitute a fact?
No, Bub. Studies don't constitute facts,
Exactly.
but studies
So I'll leave it
actually.
there, buddy.
Wait, what study is he
Holy
referencing? And by the
God.
way, that was probably not a peer-reviewed
Not
study. That was
him
probably a
running.
very biased study. He left. Wow, embarrassing.
Oh my God.
He doesn't realize that there can be studies that have bad biases and conflicts of
Yes.
interest and issues
Yes.
that aren't legitimate. You can have a basis of determining what studies are useful, what studies are not useful, and just because there's a study doesn't mean that it determines everything to be true. It depends on what the conclusions of the study are, right?
I have never seen anything like that, Parker. Ever.
Yeah, he said he had to go like 40 minutes ago, and he just like started
Holy
crashing out,
fuck.
dude. I've been having some crazy people recently.
Yeah. I've been listening for a while. I was out walking. I just got back home, and like I wasn't even gonna request up, but he was being absolutely insufferable, and so that's why I had to pop up for a second. But I appreciate you. I'll let you finish up with this because these guys are crazy.
Yeah, I appreciate you as always. Good seeing you.
Yeah. See you later, bro.
See you later. Fruit Punch, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was being ridiculous. Zumba, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Zumba in the comment section right now. Angela Nader, thank you so much for the $10 as well. All right. He was so salty. So salty. Electra, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Allison, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Yeah, he was ridiculous, wasn't he? Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yeah, he literally did do that. He did say that. As well as Candace, thank you for the $2. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fausti, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. Justina, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm mostly caught up. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, everyone, we probably have at least another 35 minutes on the stream, at least. And we're going to go live until Dean hops on, probably. So it might be more than that, depending on whenever he hops on. Let's get on this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always,
Stop virtue signaling on
Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, I'm about to bust.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21 years old. I was born October 2004.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd be voting for Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2004, October.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I support him because mainly the border and abortion. I'm a Christian, so I feel like abortion's wrong no matter what. I feel like if you have a child and you got to raise that child, you've been given an obligation to nurture that life. And then as for the border, I like what he's doing with the deportations. I live in an area where during the Biden administration, we had a lot of people coming in on buses, being given hotel rooms, and our area is actually dominated by a tourist industry. So because these hotel rooms were being taken up by illegal immigrants and being paid for by the government, our industries were, having to shut down. They weren't making money, and like all this tourist stuff. I mean, it just started crashing.
So the only, I don't know the specifics of what you're referencing. The only people who got funding specifically were state governments that gave funding to asylum seekers who are legal immigrants. There was no federal funds given to undocumented immigrants to house them in like hotels or apartment buildings.
Well, I mean, if it was a state thing, it was a state thing, but
along with the fact that in terms of being Christian, how do you feel about Trump trying and representing himself as God?
Oh, that wasn't. First of all, that was a picture of a doctor. Second of all, I'm sure like someone on his team posted that.
You actually think he was a doctor?
I mean, it'd be the same thing as like a comedian going up on stage and saying something like, "Hey, I'm God."
Let me just clarify. Glowing hands. Let me just clarify. The historical Jesus clothing.
Well,
and he's representing himself healing someone. So this is not just a troll. It's like him representing himself healing someone, and then he lied about it, saying that he was a doctor, when clearly that's not what a doctor looks like.
Well, I mean,
also,
either
Trump's
way,
not a
like
comedian;
what?
he's the president.
Like what? You want blasphemy to be illegal? Like, do you think blasphemy should be illegal? You think he should be in jail for that?
I don't personally care for it. I'm
All
an
right.
atheist. I'm asking you because you're Christian.
I mean, I take it as a
It's
joke.
an unforgivable sin. So you're okay with him committing an unforgivable sin?
I wouldn't really consider it an unforgivable sin. I consider it more of a
Jesus
joke.
does. Jesus considers it an unforgivable sin.
Well, you're saying you're an atheist. How do you know what Jesus thinks? I'm sure you've never read the Bible. I'm sure you've never
I
gone to
grew up in a
church.
Christian household. I went to church twice a week as a kid.
Oh, okay. So that's why that's why you're an atheist, because you didn't want to wake up
Because
every morning on
I went to
Sunday and
church
get
and I read
dressed.
the Bible. Good. Yep.
Yeah,
You're right.
because you were like a lazy kid. You didn't want to get like dressed and wake up. So anyway,
I did. I literally went to church. Probably more than you. Can you name the first 4 books of the New Testament?
yeah, Genesis, and then I can't remember the other 4.
That's the Old Testament, by the way, the first one for the Old Testament. And also,
you
that's
said
not
New
even for the
Testament,
New
yeah.
Testament, right? And even though you don't know the Old Testament or the New Testament, the first 4 books, so Genesis,
What was-
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers for the Old Testament, and for the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You don't know those?
Something about Psalms.
Well,
Like
that Psalms
isn't
is
that like
in the first 4.
Well, listen, I'm still like, I'm not gonna lie.
Is
I'm
Psalms
not
in
the
the
best
Old or New
Christian.
Testament?
Old.
It is in the Old. You actually somehow got that right. You got lucky.
How many continents are there, Parker?
7. Can you name them?
Yeah, I can. North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Antarctica. Oh, and Oceania.
Okay. I think you're trolling.
Well, I mean, Abby Hahn took.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
You gotta be 18 plus, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for some debates. Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 for the good fight. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Caleb, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know what? That's an argument that I've made. Is that 15% of of pregnancies naturally miscarry. There's also a huge percent that just like of zygotes, they get flushed out of the system, right? That's like literally God choosing to create bodies in such a way in which it promotes or creates those conditions. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Just economic reasons. His what's it called? His political views. His I'm brain farting. What's it called? Whenever his what's it called? The policy or the I'm brain farting right now. What's that? Help me out with the policy that deals with other countries. You can't help me out.
So what foreign policy?
Foreign policy. There we go. Foreign policy. Thank you.
So what foreign policy?
Well, with the border being more
That's
enforced.
domestic policy.
Well, isn't
Yeah, the border's domestic, yeah.
but isn't Mexico a foreign country?
But that's not foreign policy, that's domestic policy because you're establishing where the lines of your country is and then defending the lines of your country. That's domestic policy within the bounds of your country.
Okay, I like what he's doing in Iran though, and with all the drug boats.
So no new wars?
He did say that, but not everything is concrete when you become elected. I mean, what you said
So
when you're running
can you
for
name
president.
one political concession that he's got from Iran since the beginning of the war?
What is a political concession?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody said go on the list. I already did, brother. I did 4 years. What is a political concession?
Something that we get in terms of a concession from Iran, right, relating to something that we have in terms of our objectives. Like we want them to give up their nuclear enrichment. Right?
Oh, well, Israel is a ally.
What? I'm asking, what's the political concession that we've got from Iran?
From Iran.
Yes.
We're trying to get there with a ceasefire agreement.
And how's that going?
It's back and forth.
Not really working very well. And we have less
There was a ceasefire for like
political
2 days.
concessions right now than what we had under the JCPOA, the agreement Trump pulled out of. By the way, Omega, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True.
Do you believe that we should help out our allies?
I don't think that we should go to war for Israel. No.
Why not?
Because we have no agreement to do that. Because it's not in our interests. It's harmful to our reputation, our country, and it's also horrible. Like it's bad for our economy.
Then what is your understanding why Trump went to war with Iran?
To distract away from the Epstein files on behalf of the state of Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. He got convinced into it by Netanyahu.
A war criminal. You think a war criminal convinced Trump?
Yes.
This dude makes Putin scared of him, and he's going to be convinced of Netanyahu?
Putin is not scared of Trump. And then also, yeah, he
Bruh.
was convinced by Netanyahu, yeah.
We can just tell by body language that Putin is...
So wait, if you agree, if he was convinced by a war criminal, Netanyahu, would you stop supporting him?
No, that's not enough to stop supporting Trump.
Okay, so then is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he
Such
did
as?
anything that would put the American people's lives at risk,
Oh, like the war with Iran?
that is something you already agree to when you enlist, is potential war and...
But that still
and
puts
you-
people's lives at risk. And he also said that we will get struck here in the United States. It's just it's
That's
a question
not
about
gonna
when.
happen.
He said it's a
That's
question
not
about when.
gonna happen.
No, actually Trump said it's going to happen. It's just a question about when.
I don't know why he would say that. We have the biggest and strongest military in the world. There's no way we're gonna get hit at home.
Okay, so if there's no way we're going to get hit at home, why do we go to war in the first place?
My understanding is that Israel is our ally, and Iran and Israel have a conflict, and so we are gonna help out our ally.
We
which
started
is-
this conflict with Israel. And also just because they're our ally doesn't mean that we have to do whatever war they do.
Correct. We don't have to.
But why do you think it's in our interest to do so?
To make our relationship stronger with Israel.
That's
there's
not a
nothing
good
wrong-
thing. I don't think our relationship is, in terms of going to war with Israel, is a good thing. I think that's bad. Because it's literally led to us destabilizing our relationships all around the world. It's destabilized the countries in which we've literally been militarily intervening in. We've spent trillions of dollars doing this.
Okay, if that's the case, then we should not be allies with Israel.
Agreed.
If we are allies, though, then yes, I believe we should help out anybody that's our
But you
ally.
just said we shouldn't be
regardless of
allies
who.
with them. So if we should be allies with them, why should we defend them?
Well, I'm just saying, if we shouldn't help Israel, then we should not be allies with them. But because we are, then I believe we should help them.
Okay, so do you think we should have helped Ukraine defend
We
themselves
are
against
not
Russia?
allies with Ukraine, so I believe. I mean that we didn't. Yeah, we're not allies with Ukraine.
We are.
How are we allies with Ukraine? That's new information to me.
The Budapest Memorandum. How are we allies with Israel?
I don't know. I heard it on the news that we are.
Are you trolling me, dude?
No, Parker, I'm not.
Come on,
I actually
man.
do support Trump.
You actually do? Why?
Why? Well, his first term wasn't too bad, and going off of experience, that's how you gain wisdom.
Yeah, but
I believe.
has it gotten better off Can you name one thing that's got better off economically since Trump's got in office?
Economically, no, I cannot.
That's brutal.
Absolutely. And that's unfortunate. But I do believe that he did help out with a lot of drugs coming into the United States, though.
Oh, you can't say any specific drug names in specific, just letting you know. And then
Sure.
also, I don't think he has, because we are already seeing a decline in ODs under the Biden administration prior to Trump getting in office. Most of the decline happened under Biden.
Okay, would you agree that there were drugs on boats that were headed towards the United States?
There was no evidence that there was drugs on those boats, specifically that they blew up. And also, we should have detained those people so that we could get information about their operations to prevent their operations from happening to a greater extent rather than blowing them up. If they actually did have drugs, we should be detaining them so that we can learn about the operations and prevent them rather than just blowing them up, and then we can't learn about their operations.
Okay, do you know the 8 justified reasons to use unaliving force?
The 8? No, you tell me what
Yes.
you
So-
think the 8 are.
The military has 8 reasons, like self-defense, defense against others, defense against self-defense against infrastructure, and there's several others, and that defense against. There's a few more, and bringing in drugs. The CTEL bringing in drugs by boat is a justifiable reason.
But one, there was not
To use
evidence
that
given to
type of force.
Congress, and 2, it's not more useful to do that and just leads to them dying. So I actually don't think it's justified for us to do so. It's actually a violation of international law in some of the circumstances we did this. Like, one of them constitutes as a war crime because they double tapped a boat that the people were clinging to for like 40 minutes, and they were incapacitated, so they were out of the fight as deemed by the Geneva Convention, and then they decided to strike it again.
Well, that ain't right.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, not only that, but also like they're just using that as an excuse to just murder people. Like it's like there's no better condition. It doesn't prevent DRUGS from coming to our country to any greater extent if we decide to blow them up rather than detain them. Like it just doesn't prevent it to any greater extent.
Well, if you detain somebody, so if you have the option to use unaliving force or detaining,
It makes sense to detain, right?
well, a detain is going to cost Americans tax dollars, like millions of tax
It actually
dollars.
costs more to blow them up. That's like 6 digits just to blow up one person.
Okay, and how much does it cost
To go
for a
detain them,
lengthy trial?
you think to detain them in one day it costs that much?
Not the detaining itself, but the lengthy trial that would come after would greatly.
Oh, so you're killing them to get rid of due process?
It's not due process.
So that's actually like you're just
due
trying to
process
violate.
is for American citizens, correct?
It's for anyone within the jurisdiction of the country. So if you detain them, they would be within the jurisdiction of the country, and then you can then give them. Then they would get due process. But like because they were trying to come to the country and you're preventing them, they still get due process for the crime they committed.
So they get constitutional rights.
Wait, do you think
Just
war
because
crimes are
they're-
justified because there's a cost of going through the court system?
I'm sure there's I'm sure there's a breakdown in making these determinations. They don't just like hit the button and be like, all right, let's do it. I'm sure
what
that there's briefings.
Yeah, they talk about it, and then they inevitably decided to go and blow that up.
Well, if they're a threat to this country,
They weren't a threat that we couldn't have prevented by just detaining them. Plus, in some of these instances, they weren't even close to the U.S. some of the instances they weren't even headed towards the U.S. Some of the instances they weren't even in boats that could make it to the U.S.
Were they in international waters?
Yes.
Hmm. Okay, I was educated on that. My understanding was that they were bringing drugs into this country, and it's extreme risk
Yeah,
for this country because it creates addicts and it disrupts
I
homes.
understand the point that you're getting to, but I don't think that the way that they conducted themselves here is justified, and inevitably it just creates conditions where they're going to commit war crimes or do things that are horrible or bad. I think that the due process route, although it's more costly, is a better humanitarian process. That's the American way.
Against terrorists, though? Are we
Even
humanitarian
so,
against terrorists?
even so, we did that with the Nazis. They got trials. We didn't just execute them before. They got trials.
Do you believe that they deserve trials?
Yeah.
The Nazis.
Everyone
They were in
deserves.
all these camps.
Yeah, and we still determined that they were liable. They still deserved a trial. Trials are
After
important.
killing millions of innocent people.
Yeah,
They
and
deserve trials.
And they deserve trial that determines that they're guilty, and then they deserve whatever punishment comes from that trial.
So do you believe that Jeffrey Dahmer deserved a trial?
Yeah. That will determine they're guilty.
Why?
Because it determines that they're guilty.
There's not enough just
Well, that's how we adjudicate it. The court process is where we adjudicate that. So.
Mhm.
Do you think if we didn't go through a court process, we'd kill innocent people?
No. That when it comes to like
If we
somebody's
started
life,
firing, squatting, everything, like we would just kill
no,
innocent
absolutely
people.
not.
Yeah. So
Absolutely not.
we need a court process to adjudicate whether or not someone committed this. So yeah, we should do that in these circumstances because they deserve those particular fundamental human rights, such as everyone else. These are fundamental human rights.
So if it's clear somebody's guilty, you still believe that they need a trial?
Yeah, and it will determine that they're guilty in the trial.
Okay.
Is that complicated? I mean, like, I thought we agree on this. You know, this is like one of the fundamentals to our country and how it operates.
Well, I
From a
don't believe that
constitutional
terrorists.
standpoint.
I don't believe that. Like the people that blew up, like that did the Boston bombing.
Yeah.
I don't believe they deserve a trial. Like they're clearly on video. It's, I mean, they have enough that it's clear that they're the ones that did it and that they're guilty. Why do they deserve a trial and 3 hot meals a day in a bed?
So, why do they deserve a trial? Because the trial is where we demonstrate that that happened, and it's shown, and that's where we have the process to put them in prison for the rest of their life. And really, the question is that if we in our society are given meals to the worst of the worst criminals, why aren't we giving meals to everyone? Why are we cutting people off their access to food stamps in the context of the big beautiful bill? What are we cutting people off their access to health insurance? If we're willing to provide food for the worst of the worst individuals in the context of jail, we should be also willing to provide food for the poorest Americans. Being poor should not be more of a crime than literally murder.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. Who's being cut off of food stamps? Is it people that actually cannot afford the food, or people that can afford the food, they just don't make very much money?
It's people getting cut off because they changed the requirements to make the work requirements harder to maintain.
The work requirement. Okay, so lazy people get free food.
So we're talking about kids affected by this. 420,000 children cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. and then you just assume that because people aren't meeting this standard of working, that means that they're lazy. I don't think that's the argument. No, there are plenty of individuals who are disabled who haven't met the criteria for disability, because it takes years to go through the process, that would be disenfranchised by this very system. They're not lazy. And it's ridiculous. We're talking about people getting basic access to food. This is not people being lazy because they want to eat.
Okay, well, the people that are disabled, there's something for that SSDI.
Yeah, but you understand you have to
They cannot
qualify
work.
for that. So in the situation where they haven't yet qualified for that, there needs to be a safety net to ensure that they're fed. Everyone deserves to be fed, regardless what American they are.
Yeah, and we have millions of donation companies that help
But
those
private
families,
charities don't take care of everything.
and churches as well.
Churches do not take care of everything. There are
Okay, well,
needs that the private charities and the churches do not uphold, right? And we need to have a system and a safety net set up to ensure that everyone is taken care of. Otherwise, people fall through the cracks of our system.
you can also donate plasma for
What are
financial
you?
gain.
Completely irrelevant point.
No,
Not
I'm
anything to
talking
be
about
dimed.
not being able to afford
Not does
food.
everyone qualify for being able to give up plasma? No, not everyone qualifies.
Okay, but the ones that don't,
Also, we're talking
there's
about
still other
420,000.
avenues.
We're talking about 420,000 kids cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill.
Are they cut off? Are the kids cut off, or are the parents cut off?
The parents are cut off, which inevitably ensures that the children don't have access to it.
So we just got starving kids in America? I doubt that.
Yes, we do actually, because of the big beautiful bill. We have kids that are in school without food in their stomach and they're hungry. Yeah.
I guarantee you, if my kid is hungry and I go to the hospital that has a cafeteria, they're gonna feed the child.
You understand that we don't have free school lunch for kids to the same extent because of the Republican bill passed through the big beautiful bill that cuts children off of their access.
Okay, I don't believe that these parents that are having starving children are being responsible, because there are other avenues.
Wait. So
that if
you
you're
could
not, if you're cut off,
say the parents, under your view, even if you want to brand them as irresponsible, let's say that. Just because someone has irresponsible parents, does that mean they should starve as a kid?
absolutely not. That's a wrongdoing on the parents. They need to do better.
Say it again.
Absolutely not. I believe the parents need to do better. If you're an irresponsible parent, you're
Okay, so you'll let the kids starve because you think the parents are irresponsible?
No, absolutely not. I'm saying that the children should not starve because the parents are being irresponsible.
Okay, so then you're gonna agree that we should provide food stamps regardless.
To irresponsible parents, we should provide food stamps. Is that your argument?
We should provide food for children regardless of whether or not the parents are responsible or irresponsible. If you think the parents are
agree.
irresponsible, well, then you can call CPS, right? Seriously, if you think that they're not feeding their kids, right, and whatnot, you can call CPS. This is to ensure from an overall standpoint that regardless of the ability to pay, because there are plenty of instances where people can't afford it, they should receive the ability to be able to pay for food for their kids. It's fucking ridiculous that you want to live in a society where some children don't eat. Or some
I
children
do
go
not want
hungry
to
at
live in
night
that
because
society.
that's fucking insane. That's so ridiculous to me. I do not want to live in that society.
I don't want to live in that society either.
So then why do you support Trump when he cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 4 to 20,000 kids on average every single month through the big beautiful bill to give massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy, when Kamala Harris would have maintained all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year within the context of that tax policy?
Okay, saying that Kamala Harris would have is a hypothetical.
Of course,
I
but
don't believe.
that's what she advocated for.
Okay, but that is still a hypothetical.
I know, but like those policies were already agreed upon and passed, and they would have already been agreed upon and passed if the Democrats were in office. That's actually bipartisan, more bipartisan, to have the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. So they would have been able to pass that.
Okay. Sure. If it's bipartisan, I agree that it probably would have been passed.
Okay.
But I still can't see any better option right now as a president.
Yeah, Kamala Harris was the preferable option.
I don't believe so. I don't believe she.
Why do you think she was worse?
Just by the way she ran her campaign to be president,
Okay, what about it?
none of it was convincing that she was going to be a good candidate for president.
Okay, what about it specifically?
I mean, I don't really agree that like Cardi B should be rapping during like a presidential campamping. It's
It
a little
wasn't
bit
even Cardi
ridiculous.
B.
Or Nicki Minaj or whoever it was.
It
Or
wasn't Nicki Minaj, and you know who who Nicki Minaj
Beyonce.
is actually going up there for? It's not Beyonce either. You know who Nicki Minaj is actually like standing next to? The Trump and Turning Point.
Yeah, she switched sides and she actually made a few rap songs about it.
So you're okay with it now, right?
Okay with what?
You're still willing to support Trump even though Trump is standing with Nicki Minaj, MAGA Minaj.
No, I don't base my support off of who is standing next to the president.
Okay. So then why are you doing that with Megan Thee Stallion?
Oh, because it was Megan Thee Stallion. Sorry, I stand corrected. Because I don't believe that the music industry should be step foot into a political campaign. It's two completely different career avenues, and I don't believe.
Okay, but like you're okay when Trump does it.
Well, Trump, did he do it during his presidential campaign?
Oh, so yeah, with Kid Rock, with the person who specifically made the joke, that one comedian that made the joke and said that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage. Hello?
Kid Rock said that
Hulk Hogan.
All this happened
Aiden
during
Ross.
the campaign? I
Aiden
didn't
Ross.
see any of this.
Hello?
Trump had concerts.
Trump went on Aiden Ross's platform.
During his presidential campaign?
Yep.
I missed that.
Okay, but then Kamala Harris with Meg Thee Stallion, that's the end of the world. Fucking Jake Paul and Trump. And you just overlook it. You're just like, you know what? Actually, I don't know. Actually, she had Meg Thee Stallion. Actually, it was horrible. Actually, how dare she? Actually, even though Trump did 10 million times worse. Okay.
I just saw Kamala Harris's campaign, and I missed what you talked about with the whole Aiden Ross thing, but I did see the whole concerts thing, and it just did not. It just did not sound like she was.
So why
ready
wouldn't you support
to take
Kamala
office.
Harris over Trump? Why? Like what specifically? Because what you just brought up wasn't actually it.
Okay. Also, I didn't like how she conducted herself during interviews.
Okay, what about the interviews?
I really, honestly, I'm not trolling. I couldn't understand her when she was speaking during her interviews.
I think she made total sense.
It was.
Now, can you answer
There
this?
was a little hashtag called word salad, and that came from because of how she conducted her interviews.
Hold up, yeah. Everyone in the YouTube, tell people refresh if they got the glitch. I don't know why YouTube keeps having this glitch. It's insane that it keeps having this glitch. I'm so sorry, everyone. I really apologize. It's crazy. I'm sorry. Just hit a refresh real quick. Let people know in the comment section to refresh if you do have an issue with the audio. All right, continue what you're saying.
I lost my train of thought with the whole YouTube glitch thing.
It's okay. I think it's good on YouTube now. For if everyone, if it's good now on YouTube, type 3. I just want to make sure it's good. Dawn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Courtney, I am live on TikTok. Kat, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, please read, my mom died of cancer after 6 months of treatment, all while after being unable to work, and she died before ever being approved for disability. That's so sad. That's so sad. Exactly. That's like why these particular standards inevitably harm people who do deserve access to it. Okay, it looks like it's mostly better for YouTube. Nautical, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 for Trump is hosting a literal UFC fight on the White House lawn. Literally. Alrighty, so you do you remember what you were saying? I was asking you for what about Kamala Harris means that you can't vote for her over Trump.
Oh yeah. Am I allowed to pull up like a source
Yeah, go ahead.
to back up what I said about the word salad thing?
Yeah. What specifically did she say that you thought you didn't make any sense?
Can I play like a clip of like her interview that sounded like a word salad?
Like what?
Can I play the clip?
Oh, play it. Go ahead.
Okay.
How long is the clip?
Let's see. It's 10 minutes, but it's only like it's like it cuts to different clips.
You're not playing 10 minutes of
No,
video.
I'm not. I'll just play like one or two word salads.
Okay, just play it. Play whatever point. Maximum 2 minutes.
Okay.
Perhaps a weakness, some would say, but I actually think it's a strength, is I really do value having a team of very smart people around me who bring to my decision-making process different perspectives. My team will tell you, I am constantly saying, let's kick the tire on that. Let's kick the tires on it.
Or take a look at Anderson Cooper asking Harris if she's ever made a mistake.
I don't think I've ever heard the former president admit a mistake. A lot of politicians don't. Is there something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
I mean, I've made many mistakes, and they range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
And here's one more where Cooper was asked about her
Okay, so she just happened to not answer it and give a specific example?
What? Could you repeat that question?
She just happened to not give a specific example?
Yeah,
That's
she was just like rambling on and just saying these
That
filler
wasn't like
words.
rambling. She said like I make a lot of mistakes as a parent.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to the question that was asked.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but like I understand that she didn't specify what specific. I mean, we don't know if it was cut off. We don't know the extra context of it because it was completely cut off. But she just didn't answer the specific question of whether or not like what specifically she didn't she made a mistake on.
Yeah. Well,
That's
for
not
those
like
reasons, I
she's
just couldn't get
incoherent.
behind.
That's just what. Now, do you want to hear clips of Trump?
Sure, that's only fair.
Yeah, that is very fair. You know what I mean? Very fair.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be
Here's another one. Hold on, it's loading. Give it 1 second.
preventing whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up ashore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
Okay, my understanding is Trump is saying that windmills are killing whales. Is that correct?
Yeah, in numbers never seen before.
How are they killing whales?
That's your president. That's your president.
Oh, I gotta give it to you. That's a pretty bad one.
Let alone, I can play you a clip of him saying that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. I can play you a clip of him looking up at an eclipse twice with his bare eyes. I can play you a clip of him saying we should nuke hurricanes to fight them, or we should take a look into that. Don't even get me started about the time that he privately acknowledged that he drinks Diet Coke because he thinks Diet Coke kills cancer because it kills grass.
Oh yeah, that none of that looks good on him.
Yeah. So who do you think looks dumber in that scenario, Kamala Harris or Trump?
Trump.
So
bro, why are you mad that
Trump
is hilarious?
How are those jokes? Those are him being serious.
That shit's hilarious regardless.
So you think it's funny that the president of the United States is utterly incoherent?
It's obviously funny.
Yeah, I mean it's hilarious that you guys still defend him even though he's literally incoherent after making this big deal about Joe Biden.
Listen,
freshly squeezed orange Fanta, actually. Freshly squeezed, actually. It's really natural, you know, that Fanta, actually. Freshly squeezed like you've never seen. Real oranges, actually, okay? Come on, bro. This makes us look ridiculous on a world stage, bro.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous, but have you ever thought about, like, comedy? Like, I'm so serious because you're actually pretty funny.
Well, like, do you realize that, like, this is ridiculous, though? Like, you understand that he's, like, literally our president, and he's, like, saying this crazy shit? Like, think about how nuts it is for him to say that he would win the vote against Joe Biden in California. I live in California. No fucking shot. No fucking shot.
I've seen the best numbers in California ever in this election.
Yeah, California wasn't even close.
Yeah, because of your what do you call it? Voter suppression.
There's not a lot of conservatives here in California. Do you live in California?
Almost all the counties are conservative.
Do you live in California?
I don't live in California.
Well, I do, and basically everyone here is liberal. Like, there's very few conservatives. There's
Everybody,
I'd say there's about less than 30% of the population would be able to be considered conservative with overall California, based on what I've seen.
The people or the landmass. When we look at the landmass, the people that are tightly packed into the inner cities, yes, they're mostly leaning Democratic. But if you look at
I was
the
categorizing them in. I'm categorizing
the
them
majority of California, when you're looking at a place, because that's what we're talking about, is red.
in. No, it's not. Why does Joe Biden win against Donald Trump then?
Barely won. He lost. He lost to his own self.
You think Joe Biden lost against Donald Trump in 2020 in California?
I'm telling you that in 2024, after he said he was definitely running and Nancy Pelosi threw him in the closet, yeah, he lost.
Okay, you actually think that Joe Biden lost the 2020 election in California?
I'm telling you something very specific. If you listen, it's not hard to hear. So
Okay, go
in
ahead.
2024, Joe Biden announced that he was definitely not stepping down. He was going to continue running. And he was silenced by your party. And I'm just assuming they just threw him in the closet because he was on TV saying he's going to run. And then you got Captain Kamala.
Well, let me just tell you. In 2020, the vote was 63.5% Biden and 34.3% Trump. And Trump said that if Jesus were the vote, this is 2020, and Donald Trump said that if Jesus were the vote counter, that he would have won that vote against Joe Biden. He thinks that he got more than 11 million votes.
That's his religious belief. He's entitled to it.
He's fucking nuts.
Bro,
you think that's a
mad,
coherent?
hilarious.
Imagine if Joe Biden said something like that. Imagine if Joe Biden said, "Oh yeah, if Jesus were the vote counter in Texas, I would have won the vote against Donald Trump."
Bro, Joe Biden told us that he was going to
Can you fucking imagine?
Medicare.
Can you fucking imagine if he said that? Yeah. Wait. By the
Joe
way,
Biden-
what? Which is an
Joe
unintentional.
Biden told the entire
worst you can try to
world
bring
on
up about Joe
national
Biden
television.
is that he unintentionally said something. I'm bringing up things Trump intentionally is saying.
Parker, are we gonna have a talk? Or are you just gonna keep talking over me?
What? You were talking over me, my guy. What?
Your boy came on national television in front of the entire world and said, "When we finally defeat Medicare." Come on, dog. What are you talking about? And you were gonna vote for the ghost of Joe Biden. You would have voted for it. Don't lie. Say it. Go ahead, say it. You would have still voted for him if he was on the ballot. Say it.
I would still vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump
Thank
right
you.
now, right? Because Donald Trump is more incoherent than Joe Biden by far, right? What you're bringing up is Joe Biden unintentionally saying something. He misspoke. He unintentionally said something. Whereas what I'm bringing up with Donald Trump are things he intentionally thought and said himself. Things that he thinks that are literally delusional.
Listen, Diet Dean, calm down, okay? You don't need to get upset. We're just having a talk.
What, you think I'm upset right now?
Red, you need to chill. This is his live. No need to like
This is
be
my
disrespectful.
life, and none of you broke ass Democrats are gonna tell me shit. Do you understand?
What do you mean I'm broke? What is that? What is that even supposed to mean?
Not you specifically. I'm referring to your fans.
So I can say things about you?
You can say things to me.
Yeah. Okay, so then why are you calling everyone in the chat broke?
Because
I understand this is his live and you came up on his live. So why disrespect?
Why do you keep spilling that misinformation?
What misinformation?
That it's your live.
This is my live.
Dude, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, yeah. You have the Trump supporter being like, "What are you saying, bro?"
This live is property of Red G until I decide to leave. Do you understand that?
How egotistical! It's unbelievable.
You are now into the red.
Huh? Is it your live? I'm really confused how you're not on your live right now. How you just like randomly like are gone now. By the way, he didn't leave himself. I kicked him. So I wonder how I kicked him on his own live. That's crazy. How do you get kicked on your own live, bro?
Dude, clip that. I hope you clip that.
I wouldn't post something like that. It's unserious. Maybe I'll start posting clips like that on my second account.
Oh my god, that's bad. That's terrible.
That guy's ridiculous, dude. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that I just appreciate you giving me the respect to have a cordial debate.
Of course. Appreciate you coming out.
Yeah. I do have a question.
Go ahead.
What is the best alternative right now? Because I don't see any other candidate that is willing to go up against Trump in 2 years from now.
Well, they're still about to come. So we don't know who the specific candidate's going to be. Who are the best candidates coming out of the Democratic Party? Well, it's likely going to be for like the most support in the Democratic Party, going to be individuals such as AOC, Buttigieg, Newsom. Those are going to be the leading candidates, right, in terms of voting. Harris will be up there as well. Those are going to be the top four candidates, I would say, in terms of support.
And do you believe all four of those candidates are a better choice than Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Or it can't be Trump. I'm sorry. It can't be Trump. It's going to be somebody else no matter what.
Vance or Rubio, yeah. Definitely still better.
Better than Vance? What has Vance done that's wrong?
Well, it's his support for the Trump administration. He said he would certify the false slates of electors to Electoral College in 2020, which would have undermined our democracy. So he's a threat to our democracy. I disagree with his views in terms of pro-life. He's more he thinks it should be federally legal. He's I can bring up countless things. His support for policies in terms of like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and Big Beautiful Bill, which cut people off the access to health insurance, food stamps, and give massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy, whereas the Democrats would support policies that maintain the tax cuts for people under $400,000 a year and only increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
That all sounds like the same things that Trump is doing or has done or tried to do.
Well, it's because he's a part of the Trump administration and he supports similar policies. But I mean,
you don't believe he'll run his own presidency?
Can you name anything that he's done as vice president that you like?
I can't name anything that he has done that I don't like. It's kind of neutral. He hasn't done
anything
much
that he's
as
done
VP.
that you like other than sit on the couch and go to Disneyland?
Yeah, I agree. He's pretty much hasn't done much as VP.
Okay, so then like what makes you want to vote for him?
Honestly, it's probably stupid, but I like that he's a veteran and I like that he's a Marine. And I did watch the movie about his life as growing up. He came from absolutely nothing, like a hillbilly town. hillbilly family, and he rose to the occasion. He served his country, and then
So
I don't know how.
would you vote for Buttigieg over Vance because Buttigieg served the country?
If he had better, I mean, if his morals and values and political views are better than Vance, sure.
Well, I guess you'd have to be able to make that analysis. I guess we can't really ask you that question now. So I guess, is there anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
No, I appreciate the respect.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're going to be on live until Dean hops on, everyone. But if you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Bill, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I know it takes so long to qualify. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jaden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Beloved, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's insane that people want to cut people off. It's nuts. Vandy, thank you so much for the $10. Avenge, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. They said from broke-ass liberals and Democrats, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, the broke Democrats, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Broke Dems, thank you. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. By the way, Red, what happened to this being your live? What happened, Red? I don't see you in the live anymore. You're kind of not in the live. What happened? What happened to that one, bud? What happened to that, bud? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
August.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I already told you Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I support his abortion policies.
Okay, what about abortion?
How it's murder.
Okay, why do you think it's murder?
Because a fetus is a human being, so they should have human rights.
Okay, and do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
So brain dead? Yes, I do think it is murder.
Okay, so you think it's murder? So you think people should go to prison if they pulled the plug on an individual in their family that is brain
Okay,
dead?
that's getting off topic about my stance.
No, hold up. Do you think it's murder to pull
No,
the
no,
plug
no.
on an individual in their family that is
a
brain dead?
debate tactic. You're trying to do a debate tactic.
You mean I'm asking
That
you
is
a
getting
basic
off.
question?
Okay, if I ask you a basic question, it'd get off track, but we're not going there.
Okay, can you answer
So
my
how is
question? Do you think
how is
so? You think it's
abortion not
murder to
murder?
pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
How is abortion not murder?
Dude, I'm trying to explain it to you because obviously you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. And it's
Because
going
that's
to
not the
demonstrate that
question
just
I'm
because
asking.
they have cellular life doesn't mean it's considered valuable.
You need to answer my question.
I just answered the question without you understanding.
Well, say it again.
Yeah, it's because it's not sentient yet.
Because I
Hey,
didn't hear you.
chat. What evidence do you have? What evidence? Is there any evidence they're not
If they're
18?
talking
Why are you
about my
spamming that?
profile picture, if you're talking about my profile picture, that is my cousin. I support him a lot. So
Okay. Okay, stop spamming that in the chat, please, if you don't have any evidence. And also, for everyone to know, 2007, August is 18. Okay, go ahead.
this year I'll be turning 19.
Mm-hmm.
But can you say that again? Because I was talking to you and you were trying to talk to me. So
Yeah, say that one more time. I don't remember where we were because that was like just a lot
I
of
was
people.
asking you how to answer my question on how abortion is not murder.
Okay, yeah, and I don't think it's murder because they're not sentient.
Because they're not sentient yet? What?
Yeah. Yeah, they're not sentient, which means that they don't have a subjective experience.
You don't have to have an experience of a human life form to be a human.
Well, no, in order to be a person or to be valuable, I think that you have to have the capacity to do so, which means you meet the criteria of past or present and future subjective experience.
So you're saying that just because they have not been on Earth living that they should be murdered.
And I'm saying that you have the right to choose to get an abortion because they're not sentient.
But they're still a human, aren't they?
No. They do not meet the criteria of being a person. They are human cellular life, but they're not a person. Does that make sense?
So human cellular life, right?
Yeah.
So as human, why should they not have human rights?
You're just going to keep repeating the same question?
Are you going to answer it?
Have I answered the question? Yes, I have. I have already answered this question, sir. Because they're not sentient.
Because they're not sentient.
Yes.
Define that.
Subjective experience.
Okay, just because they have no living proof on life means that they should be murdered.
I don't know if you're smart enough to have this conversation. I'm saying, right, nothing about what I just said that at all. I said, right, it is not murder to get an abortion because they are not sentient. Because they haven't met the criteria for sentience yet. That means they don't have personhood. So it's not murder because they're not a person.
Oh boy. So what criteria do they not meet?
They aren't sentient. Past or present and future subjective experience.
So do they have to be sentient to have human rights?
Yes.
And what proof law says that?
Yeah, I'm talking about under my own position, bro.
Under your own position.
Yes.
So you think killing a human being, a human life form inside of a woman's body should be legal?
No, prior to sentience, absolutely. Like, I love slapping zygotes. You know, I the zygotes in petri dishes, fertilized eggs, for TikTok and YouTube content, I really love slapping those motherfuckers. It's really fun.
Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself, dog.
Why?
Because that shit's wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You just want to slap them?
Yeah, I slap the fuck out of those single cell organisms for TikTok and YouTube content. It's my favorite thing to do. I'm a zygote slapper and I do it for fun.
I bet you do.
Okay, so what's wrong with
that? And also
do you think I should go to jail for zygote slapping?
One sec. Also, before I came on, you were doing your thank yous for donations. Do you support your followers and the money that's given to you?
Absolutely.
Then why do you say broke Democrats?
I didn't. That was quite literally.
Yes.
That was the guest. I was making fun of the guest who was calling my fans who were sending me money broke Democrats.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did that. I wasn't doing that myself. No, that I wouldn't do that. They just left. Okay. I think they got embarrassed. Okay. He got really angry when I started saying I slap zygotes, dude. He didn't know that was my favorite pastime. Just slapping the fuck out of zygotes. See this next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Someone said zygote slapping needs to be a part of the Olympics. You know, I actually think it should be. It's a new sport that's being dropped. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 21 years old. I was born October 2004.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Abby Hall at Pablo's Pizza in Grand.
That was so cringe. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 28, mate. I'm trying to donate to your PayPal, but your name isn't working. So can you tell me?
Link tree in the bio. You got to click on the link tree in the bio. It's just Parker Get a Job. That's the best place to do so. If you click on the link tree in the bio, you click on PayPal, it should take you right there. Directly to there. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. You don't have to do that. That's only if people want to. I appreciate anything. So Sonny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much for need some Zygote Slapper merch. Maybe. Kaylee, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Maybe we will. Thank you so much. Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for putting it towards Zygote Slap. Diabolical. As well as Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. I heard that from Dean yesterday. That is a really good point. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I just love Trump so much.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, the best place to donate to me is just to go through the link tree in my bio. My names aren't just Parker Get a Job everywhere. So just letting everyone know, the best place to do so is go through the link tree in my bio. Because otherwise you won't be able to find me, probably. PNW, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think that they would at all. DT as well. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Hey, Red, if you're still in here, send a guest request. Don't be scared. Let's continue the debate. You're welcome back on the debate again. Because, again, it's my platform, not yours. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
That's that abortion is allowed.
What state do you live in?
New York.
What time is it?
Nah, I live in Egypt, bro.
Oh, I thought they were European. Well, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, fucking black.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro. Hey, I'm 40 years old, man.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
You serious?
Yeah, of course. I'm asking the question.
Oh, that's a serious question?
Yes.
I just told you I support Trump.
Yeah, but plenty of people come up on the live and say they support Trump.
Yeah, well, why would the hell would I tell you I support Trump and then I'm going to hop in the time machine and go back in time to
Sir, I'm
change
just
my
asking
vote?
you, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If I could vote for Trump twice, I would.
Okay. All right. I don't know why you're so triggered, bro. You're obviously really angry for no reason.
I just think it's a weird question. Like,
I ask this to every person who comes up on the stream to ensure that you support Trump, because some people will say they support every president no matter what, and I'm not trying to find people who just think that. I'm trying to find people who are ideologically aligned with Trump to debate. I don't know why you're already angry.
Jawohl.
What?
Nothing. So, yeah, why do you support the Democrats?
I'm going to turn it back on you. What do you have wrong with the Democrats?
A lot of things. I mean, for one, I'm in California and we have Gavin Newsom, for example, and they pass weird laws and bills like SB 107, making us a trans sanctuary state, not just for the kids in this state, but for all the kids of all of America, because we're not going to extradite or prosecute any, adult trying to get their kid back from California. And then I don't think my taxes from Medi-Cal should pay for it, personally. Now, that's just one thing. But the Democrat Party in itself, in my opinion, has completely collapsed into a transhumanist, technocratic fucking control algorithm where all you supporters are just kind of in line like the Borg in Star Trek.
Okay, interesting. So, transhumanist. Okay, so what specifically sanctuary city policy or sanctuary state policy for trans people do you disagree with?
SB 107.
No, but what aspect of it do you disagree with?
All of it.
Can you tell me any specific aspect?
The fact that a 12-year-old should not be able to run away from their home from another state and go to California without their parental consent, and then California is going to legally protect that child is insanity.
Legally protect the child?
They
Do you
won't
think it's
extradite.
wrong that we're protecting children?
Yes.
You really just conceded that it's wrong that we're protecting kids. Are you pro-life?
Because you're not. See, here's the thing: you're not actually protecting them.
Okay,
You're
how are we
making them.
not?
You're actually taking away parental rights.
How so?
Because if a child can just go to California underneath SB 107 because I'm 12 years old and I think I'm a girl now, I'm gonna run away with some adult who's gonna help me. Well, not only is California not going to extradite the adult that helped that child, but they're going to actually award that child a member of the state. Now they're going to pay for the mental health part of it through Medi-Cal, but they won't extradite the criminal pedo that helped them.
The criminal pedo. So you think someone's a pedophile for helping a kid get access to the care that they need?
Now, here's the thing. You don't think someone's a little bit off when they're helping a 12-year-old child
So by the way, I
run
just want to
away from
clarify.
their parents?
That's
No,
not
you're
what
not.
this.
No, you're
That's not what
deflected.
this bill does. If you look
Yes,
it up, this bill doesn't do that.
Oh, it effectively would, though.
Nope, it doesn't. Can you
Yeah,
show me
it
any
effective-
aspect of that bill that does that?
It effectively would.
No, it wasn't. No, it doesn't.
I just told you what it does. You're
No,
not
you didn't.
listening.
You misrepresented it.
No, it won't extradite. What does that mean? That means that you could be
Yeah, so
somebody.
I'll tell you what it is. This
Okay,
is this
you're
is
not. You're
from
not. You don't.
legal.
I guess you don't understand.
Oh, you can cry about it. So this is what Legal Clarity says. It says it was signed into law in 2022, and it created a legal shield for anyone who travels to the state to receive or provide gender-affirming care. And the law blocks California courts, law enforcement, and healthcare providers from cooperating with out-of-state legal actions that
There you
target
go.
people for receiving, providing, or authorizing care.
There
SB
you go.
107 was a direct response to other states passing laws that criminalize or create civil liability for gender-affirming treatments, particularly for minors. Since its enactment, the legislature has broadened these protections through bills, even as federal actions have created new tensions. What's the bill that you disagree with? What aspect?
You see the part that you're
It
just
says,
reading
it says
through.
every
the minor-
protection in
You gonna
SB
stop
107 says hinges on definitions found in section 16010.2 of the Welfare Institutions Code. Gender affirming care means medically necessary care that respects a patient's gender identity as the patient expresses and defines it. The statute covers three basic aspects of treatment: puberty-related interventions, physical alignment, and distress reduction.
Now you think a 12-year-old, okay, should have that decision to make those choices without their parental consent, without their
Wait, it
parents'
doesn't say
consent?
without parental consent.
Yes, it will apply. Now you're going to go
Where did
ahead
you
and
see
read
that?
AB. Now you're going to go ahead and read AB 665, which is another
Wait, so
bill
this is a
passed.
whole different bill.
So this is another bill that will apply
Wait, so
to these.
no, where did you see that this bill specifically allows you to do so without access to or without your parents?
Because they're going to be protected underneath another bill that was signed into law.
Wait,
SB AB. You're not.
So
let-
hold
let
on,
me
he's just
finish.
pivoting.
No,
You're not. So
Parker,
nothing
Parker,
in this
stop.
bill that does that, right?
Parker. So AB 665, which was also just passed, will now allow that person to seek the mental health treatment without their parental consent within the state of
what's
California.
the title or what is it?
AB 665.
Okay.
Now that's for a 12 and up, 12-year-old and up.
AB 665.
Yeah,
Let's take a look. Bill text. When was it passed?
I think just this year.
In 2026.
Maybe sometime in the last 4 or 5 years.
Okay. This is from 2023.
There you
Status
go.
passed. Let's see what part of the bill says what you're saying.
Read it. 12 and up. That's the ages. 12 and up to receive mental health care.
Where do you see that within the bill?
Read it.
Yeah, it's a minor who is 12 years old or older may consent to mental health treatment or counseling on an outpatient basis,
without their
or
parents'
to residential shelter services.
Without their parental consent, without their parents' consent.
But this is just outpatient care. Who cares?
You're
It's
not
mental health treatment.
listening to
That's
me.
good.
Prince Valiant, you're not listening to me.
What's wrong with them getting mental health treatment?
You're not listening to me. What you're doing is effectively you're taking away parental rights by signing this into law.
But this is for mental health treatment. You don't need
Now,
your parents for
mental
mental health treatment.
health. Now, here's the thing. What you're not understanding, sir, is that these liberal freaking psychiatrists.
Oh my God,
are
these
going
liberals,
to-
everybody, they're allowing people to get mental health treatment. How dare they actually? Children should not get mental health treatment. Horrible, actually. Do not let these children get any mental health treatment. Let their mental health be absolutely horrible, actually. We want their health to be worse, actually, okay?
Okay. How do you feel about ICE just recently raiding?
Oh, nice
Disney's-
pivot. Nice pivot, by the way. ICE.
Yeah. Oh no.
Nice,
we're
nice
actually
pivot.
trying to-
As
See, we're
soon as
trying
he
to-
completely gets dog walked on this whole point, he decides to pivot
No,
to
you
ICE.
didn't dog
Go
walk
for
anybody.
it. I'd
You
love
actually
to see.
No, you didn't dog walk anybody. I'm
I
actually
did dog walk
walking
you. How does it feel?
I'm dog walking you.
How does it feel
Like,
that you got dog walked
badly.
by a liberal?
You literally just proved my point on everything I
How
said.
does it feel that you got owned by the lib?
No, you got owned by me.
How? On what point?
You seriously just got cucked by me, bro.
On what point?
On everything that I said, you not only confirmed it, but you read the bills.
No, the bill is specifically for mental health treatment. You were trying to say
No,
it was applicable
for
to
minors 12 and up
Yeah,
without
there's nothing
their
wrong with them
parental
getting access to mental
consent.
health treatment.
No, what happens is effectively now the child could become a ward of the state, which would be paid for.
Dude, they get mental.
by-
This is for mental health treatment.
Again, that is the mental
Oh
health
my God, it's
aspect.
so horrible. Kids are getting access to mental health treatment. How terrible. Oh my God. No way. They're California. How horrible. I can't support Democrats because they're letting literally kids get access to outpatient mental health treatment. Oh my God. No.
Yeah, and
That is
that is
so
also
horrible.
that is also in tuned to the transgender affirming care mental health also.
Okay, so by the way,
Because what happens is this, what you're going to understand is people like Ed Buck, big Democrat donor, right? They found like 3 young black men in his Beverly Hills house unalive because they were doing pay for play sessions in Beverly Hills, right? Big Democrat donor, by the way. Guys, look him up at Ed Buck. This is who this guy shills for, pieces of shit like Ed Buck.
you think I'm shilling for
and-
people that murdered people? What the fuck is wrong
Oh,
with you?
yeah, he's a big Democrat donor. He's a Democrat
Okay, so
like you.
when did I get a donation from that person?
Oh no, I'm just saying he donates to your best people that you love.
Who?
Like for example, Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so because he donated to Hillary Clinton, that means I'm running defense for that guy. That makes
Oh
zero
no, I
fucking
mean you're just
sense.
a part of the Democrat, pedo party.
I'm a part of the Democrat pedo party. How so?
Yes, because Epstein was a huge pedo who donated primarily to all
And
Democrats.
who was best friends with Epstein?
Definitely not Trump.
Trump said he was his best bud, and that they were best
Nope.
friends for 15 years, and that actually he said he
Nope.
was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. Trump talked
Nope.
about how great of friends they were and how he was a terrific guy. That's literally what Trump did. So you won't
I don't think
acknowledge
so.
that because you can't acknowledge reality, and you're a part
Nope.
of the GOP, the guardians of pedophiles
Nope.
that are quite literally right now not releasing all the Epstein files, even though they're
Nope.
legally obligated to do so. So I'm not a part of the elite. I'm not protecting P3DOs. I'm actively calling right now for the files to be released, and your administration is blocking that release of the files because Trump is saying it's a hoax and that anyone who wants the release of the files never
let's talk
actually
about
supported
that.
him in the very first
Let's
place.
talk about
so who
that.
is actually
Oh,
the
you wanna-
protector
oh,
of
you wanna go
P3DOs?
there?
It's you, the GOP, the guardians
Oh,
of
you wanna go
P3DOs.
there?
And you're just
You
sitting
wanna
there,
go there?
and you're coping. You're absolutely coping after you just got dog walked because you tried to say
Oh,
that
you wanna
I am
go there, Parker?
responsible for the very thing
You
that
really
you're
wanna go
actually
there?
responsible for, buddy. That's called projection on your behalf. How does it feel to project? That's all you can do. You have no actual realistic argument. All you've got is projection.
You want to stop talking for a minute? Or you want to go there? Do you really want to go there with me right now?
Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it?
No, you want to go into this whole like Epstein dive right now?
Do it, yeah. Let's do it.
Okay,
let's talk about how he was best buds with Trump. Let's talk about how
that.
there's
First of
a
all, Trump
minor
has
that
been-
got a settlement with the Epstein estate that credibly accused Donald Trump, right, of sexual assault because she accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump, which implicates Trump. And if she got a settlement with the Epstein estate, her accusations were deemed to be credible. You're obviously going to say that's something that you're going to even consider there, but you won't even respond to that argument. But go for it, try.
Okay, first of all, everything that falls apart with your argument that Trump is somehow wanted to have himself exposed with this, even that is his DOJ that actually got Epstein and he unalived himself in the damn jail in New York. Let's not even go there, right? So you wouldn't have any Epstein shit, nothing, had it not been for the Trump DOJ. Now, they also seized during that time his stuff, hard drives and all kinds of bullshit. Okay. Now, it was a Democrat judge that blocked the grand jury files to be released. So, and that
What judge?
what I forgot his name, but that judge was appointed by none other than Bill Clinton. Now, why do you
You don't
suppose
even know.
that
You don't
is?
even know who you're referencing.
Because
You're
the
just
grand
saying
jury
this.
files.
What's your
because
source?
because the grand jury files. Look it up. The grand jury files were where the meat and potatoes were, not that other bullshit, right? And in those files were the ones where Bill was in, like, all the photos and shit. So in other words, it's all bullshit that you're spilling. Trump's is the only thing that's trying to stop these bastards. Maybe he's known about it. Maybe he, knew about it in the social circles back in the day. As you heard, that John McCain's wife said they knew about it for a long time, and she's actually a member of the board of the WEF, which is kind of weird. And that's and at the end of the day, Parker, we're and I'm not saying like the Republicans are any better in this regard. I mean, the Republicans are the ones who started the Never Trump movement back in 2016, which is what really gravitated me towards Trump. Now, that was started by Mitt Romney. Now, and that's where it goes even deeper. I don't like all the people around him, but I'm very much a supporter of Trump. I think he's a badass. And at this point, when you got over 700, listen to Parker, 700 active federal lawsuits against the Trump administration, the Congress won't do anything, gridlocked, even though they hold a majority. They just won't do shit, right? Okay, right? Now, the judiciary is just like out of control, filing lawsuits left and right. Trump is acting as a one-man legislator with the executive branch. And you should be concerned about that, because Congress's approval rating right now is like 10%, bro, across the board. Look it up. Look at what Congress's approval rating right now is. While we're fucking bitching about Trump all damn fucking day, Congress is failing. Like the American experiment that you and I know as we want it to perceive it and like love it and, cherish it, it's not working. And bills like SB 107 and AB 665, all you're doing is pissing off parents here in California. That's all you're doing, man. Like, that's not funny. You see?
It is really funny. It is really funny. This is outpatient mental health services. Cry about it.
No, it's not.
Now, let me actually talk about what's going to protect children. Maybe you not supporting an administration that actively is not firing Howard Lutnick, that was literally caught on picture with Epstein on the island.
Lutnick.
Explain to me why Donald Trump won't fire him.
That is something that is between them. I have no idea. I don't like the guy.
So your administration, not only are they preventing the release of the Epstein files, not only did Trump say anyone who wants to release the Epstein files never supported them in the first place, and he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor when she just wanted to release the Epstein files, but he actively speaking will not fire someone that was actively caught on picture on the island after claiming he was never on the island in the first place. So he was caught in a lie. He was shown on the island. Donald Trump won't fire him, even though he knows he was on the island. You want to know what that tells me? That tells me Donald Trump is trying to protect people that are associated with this, right? That's what it is. And if you care about the fucking American experiment, you should be supporting the guy that undermines our democracy, undermines our constitution, undermines our rule of law and our core fundamental American values. Name one fundamental core American value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris. I'll wait.
American fundamental value? Protecting our borders, dude. Protecting our homeland. You can't have a country without borders, man. You just can't. And your guys' policy about amnesty for all is just fucking insane.
So Kamala Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. She just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. That's actually more American.
Yeah,
because within the American process, fundamental value in America is immigration and allowing for that to happen. And right now it takes too long for people to get into the country. Okay, so actually name me a fundamental American value, specifically that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris, because what you just mentioned is not a fundamental American value that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris.
American value? What do you mean? Like, what's an American value?
I mean, like a rule of law. I mean, like our democracy.
Oh, that's great. How about effectively running a real primary and getting over 40 million votes to Kamala's 0?
Okay, so a primary, Kamala, by the way. So a primary. So what you're
Kamala?
understanding is it was the Biden-Harris ticket. If Biden steps down, Harris steps up. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. And again, if you care about democracy, you wouldn't want to support the candidate that actively tried to undermine the 2020 election results, said the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence, even though there were 60-plus courts indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, with literally audits in every single one of these swing states indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, etc.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into all that with you. I'm a 3-time Trump supporter.
Of course you are.
And what I'm going to tell you right now, sir, is I think you're just full of shit.
We have no actual argument against me.
No, I did. I brought up several, and
No, you didn't.
dismissed them all.
With actual facts, reason, and logic.
And you think a 12-year-old should be able to make their own decisions
about
without their parents'
outpatient
consent.
services for mental health. Yes.
Yeah,
They should be able to get mental health.
Sir,
they
you're
should be able
insane.
to get outpatient mental health services. Yes.
You're insane. You're insane.
What? They should be able to go to a
Why are
therapist.
you covering for their fraud? Like, people donated money to Biden being president, and it was stolen, and now you're sitting here caping for it.
I don't know what money you're saying they stole when it was sent to Biden. I don't know what you're talking about. So that was
Well,
still it was
towards
still
the
sent
end
to
of
the, it was
the
sent to the
Biden
Biden-Harris
administration.
ticket. Biden decided to step down and put his support behind Harris.
The Biden
That's still
Harris
the
ticket,
Biden-Harris
not
ticket.
the Harris Walsh ticket. Do you understand how that's fraud? And you're sitting
That's
here
not
caping
fraud.
for it?
That's not
That
fraud.
is fraud.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
Well,
is.
I do think that I don't
Yeah,
know.
when you lie
what-
to take money from people, it's called
That's
fraud.
not lying. That's not lying.
Yeah, that's a lie. If you say I'm running for president and then you step down and you give the money that other people donated
The
to someone
Biden-Harris
else, that
ticket
fraud.
is running. Biden
Do it.
steps
Do it,
down because he
Parker.
didn't have
Do
the
it, Parker,
ability. He
and
didn't
see
have
if
the
you go
ability to
jail.
win. He didn't have
Parker,
the.
do it and see if you go to jail.
Yeah, another thing is too, Parker. Don't
Let me
forget.
finish my point without you guys cutting me off. So it's not fraud because it's the Biden-Harris ticket. Harris stepped up and continued on the Biden-Harris ticket, right? It obviously then became Harris-Walz, of course. That's still under the same sort of example of the Biden-Harris ticket. It was literally just renamed. Same thing, because Harris stepped up. You know what's crazy? 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. You guys don't care about democracy because otherwise you
Do
wouldn't.
it and see if you
If
go
you
to
actually
prison.
cared about democracy, you wouldn't support Trump. You don't give a
That's
shit
not
about
true.
democracy. You are just virtue signaling.
No,
Both
that's
of you
not
don't
true.
give a fuck about our democracy.
That's
Do
not
it
true,
and
bro.
see if you go
You're
to prison.
shilling. You're shilling right
How am I
now.
shilling?
That's a reach, and you know it.
How is
You're
it a
reaching
reach?
because you know as well as I know, Joe Biden couldn't debate. Okay, they had more than 3 months to run an effective primary, giving their voters a chance to decide who they wanted to, and not to mention when Kamala Harris ran for
Kamala.
president, whatever. When
Harris.
Harris ran,
Just say
when,
Harris, yeah.
when Harris ran for president, she was pulling out 1% within the Democrat Party.
Wrong.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
She
What
was
it?
8 to 15%, which is more than what Trump pulled in 2000, which is more than what Biden pulled when he was selected as the VP. So I just don't understand why you bring that up as a point to say that like she wasn't supported within the Democratic Party.
Okay,
She's
well, where's she
never
at now?
received a single vote
She
in the
had
primary,
80% of the
period.
Democratic Party support her as the
That's cap.
nominee.
No, Red G. Now I'm gonna ask Red G. Well, Red G. Hold on a second. Where is she at now? Who cares? She's irrelevant. Trump's in power. Who's running against him? Who's the front runner on the Democrat Party? Nobody. They're
They
all
don't know
jokes.
because they'll just jump behind
Well,
whatever
we don't
the
have a
DNC
front runner right now because
tells
we don't
them.
have a
Excuse me,
primary
you
that's
asked me a question.
we don't have a
Excuse me, you
primary
asked me a
that's
question.
going on right now. So of course
Yes,
we
you
don't
asked me a
have like a
question.
specific one person.
Well,
the same thing's
I
true for
think
the
it's- I
Republican
think
Party.
it's- I
The
think it's
Republican Party
interesting.
doesn't have a specific person either. Like you guys
Well,
don't
listen,
have. It's not JD Vance or Marco Rubio. You don't have a specific person.
Right. And I can only worry about my own area, right? Like right now I'm in Los Angeles. I'm pulling for Spencer Pratt, who right now is generating more money than Karen Basula. So we're all pulling for Spencer Pratt here in Los Angeles. We're just tired of you piece of shit Democrats, to be honest with you. We're just done.
How am I a piece of shit?
No, not you. I mean like the piece of shit Democrats that you shill for. They're
Okay,
they're your leadership.
Who am I shilling for?
Adam Schiff, Eric Padilla, Gavin Newsom,
You
JB
mean Alex Padilla?
whatever. Yeah, Alex Padilla, JB.
Can you tell me how I'm
Pritzker.
shilling for them?
They're Democrats. So,
So
JB Pritzker.
just because they're Democrats, I'm shilling for them.
Yeah, like for example, JB
So wait,
Pritzker.
do you shill for Republicans?
Oh yeah, I like Republicans. As of now, yeah.
That's what
They're with-
shilling
I'm
is.
with
So
them.
shilling just means that you like them.
Yes, because name me one Republican
That's not what
writing.
shilling means.
Okay, well, anyway, I would never shill for the Democrats. That's for damn sure.
Well, how am I shilling?
Because you are, man. You're shilling for these people that are complete pieces of shit, like JB Pritzker, for example. Like
How
we're
is he a
trying to
piece of shit? How is JB Pritzker a piece of shit?
Okay, I'll tell you right now. We're trying to find out what's causing the autism in America, right? And JB Pritzker literally signed an executive order at the beginning of the year blocking the release of that set data. It's just like, bro, like what kind of
data?
like on the release of the autism data out of Illinois?
I don't think he's prevented the release of any data. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you give me a source?
Signed an executive order. You can look it up if you want.
What's the executive order?
I don't know. It's in Illinois.
I'll give you time
I
to go
remember
look it
reading
up.
about. I read stuff, man.
I'll give you
I'm
time
like
to go
you.
look it up. I
I'm like
read.
you. I
I
read
read
stuff.
more stuff than you. I don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
well then you can read that JB Pritzker's
Why don't you
cousin
look
was
up your
also...
own claim? It's your own claim. So just go find a source for your
Well,
own
no,
claim.
you're the fucking TikTok debater here. So
You're the one that is making the claim.
I'm
Sir,
just trying
you're
to
the one that's
uncut
making
some of
the
your
claim.
audience, brother. That's all.
You're the one that's
trying to
making the
uncut
claim.
some of your audience, bro.
And by the
that's
way,
all.
you're trying to okay, you're the one that's a cuck. So I don't want
No,
to hear
I'm
it.
not a cuck. No,
You're a cuck
definitely
for Trump.
You're cucking my country, and I can't stand
You're the
it.
one. You're the one that's a cuck for Trump.
Yeah, you know what? Anything's better than the Democrats. Then call me a cuck for Trump. Then thank God.
Admitting to be a cuck for Trump is absolutely
There you
crazy.
go.
Chelsea,
Sure,
by the way,
at
thank you
this
so much for the
point, yeah,
$2.
anything's better
For this
than
guy
you
needs
guys,
mental
man.
health treatment. Yeah, I think he needs that, honestly. Sarah,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Because of W's for Sarah in the comment section right now. Judy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Nicholas, thank you for the $1.30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. It is in the link tree. I did get this. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Nicholas. Don't worry. I just appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Can you thank all the donors for the money?
You guys are supporting this guy. Good for you.
Can you thank them?
Thank you for supporting Parker, the little abortion that got away.
Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you so much for the $5 for Spencer Pratt is unqualified MAGA and not happening. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, I know it's actually going to be crazy. Remind this asset which party has majority control over Congress in the House. Lol. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bud Barker, the Dow is over 50,000 actually. Funny name. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much for 40-year-old man, by the way. I know, right? Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This guy is
40-year-old
super
man that's
triggered.
cooking you, bro.
Vinny,
Cooking
thank you
you.
so much for the $5. Evan with the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Evan in the comment section right now for the
Get some
$50
W's for
on
Evan in the
PayPal?
comment
Thank
section
you so
right
much,
now.
Evan. I really appreciate it.
So
Thank
much,
you.
Evan.
Keone, thank you so much for the
Evan.
$10. Thank you. Juliana, thank you for the $5. PNW, thank you for the $5. Flower, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Abel, thank you so much for the $5. Jackal, thank you for the $5. Rockin' Steady with the $10. PNW, thank you so much for the $5. Corny with the $5. Tom with the $5 as well. Thank you. Yeho, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much for Trump is allowing Israel to cuck America. Absolutely diabolical. Absolutely diabolical.
that's where I
Avenged, thank you so much for the $10.
100%.
Thank you. Jackal, thank you for the $2. Wary, thank you for the £2. Nerd, thank you for the $2. PNW, thank you for the $10. Daniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Delaney, thank you for the $10. Ashley, thank you so much for the $2. Amir, thank you for the $5. Darsel with the $5. Can you thank all the donors?
Thank you, donors. Go ahead and follow me if you want to get real information about these
You mean
evil
fake news?
demons.
You're calling me a demon?
No, just in general, just the party itself just sucks.
So you think I support demons? What makes you think I support demons?
Dude, they're freaking demons, bro.
How
like
so?
for example, like all of their biggest like talk show hosts, for example, all attend the Bohemian Grove ceremony in Northern California. And they all
Wait, I have a
pray to
question. I have a question. Do you think that Dean shows up to Bohemian Grove?
I don't know. Has he been invited?
Dude, he's the biggest content creator of our age for debates and
Look,
for live
I
streams.
have people
do
that
you
I
think,
know.
Do you think that he goes to Bohemian Grove?
I don't know, but I know a few people.
You don't know?
I don't know, bro, because I know some people in LA that actually do get invited, some musicians that I know.
The fact that you would think
and
Dean
and
would possibly... That's so crazy,
Dean, no
bro.
joke, no joke.
That's so
Hey,
crazy. He's an every big person, actually.
Listen,
every
are you
single
gonna- are you
Democrat
gonna listen or are
nominee,
you gonna fucking keep
every
talking
single
over me?
media company, every single media person in the Democrats, they actually all go to Bohemian Grove. I don't know if Dean goes, even though he's the largest, but I actually don't know, actually.
I don't really know what your boyfriend does, man. I don't.
Oh, so by the way, you're owning the libs by trying to make up scenarios of them being gay in your head?
No, I'm just telling you, man, when like a lot of your like biggest Democrat, even like
Hey everybody, the Dean Withers show live here from Bohemian Grove, actually, everybody. We're live from Bohemian Grove, okay?
Can you just stop?
Ray, thank you for the
talking
$5.
just a
Thank you
moment?
very
My
much.
God.
For Bohemian Grove, I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Nicole, thank you for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Parker, uncuck the guest. I don't think it's possible to undo that to him.
No, because I'm the ultimate uncucker. See, that's what I do. I uncuck people.
Well,
See,
you can't do that as a cuck
I'm
yourself.
letting your listeners know that a lot of these people attend a ceremony where they burn an effigy in front of an owl statue. Now, to me,
Okay, what
when I
Democrats? Be
see-
Specific. What specific Democrats? What?
I mean,
what large-
Conan O'Brien's a big one, for example.
Conan O'Brien. Who else?
A lot.
Who else? Name them.
It's not just Democrats, bro. It's Republicans.
Wait. Name them. I want to hear the names of the people, though. Come on, we got to know.
Oh, you want me to grab it for you or something?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let me ask. Let me see really quick.
Nicholas, thank you for the $13 cryptic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, give them a second, everybody. They're going to try to find Alex Jones brain rot, everybody. We're going to hear Alex Jones. The frogs, they're fucking gay, actually. They're dirty gay, everybody. They're turning the frogs gay, everybody, please. Please don't let them do this. It's ridiculous what they're doing to this country.
It's funny you should bring that up because that was actually a Berkeley study that released that the tatrazine in the water was turning 1 out of 10 frogs into another sex. Well, basically turning them into the opposite sex, I should say.
So that's not even turning them gay, by the way. That's
Well,
not
no,
even...
it wasn't turning them gay. He was just making a joke. Okay, here we go. Let's see
I don't think
here.
Alex Jones was joking.
All right, prominent. Okay, here we go. Prominent Democrats that attend Bohemian Grove confirmed: Bill Clinton, Paul Pelosi, Michael Bloomberg, Tony Coelho. That's just a few there. Let's go.
So, wait,
here.
you said all the big name media people. What happened? Those aren't big name media people.
I'm gonna get that too right now.
Bill Clinton was just an ex-president, right? Paul Pelosi, that's the husband of Nancy Pelosi. Again, not media people.
Okay, media. Here we go. Okay. Chris Matthews, David Gregory, Walter Cronkite, and Ray Matthews. Okay, and we also have here Rachel Maddow, Nora O'Donnell. Okay.
You think so? Rachel Maddow is going there? You think?
Oh wait, no, not Rachel Maddow. My bad. It's a male-only club. My bad. It's only dudes.
So only dudes, but Rachel Maddow was there. Everybody, look at that.
Yeah, and Conan O'Brien.
You already said him.
Yeah.
So, what is your source, Grok?
My source is... Yes, I'm using Grok.
No.
Yeah, it's citing from over 65 different sources, dude. And that's just like some. That's just some.
Oh my god. All right. So you think I'm shilling out for these media companies, which you couldn't even mention, by the way. Let me just clarify. Let me just clarify. Do you think I'm a part of these backroom deals?
I don't know, but like
don't know?
I'm just saying, bro, like this shit's crazy.
So you think it's possible that I'm a part of these backroom deals, that I'm a part of the DNC? Do you think I'm DNC
Yes.
paid?
Yes.
Yes, you do? How do you know that I'm DNC paid?
I have suspicions.
So because you have a suspicion? That's it? That's the only evidence?
Yeah. Yep. I do. Yep. And
Okay,
I
so-
think
so
that
do you
and I
think a
think and I
suspicion
think
is enough
whatever deal
evidence?
and I think whatever deals were made even with this app were specifically for deals to let you guys like kind of like push your bullshit on here.
Okay, so wait, so just to clarify, how do you know that I'm getting paid by the DNC?
I don't.
So you just feel like it?
Yeah, I think you guys are getting paid.
Well, you're right. I get paid directly by the DNC. Like, Yasmin, thank you so much for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Malibu, with the $2. Parker, live from the back rooms. Actually, we're live right now in the back rooms. I promise you. Okay, we're live right now. Okay, Ray, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Ray in the comment section. Thank you for the DNC money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't be able to do this without you. Thank you so much for the DNC funds. I actually get my checks directly from Taylor Swift in the DNC every single day. Did you know that? Like I get handed checks from the DNC. Like, Nicholas, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $6.50. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I really appreciate it. Gladys, thank you for the $20 for the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The Amazing Mouse, thank you so much for the $10 from the DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you thank the
So
DNC for all the donuts?
anyway, thank you guys. I hope you guys are learning something.
Wait,
It's all a mess.
Can you thank the DNC for all the donuts?
DNC people, thank you.
Thank you
I
so
don't know
much.
why you guys are supporting
I'm
that party.
proud
They're
to
a complete
be an
disaster.
American where we believe bullshit and conspiracy.
So that's a
Rocket
conspiracy.
Zeddy,
that I
thank you so
said?
much for the $5 from the DNC. Aaron, thank you for the
That's a
$10 from the
conspiracy?
DNC. Thank
No,
you
I
so
don't
much.
think
They're
so.
ridiculous, aren't they? Alicia, thank you for the
Not a
$2 from the
conspiracy,
DNC.
it's a real thing.
Yep, you can add that to your resume. Fam, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. He said, I have suspicions that
Okay.
Orange Julius Caesar pays
funny.
all the
I
colors
actually-
while promises to pay them and then stiffs them after the debates. Well, that's very unfortunate. Thank you so much, Fam Cam. Did you hear what they just said? They said Orange Julius Caesar paid you to come up on the live stream.
So, yeah, no, absolutely not. I just think it's fucking weird, and it is what it is, man. You know, this country, the whole damn Democrat Republican cohort is completely failed, and Trump's acting like a one-man legislature at this point.
Yeah, can you name
And,
one policy that he's passed that you like?
Well, he can't pass anything. He's using executive orders. You're using executive orders. How about protecting Title IX for one?
You know that they were passing policies under the Biden administration: bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan Safer Communities Act, Violence Against Women
That's
Act.
not true. I mean, look. I mean,
Yeah, it
what's
is.
her name? Your girl Harris had to the most tiebreakers in the history.
Yeah,
of her
most tie-breaking
fucking-
votes in U.S. history. Yeah,
Yeah,
she was the
insane.
most influential vice president in U.S. history. W's
Yeah,
for Harris in the comment section.
Because she broke gridlocks constantly. Oh yeah.
Which means that they were getting people to work together to get stuff
Yeah,
done.
which means that they were getting everything.
Wendy,
that
thank you for
them-
the $50 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Wendy. Can we some W's for Wendy
No.
for the $50
All
from the
it-
DNC?
all it means
Nicholas,
is that
thank you for the
the
$5
Democrats
from the
get what
British
they
DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For the grift, bruv. Thank you very much. Brenna, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Paid from the
all that
DNC. Thank you so
means-
much. Grace,
See,
the $5
that's
from
what
the
you call
DNC. Thank you very
lopsided
much.
Democracy. The Democrats get what they want when they're in power, but the Republicans, even when we have a majority, damn, they're so damn corrupted and working with the Democrats almost like in fucking unison, it seems like.
So you said Democrats can get things done, Republicans can't?
They get things done for the wrong reasons because of the technocratic feudalism that they're trying to impose on everybody.
Technocratic feudalism. Can you define feudalism?
Basically, yeah, it's when you have serfs and lords.
But can you define feudalism other than just saying
Yeah,
serfs
so
and
in
lords?
other words, in this case, technocratic feudalism, the lords in this case would be the Googles, the Metas, the TikToks, right? And the serfs would be us.
By the way,
producing
you're
the
just
content
defining
for-
capitalism as feudalism. That's all
No,
you're
no,
doing.
what I'm defining is technocratic feudalism.
Yeah, you're defining capitalism as
in
feudalism.
what the Democrats really are all about. And
By
so
the way,
far,
all
the
he did was
Republicans-
define capitalism as feudalism. That's all he did.
No, I didn't. I was describing to you. Never mind, dude. You don't get it.
Oh, I'm sorry that I just literally am showing you that you're being ridiculous. You can ask Grok to help you out with that one. Natalie,
No,
thank you for the $5. Thank you very
I'm
much from
not-
George
I'm
Soros.
not on
Told
my
me to give this to
computer
you.
at this moment, so no.
Odzana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for the favorite show from the DNC. Thank you so much. I love being the favorite show of the DNC. Christina, thank you so much for the $10 to cover
Someone's
your fees. The
asking you a
actual
Venmo
Bohemian Club. That's
question.
crazy.
Someone's
Diabolical.
asking you a Venmo question. They want me to answer a Venmo question.
What's
Go
the
ahead.
Venmo question?
Someone gave you money, so they want you to ask me a question.
Yeah, they said George Soros gave this to me.
Oh, again, Alexander Soros, big Democrat donor to the Zoran
Sophia with the
Mamdani.
$50. Thank you so much for love you,
I think he
Parker.
was
Keep
the
doing what
largest
you're doing.
Democrat
Can we get some
donor for-
W's for Sophia in the comment section for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much from the DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, we're just DNC maxing this Grok bot.
Yeah, and you know that George Soros is another big Democrat donor. And do you know why he was banned from his home country of Hungary?
Why? I don't know. I don't really know much about him. That's just a
Okay,
name.
so George Soros was banned from Hungary because when he was a young man, him and his father were working with the Nazis, right? And he was recruited as what they called a wolf. I believe that's what they called him. And a bloodhound in German language, right? And he would pretend to be running from the Nazis as a young 14-year-old and helping them find like Jews that were hiding. And that's what his role was with helping his father. Now, they were banned from the country of Hungary for their involvement in this. And he actually went live on TV and described it as the happiest time of his life, happy making times, and so on and so
What's
forth.
your source?
60 Minutes. This is you can look it up. This is
Give me
why
a
he was-
title, because I mean, again, I would criticize that at all. Anything like that, if that would be true. That's horrible, but I would like to
Oh
see
no, that's
actual
what
sources or evidence of
that's
that.
what he did. You can look it up. You can
I want.
research
Can
him
you
a
give me?
little
Can you
bit.
give me a source than just saying look it up?
So can you just go look it up on your own, please?
Can you find a source for your own claim and then give me that source?
Oh my god. Why are you making me fucking run back and forth in my office, bro?
Because you're a grok maxing InfoWars loving weirdo.
This is what George Soros was banned from Go look it up, man.
Dude, I'm not familiar, but like the source, you made a huge claim.
Okay,
like
well,
that.
this is what it is. I'm telling you, I've researched it. You don't need a fucking source. I'm your source.
You don't. You're the source. Okay, so
let's
look at
source.
why was George Soros banned
from Hungary.
From Hungary. 2018, Stop Soros law passed. This is according to BBC. Viktor Orban's government dubbed the legislation the Stop Soros law after the billionaire philanthropist accuses of supporting Muslim migrants. The vote in Budapest came hours after a number of European leaders agreed to hold crisis talks on how to overhaul asylum rules. Hungary says immigration threatens its national security, but its hardline stance and new law have faced widespread internal criticism. None of this says that what you're saying is true. It says it's about asylum.
You're not looking it up right.
I'm on BBC right now. I'm on BBC News right now, and you're literally not acknowledging that. This is about asylum. That's what BBC says. So I don't know where you got your information. Well, who can say where the road goes?
Well,
The guest has got
it still doesn't change the
nothing.
fact. It doesn't
He
change the
has
fact that he
no
was assisting the
evidence.
Nazis.
He just looks it up on Grok, and he's got nothing. Come on.
I just told you what he was doing.
Yeah, and you provided no source for it. I looked it up, and it says you were not right.
Sources have been obscured.
What? Say it again.
Sources have literally been obscured.
Okay. I mean, if you'd like to show me evidence, I'd look. I have no issue with acknowledging
This is again. This is.
By the way, I'm
of,
not a George Soros fan. I don't even really know who he is very much, to be honest. It's just a meme.
I mean, that's
it's
just
just
what
a
it
meme.
is.
It's just a meme because people will like say that I'm funded by George Soros.
But the reason why they're trying to do this Stop Soros thing is because he's trying to flood Europe full of Muslims, basically.
You mean asylum? He supports asylum and immigration. Immigration's not bad.
Yeah, but when the number
There's
one
nothing
name,
wrong with asylum and nothing wrong with immigration.
let me tell you
And by the
something.
way, when you say flooding Europe with Muslims, what percent of Europe is Muslim?
I don't know, but you know what the number one name in the UK is for newborn children is?
It's Muhammad. Yeah, that's
There you go.
But you understand
you
less
go.
than 6% of the population in the UK is Muslim, right? And that's because of the fact that Muhammad is a prevalent name amongst Muslims. So that's not saying that most people are Muslim within the context of the UK. That just means that a lot of people who are Muslim happen to name their kids that
Parker.
name.
There's
and then that
over
makes it a prevalent name.
There's like over 15 new Muslim mayors in the UK. They're like taking over shit, bro.
That's not taking over. What percent of the population is Muslim?
Yeah, it is. We got a fucking mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, a total scumbag. He's like not doing dude. Oh,
That
where's the
doesn't
free
mean Muslims are
where's the
taking
free
over, you
grocery
weird-
stores? I thought
Hey,
they were
buddy.
supposed to open this year.
Hey, buddy. Zohran Mamdani being a Muslim mayor of New York does not mean Muslims are taking over our entire country. And you know what? Zohran Mamdani is based as fuck. W Mamdani in the chat. I love Mamdani. He fucking follows me. We're mutuals on Instagram. You can
Oh my
fucking
God.
cope. You can cope. And Muslims
You-
make up
when you- when
Muslims
you-
make
when
up
you- when you-
6%. Hey buddy, Muslims make up 6% of the UK. You can sit there, cope and seethe, right? Muslims are not taking over all of society. You're whining and complaining and crying because you're a snowflake, little fucking coward.
Dude, I'm not gonna let those fools take over. That's not gonna happen.
Muslims are not trying to take over.
That's debatable.
You have no argument to justify that.
Dearborn, Chicago.
What? There being a lot of Muslims in Dearborn is not evidence that Muslims are taking over. What percent of the U.S. is Muslim?
I don't care.
Okay, let's check it. Let's check it out.
1.1%. Too much.
Are you fucking serious? You think that's too much? Okay, so you're being ridiculous.
Islam
you're
is
disgusting.
a religion.
You're just Islamophobic.
Islam is
you're
a
just
disgusting
Islamophobic.
religion, bro.
Do you want to ban radical Christianity from coming to our country?
Honestly, at this point, I think religion is being played out way too hard on both sides. But
wait, so should we ban radical? I will get to the point should we ban radical Christianity from coming to our country?
We should be banning radical Islam and Islam in itself. Period.
Should we be banning radical Christianity and Christianity in of itself?
No.
Why not? What's the relevant difference between Islam?
Because if you can name me,
wait. Oh, you just got a flag for harassment and bullying. Was that my second flag for harassment and bullying? I'm not quite sure. I think it might have been. I think we might have to hit a restart then. Alrighty, here's the plan. For the people who are here on YouTube, you can stay. Nothing wrong with YouTube. If you're here on TikTok, just come back. Literally click the profile picture at the top left. Click the profile picture again and refresh. I'll be back in literally 10 seconds. We can continue the debates. Be back in literally 10 seconds. I recommend to flag, or not the flag, to follow me if you haven't already, because we got a flag here on TikTok. So I'll be right back, everyone. I did get a flag earlier. I think I did. So I'll be right back, everyone. Give me a quick second. Literally 10 seconds. It will take me less time to less time for you to just. Wow, I could not get that out. I just gave up. I couldn't get it out. That was so bad. Alrighty, we're back. We're going to be on until Dean hops on, everybody. We're going to be on until Dean hops on, which might be a little bit longer still, because Dean hasn't messaged me saying he's hopping on at any time soon, so we're going to be on for a little bit longer. For people who are on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really, really, really helps push out to more people. Like, I just want to let everyone know, when you hit that thumbs up on YouTube, it really helps out. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but the algorithm, like, it really picks up. We have right now, let me see how many likes we have. We have right now, what, 1,500 likes, I'm assuming? 1,600 likes, everyone. We can easily get to 2,000 right now. I think we can do it. Let's try to get to 3,000 if we can. We got 3,600 people. We could easily do that. Oh my God, sorry. If you're here on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Help get out to more people as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty, since I hit a restart my live,
let's continue the debate. So
you're able to continue.
Yeah, so basically, let's pick up where we left off. So Christianity, radical Christianity. Let's talk about that. So if you can give me the numbers of unalivings from radical Christianity versus radical Islam, then
wait, I can give you the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition.
No. In the last 30 years, listen.
Why only in the last 30 years?
Because that's relevant.
You have to acknowledge that especially around the entire world, radical Christianity is used to disenfranchise people.
Parker, calm down.
I'm completely
in the last 30 years.
Why are you acting like I'm not calm?
Because you keep talking over me.
What? I was finishing my statement. You were talking over me.
All right. In the last 30 years, radical Christianity. Give me the numbers and unalivings between radical Christianity versus radical Islam.
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it's like non-existent.
Well, it is existent, and I think that you're being dishonest when you act like it's not existent.
It's basically non-existent. There's no radical Christian groups that are actually going around unaliving people. It's just non-existent. There's none.
Yes, there are. By the way, I don't let you know the Nazis quite literally were a radical Christian group.
No. The last 30 years, again, listen.
I just want to let you know, though, like, you can't just sit there and not acknowledge that there are these huge radical Christian groups that still exist today. There are neo-Nazis that exist today that still perpetuate acts of violence based on radical Christianity.
Okay, so how could people say that Islam is the religion of peace when they're responsible for over 3,000 American deaths? Like, specifically radical Islamic groups.
And also, radical Islam does not define...
my source, 9/11. My source, 9/11.
radical Islam does not define all of Islam. You cannot sit there and blame
You
all
just
of
said,
Muslims.
what's my
Shut up
source?
and listen. You cannot blame all of Muslims, right, for literally, right, radical Islam. The same way that you can't blame all of Christianity for radical Christians, right? We can
No,
point to historical actions of Christians that have led to the mass murder of people, and that's not an argument against every single denomination of Christianity. In the same way that you can't say that all Muslims, for example, are going to be held to the standard of radical Muslims, right? That's
no, that's not
absurd.
what I said. That's not what I said. What I was just saying is that Islam is not a religion of peace.
It absolutely is, in the same way that you could say that Christianity is a religion of peace, because you're looking at the positive aspects of it. You're not looking at the negatives.
I'm looking at nothing but the negatives from what I can see in the last 30 years of my life in this country.
What?
So, in my life, living in the United States as a voter, I'm looking at it from both sides. I don't like Islam at all.
Yeah, but you
I
can't.
don't
You
like
can't.
it.
I just want to know you can't limit people from coming to our country based upon their ideological beliefs. That's actually against the
Sure.
First Amendment.
Sure, yes. I also don't think our founding fathers would have anticipated that part of our Constitution would be taken advantage against us. So, and that's what I'm saying is this will lead to more destabilization in our country. It already has, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Too many. There's already enough religion groups in this damn country.
So
We're
you don't
bringing even
believe in
more.
freedom of religion?
I don't think Islam is a religion, in my opinion.
Can you define religion?
No, I can't define it for you right now. I'm not a very religious person, but
Okay, so
I don't think
Islam
it's
is
a
definitely a
religion.
religion. Okay,
I don't
they
think
believe in
so.
a god. So like that's what religion is typically referred to, is like
Here's the
individuals
thing,
that believe
Parker.
or live their
I'll be
life in
honest with you,
accordance with a
Parker. I'm
god.
not a Parker. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a religious guy at all.
I'm not
just
either.
I'm just not. And here's the thing. I'm tired of seeing a 3,000-year-old pagan fucking war being played out in my city every time something happens 3,000, 4,000 miles across the world, right? Like my ability to be moving freely in my city often gets denied sometimes by protesters because they're protesting some fucking 3,000-year-old religious war. So I'm at this point where it's like it's getting to such a problem where it's like I'm even open up to
You're mad at the
banning
people
this
who are
shit.
protesting the war based upon some religious notion?
No, I'm mad at them denying my ability to move freely through the fucking road that I paid for.
So okay, you're just mad at protesters in the road, okay? Like I
They're
would say
not.
that
They're
gets you to
not. They're
believe
not
anything.
protesting. They're disrupting society, bro.
Okay. What do you want me to do about that?
Like, stop shilling for them, bro.
Shilling for who?
Stop telling people to protest against Donald Trump and shit.
Protest more against Donald Trump.
If you're gonna protest, like, do it somewhere in a park with all your purple-haired Karens, and don't be like blocking traffic and shit, dude.
See,
Like, go over
you're
there,
really
like, have
angry,
a
aren't you?
barbecue.
You're
Have
really
a
angry,
barbecue,
aren't you?
sing songs and shit.
You're
But like,
real angry,
get out of the
aren't you?
roads, guys. Like, seriously,
What if
get
they
out of the
keep?
roads. Don't and those of you out here that are listening, and
You
maybe
know,
you
I've
guys have
protested
like.
in the road before.
So those of you who think that's a good idea, it's
But
a
you
very
know,
low.
I've
It's
protested
very
in the
low
road
IQ
before.
behavior.
How do
Don't
you
listen
feel?
to
How do you feel
Parker.
about that? I've protested in the road before. How do you feel about that?
Definitely don't do what Parker just said, people. Do not.
I have at a No Kings protest protested protested in a road that was blocked off to be protested in.
Yeah, that's a very bad idea.
What? How is that a bad idea?
It's just not. It's not wise.
It is. It was really wise. I think that was a great.
Did your
thing to
mother
do.
tell you to play in the street when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Your mother told you to go in the middle of the street and play.
No, I'm just
Okay.
kidding with you.
Okay. So yeah, you just lost. So
I don't see how I have to wait.
Parker,
How did I
you know
lose
as well
because
as
of that? Shut
Parker,
up, dude.
please.
How did I lose because of that? I was making a joke, right? And also, like, let's just clarify. I don't do what I do right now in terms of protesting based upon what my mom told me when I was a kid. You're being ridiculous.
Okay, but
Lord
you're not
Tomiyoshi,
addressing.
thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much for he hates religion but only wants Christianity in the U.S. Make it make sense. I know, right? Great Britain,
So
thank
here
you
we
so much for
go.
the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Christian pewed people in a mosque in New Zealand, and they filmed it and posted. Yeah, it was horrible. That's horrible. Joe as well. Thank you for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely very true. Karen, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I bet it is. Allison, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. And Teresa, thank you so much for the $10. Can you thank all the donors for all the money?
Thank you, donors. He needs the money. He needs it.
And also thank Coral for the $10 for saying you're a toddler.
And
they said to cry harder.
I think you should also thank President Trump for saving this platform for you.
No. Fuck Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Okay. And he saved TikTok for you, and he's
Fuck
your daddy.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's got the deal for you, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think the deal would have been done under a Democratic administration as well. Fuck Trump.
Considering a Democrat is the one who signed the executive order getting rid of it.
FDT. Yes, and
Yeah,
also
fuck Joe-
this was
fuck Joe
originally set up
Biden,
by
bro.
Trump. It was originally set up by Trump.
It's funny you should mention, because I was like, the one thing I was like, isn't that funny how Joe Biden's the one trying to get rid of TikTok?
FDT. I can't even speak anymore. FDT.
TDT. What is TDT?
I said FDT.
Oh, is that
Fuck Donald Trump? Yeah.
Nah, dude. In fact, I think it's sad after seeing Charlie Kirk get executed like that. And here we go.
Aw. You got a flag for harassment and bullying. Unfortunate, buddy. Well, just want to let him know. Donald Trump literally said glad. He was glad that Robert Mueller is dead. Same thing with Rob Reiner. So he must have a huge issue with how Trump conducted himself there. I would expect, or you'd hope at least, which he doesn't. He doesn't have any issue with that, by the way. Let's just be clear. So they don't give a shit about political violence. What's up, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
I support America. I voted blue, but I can understand Trump. I don't say fuck Donald.
I do. Fuck Donald Trump. What's up, how old are you? You can understand why people would vote for a rapist. I don't understand that at all. What's up, how old are you? So the next person only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria less than the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. I don't know. You can understand also a perspective and also say fuck that perspective.
I mean, you could have just let me finish. I
You
do
support
support
Trump?
him. Yeah, I
Okay,
do.
if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's a tough one. Probably Trump still. But
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I only came up here because he's forcing our allies to fit the bill now. In Europe, at least. They pretty much fit the bill everywhere but Europe. And I noticed you said you don't support Israel, but does that mean you're anti all allies of the US?
No.
Okay, so you support NATO?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you support NATO but not Israel?
Because NATO's defensive in terms of the allyship.
It's defensive?
Yes.
But they aren't doing much to defend themselves.
Yeah, they are.
So that
NATO is
front
the whole
in
reason why
Ukraine-
Russia hasn't invaded the rest of Europe.
No, the whole reason is the nuclear umbrella that America has with NATO. That's the reason.
that's
That's the
exactly-
main reason.
exactly.
So if they didn't have that, we don't know what would happen.
That's
to
NATO.
Europe.
That's still NATO doing that.
Yeah. So we fit the bill for them, right? We fit the defense bill. We build their infrastructure.
What percent of NATO's bill did we fund?
We fund, I think, 62%.
Wrong. It's
of
about
the entirety
it's
of
about
NATO.
15%. It's about 15 to 16%.
No. The U.S. funds 62%.
No, it's actually about 16%.
62%.
16.
Can somebody back?
We're actually 16%. Yeah, that's according to Reuters.
No.
Yeah, we are.
The NATO budget? Are you saying that
How
America
much
only pays?
of NATO budget does U.S. Pay for? It's going to come up with a Reuters article. 16% of the annual budget for NATO. What you're looking at is what you're considering is the defense budget. So the defense budget of the U.S. absolutely is significantly larger than the defense budget that exists, right? A bunch of those other European nations, right? That's the comparison that you're trying to make, but that's because of our own determinations about our own defense budget, not the NATO budget overall.
Oh yeah, yeah. Europe and Canada pay the rest. Okay, but nonetheless, U.S. has the nuclear umbrella that's defending Europe, with the exception of Ukraine. We still funded Ukraine by sending hundreds of billions of dollars to them, and we don't get anything back from Ukraine, but we send $3 billion to Israel. And you have a problem with that when we get some of the most advanced tech from them, like intelligence tech. We get a lot of stuff from Israel, but you don't want to support this small
I
country
don't
that's
really care
surrounded
about
by
that
enemies.
technology, and the intelligence that you're probably going to say is relevant is against terror operations that are targeted toward us because of our military intervention in the Middle East and our relationship with the state of Israel. So I don't see it to be very beneficial to us to only just be able to prevent things that Israel causes us to be at risk of in the first place. So
So
I
that's
just like
that would be the
I
same
think our
thing with Europe.
constant I think our constant fighting in the Middle East, constant wars in the Middle East, have been horrible for our relations all around the world. I think they've costed trillions of dollars. They have not been beneficial to American interests. They aren't establishing better relations or stabilization around the world. It's leading to less stabilization around the world. So I just see no benefit from the relationship. What do
Yeah,
you see as a benefit?
as an American, I agree with you because we don't benefit from what's going over there at all. Europe does. Like the Strait of Hormuz, that has to deal with them. That is their oil that goes through there, not our stuff, right? We're
But
still
the Strait of
doing that
Hormuz is
because
closed
of
because of
them.
Trump's war with Iran.
Right, and it's all for the Europeans at the end of the day. That's what it's for. It's not for us. It's so that allegedly Iran doesn't boom Europe, I guess. That's what it's
There's no
for.
evidence that they're going to boom Europe if Europe and the U.S. stop funding Israel. Like that makes no sense.
So we stop funding this small state that's surrounded by enemies, right? That actively want to unalive them. So you support the mass unalivement of a group of people.
No, I don't support the mass unalivement of a group of people. What I would say is that I don't support defending Israel. I don't
Okay,
support
so
funding
but
Israel.
like I just
I don't
don't get
support
I don't get
constantly
why
engaging in
is
war
it
for Israel. I'm done.
we're
I'm
not
sick of it. It's
engaging in war
bullshit.
for Israel.
We are.
We're not in. No, it's not for Israel. They literally shout D2A. They're not
Yeah,
talking
because
about
of our
Israel when they
relationship
say
with the state
that.
of Israel and because of our military intervention in the Middle East. Stop militarily intervening in the Middle East. Stop having that type of
Wait.
relationship with Israel, and maybe they won't do
Most
the
of the
same
Middle
thing.
East supports the U.S. though. Like they're not just fighting against the U.S. and Israel. They're fighting against the other allied nations in the Middle East. So I don't see why you have a problem with that. If the people in that region have a problem with Iran, in
Then why
fact,
are we the one to deal
everybody
with it?
why are we the one to deal with anything? Why do we have to be the nuclear umbrella for Europe too? Like why do we have to pay so much for
Because
healthcare when those
we
people
already
don't?
have the agreement set up with NATO to be able to do that, and I think that that relationship we actually see a benefit from. I don't see this benefit
Okay,
with
what's the
Israel.
benefit? What's the
I don't.
benefit? What's the benefit with NATO? What is the benefit that they do to us? What do they do for us?
Intelligence relations,
No,
specifically in terms of
what type of
international
intelligence
trade.
that okay,
I'm
intelligence,
explaining.
the
Let me
most
know, and I can
advanced
explain without you cutting me off.
okay, but you said intelligence, so I just cut you off when I'm saying like
Yeah,
Israel
I
will
was
get the
gonna
best.
list a group of things, but then you just cut me off on the
Okay,
first thing. Go for it.
my
Make
bad.
your point.
Israel gives us better intellect than
No, it
Europe.
doesn't. Its intelligence is not as relevant, I think, right? And its intelligence is relevant towards counterterrorism operations specifically that are again more likely to happen to us because of those things. The intelligence that Europe provides is not specifically just simultaneously relating to military operations. I'm talking about, and I also, by the way, when it comes to Europe and NATO, like it is important in terms of defense against Russia from the U.S. perspective, geographically speaking, because of Greenland and the entirety of Europe being closer or whatnot to Russia, and Russia being an adversary. That gives us like some sort of response to Russia. I don't think Israel is relevant in terms of being against any of our adversaries in a positive or meaningful way. I do think it's relevant in terms of Russia, though. When it comes to the rest of Europe, though, it's not just intelligence relating to that. It's also international trade. It's because of the fact that their consumer base is super relevant towards our adversarial needs against China in terms of consumer markets. It gives us a lot more leverage over how China operates because we're on the same playing field as Europe in terms of being the largest consumer bases in the world. And so they have to kind of respond as a supplier to the consumer bases that exist. And they kind of depend on us a little bit more than we would depend on them.
You saying Europe does, right?
Yeah, Europe is a part of our consumer base, the largest consumer base in the world. And if we put our consumer base together, it gives us more bargaining and negotiation power on an international global stage.
No, I think if we take Europe away, we would do just fine. Like things might even be cheaper if we didn't send
I
three
disagree.
carriers to the. I mean, we can agree to disagree on that, but it's still nonetheless that Europe and Israel are basically the same thing. Like, why are
Nope.
we defending people
Nope. I
that
think that's
have
dishonest.
nothing to do with us? Like, they
I explained so many more reasons why they're
no,
actually
no, you
effective for us
you
comparative
didn't.
to. Wait, yeah, it's so many more things that are effective at addressing this comparative to what you brought up. You didn't actually bring up like practically anything that would be effective at addressing these conditions.
We're covered by two oceans, first of all. So Russia isn't a direct threat to us. We have the strongest
Russia is a direct
military.
threat to us, and over the
It's
Arctic. What are you
not.
talking about? We
That's
directly are
not a
very
direct
close to
threat
them
to us.
in Alaska as well.
Yeah, but we have the strongest military with the most advanced
Acting like
technology in
Russia's
the
not a
world.
threat is so absurd.
They're not a threat.
They are.
Not to the U.S.
Yes, they
Like
are.
how? Like they can't in the conventional war. They lose to us in every theater.
You understand that, again, when I'm saying our relationships with Europe, it's not just because of the fact that we have a military relation with them. It's because of the economic relation as well.
I get that. I get that part
Do you
too. But
understand that we have
we
a
can.
significantly better economic relation with Europe than we would have with Israel?
I
Israel
could. I
doesn't
could
really provide us
understand
much
that.
economically.
I can understand that too, but that's not. But we can solve that problem. We can invest more
No.
into South America. We can give them like stronger
So we
buying
need better
power. We can
relationships in
increase
a
their
different
technology.
area. I just don't see
Yeah,
how.
we can focus. We can
I
focus
don't
on
see
this
how
side
we.
of the
Why
hemisphere.
can't we do that either way?
We can, but why? But you're basically saying, yeah, we should stop supporting Israel. We should let these people unalive them. Basically, that's what you're saying when you say, "Oh, I don't
I
support
don't see us to
Israel."
be. I don't think that we should be constantly engaging in offensive conflicts in the Middle East. I don't think it's
We're
been more
not though.
beneficial. It is, and also when you say,
No,
"Oh, they're just gonna," it is not our duty to deal with this at all. Like I just don't see the point.
it's not our duty to deal with any of that though,
Well,
right?
yeah, but I think that it has more of a better. We have more of an interest in it because it's better for us economically speaking.
Economically speaking,
Yes, yes.
I
Our
don't even
relationship
think
with Europe is not just military; it is also economic.
the same could be said for Israel. The biggest
What
trading
economic
partners with
relation is
Israel,
better for us? Tell me.
we're some of their biggest trading partners. China and the U.S. are Israel's biggest trading
Wait,
partners,
so
along with India.
how much of our trade comes from Israel?
Oh, not as if we're going to compare like the entirety of the continent of Europe, of course they're going to outdo Israel.
It's
Israel is
not
one
even
country.
close.
Yeah, it's one country against the whole continent,
Yeah,
a
of
whole
course.
32
Of
countries. Like
course.
that's not even fair.
You understand though. You understand that's relevant difference though.
It is, but
As to
like
why it would make
again,
more sense to maintain relations with Europe comparative to maintaining relations with Israel.
we can maintain relations with Europe, but we don't have to defend them with our military. We don't have to send our people to go over there and die in Europe to defend people who don't even
I think that's a
respect
part of
Americans today.
maintaining our economic relationship. And also, by
You
the way,
think so?
yeah, I do think it is. I do think that our military relationship with them is a part of maintaining our economic relationship and also our soft power over Europe. Because I do think that us having similar ideological preferences, having those particular views alongside the economic relation and alongside the military relation, obviously all in tandem make it better, right? Israel doesn't have all of those things. And also, by the way, when Israel engages in certain actions, of course, I don't want to defend them when they engage in certain actions.
I
The
could
same
get
thing is
that, but
like you understand that it would be a different question if they were not engaging in the most atrocious fucking possible actions we can imagine. Right? When we're talking about genocide, when we're talking about
I
apartheid,
absolutely agree with you on that. Like,
yeah,
I'm not saying what they're doing is okay,
we have to say
but
that that's distinct. We have to acknowledge that. That's like if we were to defend Russia. And I don't agree with defending Russia.
I don't want to defend Russia at all. But
Yeah,
Europe,
should we do an
we,
Iron Dome for the Russian civilians that are dying in the war
I
with
don't.
Ukraine?
What I'm saying is, I don't think we should have sent billions of military equipment to Ukraine when we have to worry about what's going on in Taiwan as well. Because if that
Okay, so
falls,
then why do you want to defend Israel? If you don't want to defend Ukraine, why defend Israel? And also, I think that
well,
defending
Ukraine is
Ukraine,
not. It's
I
not
think
the
defending
same.
Ukraine is a part of setting military precedents for Taiwan.
Okay, yeah. But what about Crimea then? Why did we let Crimea happen in 2014?
Well, I
They
think
just sort of annexed Crimea and we didn't do anything about it.
that was more unexpected.
More unexpected?
I think it was more unexpected. I think they took over it a lot quicker. I think that I think that there are a few things that play into that. Yeah.
And that show that sanctions don't work on certain military people. So it's either we
Yeah. So
either
some
unalive
sanctions
these
can be
guys in
ineffective. Yeah.
totalities. Yeah, but on Russia completely, I don't think they're gonna work.
Well,
So
I mean, I think that they've been beneficial and at least over time limiting their ability to use their economy to go to war, and it's really bleeding their economy doing this. So, they would have been able to take over Ukraine if it wasn't for the West's defense of Ukraine. Like Ukraine would be Russia right now. And also,
exactly,
if
but
that
that
were,
wasn't.
I just want to know if that did happen, that also makes it China sees that and it's like, oh, the U.S. isn't going to defend Taiwan. They definitely won't, and they go. 100% China goes immediately. So I just want to clarify, it is a part of setting precedents as
Not if
well.
they took over Ukraine. That's a European issue. Like, can we at least agree that Ukraine is a European issue? Like maybe that
Then why
the
is
EU
Taiwan
should
an
have
American
had.
issue?
Why is Taiwan an American issue? Again, they're our trading partners.
There we
They
go. So is Europe.
Europe
So
is
is
too.
Ukraine.
Ukraine. So is Israel. So
Okay, I think that Ukraine and the rest of Europe has more of a relationship with us, and plus we have the Budapest Memorandum. It's not just that.
they, if we go by what they produce, if we say who is producing the most advanced stuff, it would be Taiwan and Israel easily.
I think that Taiwan produces a lot more advanced stuff than Israel, and a
They
lot more
they
critical
do, but
industry stuff.
Israel.
Like I don't think what Israel provides for us is anywhere near comparable to Taiwan. Like don't
No,
even
it
make
is.
that.
It is.
Like I
They
almost think
they.
it's like really fucked up to make that comparison because I think
No,
that
no. It's Israel is very
like I do
advanced.
think that Taiwan has like like real critical industry relevance to us, right?
Yeah,
But like
and
I don't think Israel has that same relation.
they do though. Like
They don't.
they
With what critical industry?
no. It's just like their
I want to hear what critical industry.
it's their intelligence technology.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
they're
I'm
they're
not hearing a
very
response.
advanced when it
What
comes to
critical
that
industry?
stuff.
What critical industry as
Like
compared to Taiwan?
spyware.
Because Taiwan, we got chips manufacturing. Like that's
We
incredibly
do
critical
have
industry.
chips
So tell me,
manufacturing, but
what
that's
critical
going to be
industry
moved to
does Israel
America.
have a huge percentage control
Didn't
over?
Biden sign something to where we can build chips here now? Like, aren't we going to be doing that?
Yeah, but that doesn't set up our needs alone.
True.
You're still not naming the critical industry.
The critical. I'm telling you, it's in technology. It's in tech. They have the most advanced tech in the world.
What
China.
specific tech?
Their spyware. Their
Spyware.
there's
Okay.
stuff that goes in satellites.
Spyware. So
There's so many things I
hold
can
up.
name.
What do we need the
Our police
spyware
wouldn't
for?
fly
What do
without
we
it.
need the spyware for?
Reconnaissance,
And also,
whatever
what
the
specific
military uses
spyware?
it for.
What specific spyware?
Spyware? Come on, don't make me name a specific spyware.
I actually want to know what specific
I mean,
spyware.
I would just say any type of radar system that they put up in space.
Radar
Like
systems in space. I don't know what
can't
radar
give you a
systems in space they
specific.
have greater access to that we don't have access to.
I mean, no, they're bro. I mean, like they're just like that, bro. They're really advanced.
They're
out
just like
there.
that. Okay, yeah.
They're
All
a
right.
critical
Anything else you want
area.
to say before I get off and go on and end my stream?
I mean, bro, Israel's not that bad. If we're gonna defend one
Israel's
place, I think we
horrible.
should. If we're gonna play the world police like they want to do,
We should
I
not be the
think it's
world
to
police.
just. I agree with you, but if we're gonna do it, we should defend everybody.
No, I don't think we should be the world police. I disagree.
So American isolationism.
To a greater extent, not completely.
So just watch out for
Wait,
Europe.
I
and
think
Taiwan.
militarily, not through economic relation.
Okay, I agree.
I think we need to broaden economic relations. We need to broaden relations to address climate change and to address international issues, but not from a military intervention standpoint. I don't think that we need to be as involved on a military intervention standpoint.
So you don't think Might is right? Do you don't think there's a crazy
No, I
dudes out
definitely do
there?
not think. What are you, a
Oh,
Viltrumite? What do you mean
no,
might
I'm
is
not a
right?
Viltrum. I'm just saying, like, there are crazy dudes. We can acknowledge that there are crazy men in the world. Like, we don't know what these guys are thinking. They could decide to just turn the world into a fireball tomorrow. I think those people should be gone. But, like, I don't know, bro. We got to protect these kids.
If you want to protect kids, you would be against the Trump administration and how they've literally prevented the release of the Epstein files.
Epstein file. I'm black, bro. I don't know anything about Epstein. Sorry.
Come on, you should look into that. They've literally prevented the release of the Epstein files. He calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files.
Oh yeah, then Trump is definitely in the files. He's probably a pedo for real, bro.
Okay,
He's probably yeah.
All right. Well, then stop supporting him.
Of course, of course. Kamala forever. AOC 2028, guys.
Okay, that guy was trolling me the whole time. What the fuck? Alrighty, everyone. Robert, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Robert in the comment section right now. Love your show. Like you said, fuck Trump. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Robert. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Robert in the comment section right now. I'm going to stay on for a few more minutes. You can ask me any questions. You have Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. I'll answer questions for the next few minutes, and then I'm going to get off, everybody. Oh my gosh. Autocorrect, totally. Sorry, everyone. I was responding to my girlfriend. If you have any questions, you can ask me right now. Favorite subject in college? Economics. I got my major in economics. Degree in economics, so. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Also, if you want to go join Dean's stream, everybody, he's live right now. If you want to go watch debates right now, just letting everyone know. I really would appreciate if you're on YouTube to hit that thumbs up, though. I really would appreciate that. I think we just got over 2,000 likes. If you have any questions, you can ask me, though. Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Do you have a bachelor's or master's degree? I have a bachelor's. What'd you do for Star Wars Day? I didn't do anything, sadly. Not hide. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Why don't you do more harm reduction arguments for abortion to bypass morality and focus on government? I think I do somewhat run them. I feel like I do. When we're talking about sentience and then saying, like, why would you want to restrict access to abortion when they're non-sentient? Like, kind of from that basis. Maybe I just run it in a slightly different way. Best brand of gummies? I have no clue. No clue. Hi, he's Luke Skywalker. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. I'm going to do something nice for your mother on Mother's Day? Absolutely. Absolutely. Pokemon or Star Wars? Ooh, that's a difficult one. That's a hard one. I think I might have to go with Pokemon. That's difficult, though. That's so hard. That's so hard. Alessandra, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for... What are you going to do about the university data breach? I actually haven't heard much about that. I haven't heard much about that. Original Star Wars. Star Wars is really good, though. It's just it's hard to say that I would rather pick anything over Star Wars, you know? Paris, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. Were you excited to move to LA when your family got out there? No, I actually wasn't. I was actually really sad. I was really sad to have to move. I wanted to stay really badly in Iowa because all my friends were there, so I was actually pretty sad when we were leaving. Star Wars or Star Trek? Definitely Star Wars. Definitely Star Wars. Bubblegum, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Alrighty, everyone. I'm just going to get off for now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love everyone so much. I love y'all. I'm going to make sure I catch up here on YouTube Super Chat. I have some people I needed to catch up there, and then I can catch up on PayPal and Venmo, and then I'm going to get off. Any last questions you can ask me, though. Let me catch up, though, on Venmo or on PayPal, or sorry, I can't speak, on YouTube Super Chat. What music do you listen to? Whatever my girlfriend plays. Not hot. Thank you. Again, I already said thank you to then. Amon, thank you for the $4. I was reading them. Linal, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much for these people. Forget how much support we got after 9/11. Our allies sent their people to fight for us. Very true. As well as Great Britain. Thank you for the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is also very true. That could have been a good point. Bro, you missed all previous super chats. Amon, did you send a different one? I think I read all. There was only like a few of them. I just hadn't read since the last time I thanked people, but there's only a few. Oh, I see. I actually see your one message. They said, as a guy who lives with 600 million Muslims, there's no such thing as Islamophobia. What the fuck? I think you're insane. That's why I didn't respond to your super chats. You're fucking nuts. Lord Tamayoshi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And also, Hua, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe. I don't know if I would do that, though. Alrighty, everyone. Let me make sure I'm caught up on Venmo and PayPal. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to check those out. Thank you very much. And Ariana, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to think about that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I do agree. I think that's a good and important point to bring up. Alrighty, everyone. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later.